Chapter 26 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 26, relating how the band of the Royal Irish Artillery played, and while the music was going on, how variously different people were moved. Twice a week the band of the Royal Irish Artillery regaled all comers with their music on the parade ground by the river, and as it was reputed the best in Ireland, and Chapelizod was a fashionable resort and a very pretty village, embowered in orchards, people liked to drive out of town on a fine autumn day like this by way of listening, and all the neighbors showed there, and there was quite a little fair for an hour or two. Mervyn, among the rest, was there, but for scarce 10 minutes, and as usual received little more than a distant salutation, coldly and gravely returned, from Gertrude Chatsworth, to whom Mr. Beauchamp, whom she remembered at the Staffords' dinner, addicted himself a good deal. That demigod appeared in a white surtout, with a crimson cape, a French waistcoat, his hair en papillote, a feather in his hat, a couteau du chaise by his side, with a small cane hanging to his button, and a pair of Italian greyhounds at his heels. And he must have impressed Tresham prodigiously, for I observed no other instance in which he has noted down costume so carefully. Little Puddock, too, was hovering near, and his wooing made uncomfortable by Aunt Becky's renewed severity, as well as by the splendour of Mr. Redheels, who was expending his small talk and florets upon Gertrude. Clough, moreover, who was pretty well in favour of Aunt Rebecca, and had been happy and prosperous, had his little jealousies, too, to plague him. For Dangerfield, with his fishing rod and basket, no sooner looked in, with his stern front and his remarkable smile, than Aunt Becky, seeming instantaneously to forget Captain Clough, and all his winning ways, and the pleasant story, to the point of which he was just arriving, in his best manner, left him abruptly, and walked up to the grim Pescatore del Hondo, with an outstretched hand and a smile of encouragement, and immediately fell into confidential talk with him. The minds of anglers, says the gentle Colonel Robert Venables, be usually more calm and composed than many others. When he hath the worst success, he loseth but a hook or line, or perhaps, what he never possessed, a fish. And suppose he should take nothing, yet he enjoyeth a delightful walk by pleasant rivers, in sweet pastures among odoriferous flowers, which gratify his senses and delight his mind. And if example, which is the best proof, may sway anything, I know no sort of men less subject to melancholy than anglers. It was only natural, then, that Dangerfield should be serene and sunny. Aunt Becky led him a little walk, twice or thrice, up and down. She seemed grave, earnest, and lofty, and he grinned and chattered after his wont energetically, to stout Captain Clough's considerable uneasiness and mortification. He had seen Dangerfield the day before, through his field-glass, from the high wooded grounds in the park, across the river, walk slowly for a good while under the poplars in the meadow at Belmont, beside Aunt Becky, in high chat, and there was something particular and earnest in their manner, which made him uncomfortable then. And fat Captain Clough's gall rose and nearly choked him, and he cursed Dangerfield in the bottom of his corpulent, greedy soul, and wondered what fiend had sent that scheming old land agent 300 miles out of his way, on purpose to interfere with his little interests, as if there were not plenty of rich old women in London. And he bethought him of the price of the cockatoo and the probable cost of the pelican, rejoinders to Dangerfield's contributions to Aunt Becky's menagerie, for those birds were not to be had for nothing, and Clough, who loved money as well, at least as any man in His Majesty's service, would have seen the two tribes as extinct as the dodo, before he would have expended sixpence upon such tomfoolery, had it not been for Dangerfield's investments in animated nature. The hound! As if two could not play at that game. But he had an uneasy and bitter presentiment that they were birds of paradise, and 50 other cursed birds beside, and that in this costly competition Dangerfield could take a flight beyond and above him, and he thought of the flagitious waste of money, and cursed him for a fool again. Aunt Becky had said, he thought, something in which tomorrow occurred, on taking leave of Dangerfield. Tomorrow? What tomorrow? She spoke low and confidently, and seemed excited and a little flushed, and very distraught when she came back. Altogether he felt as if Aunt Rebecca was slipping through his fingers, and would have liked to take that selfish old puppy Dangerfield by the neck and drown him out of hand in the river. But notwithstanding the state of his temper, he knew it might be his only chance to shine preeminently at that moment in amiability, wit, grace, and gallantry, and though it was uphill work, he did labor uncommonly. When Mr. Dangerfield's spectacles gleamed through the crowd upon Dr. Stirk, who was thinking of other things beside the music, the angler walked round forthwith and accosted that universal genius. Mrs. Stirk felt the doctor's arm on which he leaned vibrate for a second with a slight thrill, an evidence in that hard fibrous limb of what she used to call a start, and she heard Dangerfield's voice over his shoulder, and the surgeon and the Grand Vizier were soon deep in talk, and Stirk brightened up and looked eager and sagacious and important, and became more voluble and impressive, and leaving his lady to her own devices, with her maid and children, he got to the other side of the street where Nutter, with taciturn and black observation, saw them busy pointing with cane and finger, and talking briskly as they surveyed together Dick Fisher's and Tom Tresham's tenements, and the Salmon House, and then beheld them ascend the steps of Tresham's door, and overlook the wall on the other side toward the river, and point this way and that along the near bank, as it seemed to Nutter, discussing detailed schemes of alteration and improvement. Stirk actually pulled out his pocketbook and pencil, and then Dangerfield took the pencil and made notes of what he read to him on the back of a letter, and Stirk looked eager and elated, and Dangerfield frowned and looked impressed, and nodded again and again. Diriuit edificicat mutat quadrata rotundus, under his very nose. He unconsulted. It was such an impertinence as Nutter could ill digest. It was a studied slight, something like a public deposition, and Nutter's jealous soul seethed secretly in a hell-broth of rage and suspicion. I mentioned that Mistress Stirk felt in that physician's arm the telegraphic thrill with which the brain will occasionally send an invisible message of alarm from the seat of government to the extremities, and as this smallest of all small bits of gossip did innocently escape me, the idle and good-natured reader will, I hope, let me say out my little say upon the matter in the next chapter. End of chapter 26. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 27 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 27. Concerning the troubles and the shapes that began to gather about Dr. Stirk. It was just about that time that our friend Dr. Stirk had 2 or 3 odd dreams that secretly acted disagreeably upon his spirits. His liver, he thought, was a little wrong, and there was certainly a little light gout sporting about him. His favorite Pupton at mess disagreed with him, so did his claret, and hot suppers as often as he tried them, and that was more or less nearly every night in the week. So he was perhaps right in ascribing these his visions to the humours, the spleen, the liver, and the juices. Still, they sat uncomfortably upon his memory and helped his spirits down, and made him silent and testy, and more than unusually formidable to poor, little, quiet, hard-worked Mrs. Stirk. Dreams. What talk can be idler? And yet haven't we seen grave people and gay listening very contentedly at times to that wild and awful sort of frivolity? And I think there is in most men's minds, sages or zanies, a secret misgiving that dreams may have an office and a meaning, and are perhaps more than a fortuitous concourse of symbols. In fact, the language which good or evil spirits whisper over the sleeping brain. There was an ugly and ominous consistency in these dreams which might have made a less dyspeptic man a little nervous. Tom Dunstan, a sergeant, whom Stirk had prosecuted and degraded before a court-martial, who owed the doctor no goodwill, and was dead and buried in the churchyard close by 6 years ago, and whom Stirk had never thought about in the interval, made a kind of resurrection now, and was with him every night, figuring in these dreary visions, and somehow in league with a sort of conspirator-in-chief, who never showed distinctly, but talked in scoffing menaces from outside the door, or clutched him by the throat from behind his chair, and yelled some hideous secret into his ear, which his scared and scattered wits, when he started into consciousness, could never collect again. And this fellow, with whose sneering, cavernous talk, with whose very knock at the door or thump at the partition wall he was as familiar as with his own wife's voice, and the touch of whose cold convulsive hand he had felt so often on his cheek or throat, and the very suspicion of whose approach made him faint with horror, his dreams would not present to his sight. There was always something interposed, or he stole behind him, or just as he was entering, and the door swinging open, Stirk would awake, and he never saw him, at least in a human shape. But one night he thought he saw, as it were, his sign or symbol. As Stirk lay his length under the bedclothes, with his back turned upon his slumbering helpmate, he was, in the spirit, sitting perpendicularly in his great balloon-backed chair at his writing table, in the window of the back 1 pair of stairs chamber, which he called his library, where he sometimes wrote prescriptions, and pondering over his pennyweights, his Roman numerals, his goutte and his pilulae, his 3s, his 5s, his 9s, and the other arabesque and astrological symbols of his mystery. He looked over his pen into the churchyard, which inspiring prospect he thence commanded. Thus, as out of the body sat our recumbent doctor in the room underneath the bed in which his snoring eidolon lay, Tom Dunstan stood beside the table, with the short white threads sticking out of his blue sleeve, where the stitching of the stripes had been cut through on that twilight parade morning when the doctor triumphed, and Tom's rank, fortune, and castles in the air all tumbled together in the dust of the barrack pavement. And so, with his thin features and evil eye turned sideways to Stirk, says he with a stiff salute, "A gentleman, sir. That means to dine with you." And there was the muffled knock at the door which he knew so well, and a rustling behind him. So the doctor turned him about quickly with a sort of chill between his shoulders, and perched on the back of his chair sat a portentous old quizzical carrion crow, the antediluvian progenitor of the whole race of carrion crows, monstrous, with great shining eyes, and head white as snow, and a queer human look, and the crooked beak of an owl, that opened with a loud grating caw close in his ears, and with a boo-o-o and a bounce that shook the bed, and made poor Mrs. Stirk jump out of it, and spin round in the curtain. Stirk's spirit popped back again into his body, which sat up wide awake that moment. It is not pretended that at this particular time the doctor was a specially good sleeper. The contrary stands admitted, and I don't ask you, sagacious reader, to lay any sort of stress upon his dreams. Only, as there came a time when people talked of them a good deal over the fireside in Chapelizod, and made winter's tales about them, I thought myself obliged to tell you that such things were. He did not choose to narrate them to his brother officers, and to be quizzed about them at mess, but he opened his budget to old Dr. Walsingham, of course, only as a matter to be smiled at by a pair of philosophers like them. But Dr. Walsingham, who was an absent man, and floated upon the ocean of his learning serenely and lazily, drawn finely and whimsically, now hither, now thither, by the finest hair of association, glided complacently off into the dim region of visionary prognostics and warnings, and reminded him how Joseph dreamed, and Pharaoh, and Benvenuto, Cellini's father, and St. Dominic's mother, and Edward II of England, and dodged back and forward among patriarchs and pagans and modern Christians, men and women, not at all suspecting that he was making poor Stirk, who had looked for a cheerful, skeptical sort of essay, confoundedly dismal and uncomfortable. And, indeed, confoundedly distressed he must have been, for he took his brother Chip, Tom Toole, whom he loved not, to counsel upon his case. Of course, strictly as a question of dandelion or gentian or chamomile flowers, and Tom, who, as we all know, loved him reciprocally, frightened him as well as he could, offered to take charge of his case, and said, looking hard at him out of the corner of his cunning, resolute little eye, as they sauntered in the park, "But I need not tell you, my good sir, that physic is of small avail. If there is any sort of vexation, or, in short, vexation, you know, on your mind." "Ha, ha! What? Murdered my father and married my grandmother?" snarled Stirk, sneeringly, amused or affecting to be so, and striving to laugh at the daisies before his toes as he trudged along, with his hands in his breeches pockets. "I have not a secret on earth, sir. 'Tis not a button to me, sir. Who talks about me? And I don't owe a guinea, sir. That is, that I could not pay tomorrow, if I liked it. And there's nothing to trouble me. Nothing, sir, except this dirty little gouty dyspepsy, scarce worth talking about." Then came a considerable silence, and Toole's active little mind, having just made a note of this, tripped off smartly to half a dozen totally different topics, and he was mentally tippling his honest share of a dozen of claret, with a pleasant little Masonic party at the Salmon Leap on Sunday next, and was just going to charm them with his best song, and a new verse of his own compounding, when Stirk, in a moment, dispersed the Masons and brought him back by the ear, at a jump from the Salmon Leap, with a savage, "And I'd like to know, sir, who the deuce, or rather what the plague, we'll say, could put into your head, sir, to suppose any such matter." But this was only one of Stirk's explosions, and he and little Toole parted no better and no worse friends than usual in 10 minutes more at the latter's doorstep. So Toole said to Mrs. T that evening, "Stirk owes money. Mark my words, sweetheart. Remember, I say it. He'll cool his heels in a prison, if he's no wiser than of late. Before a 12-month, since the beginning of February, he has lost. Just a minute, and let me see. That £150 by the levanting of old Tom Farthingale, and I had it today from little O'Leary, who had it from Jim Kelly, old Craddock's conducting clerk. He's bit to the tune of 300 more by the failure of Larkin, Brothers, and Houlihan. You see, a little bit of usury under the rose is all very well for a vulgar dog like Stirk, if he knows the town and how to go about it. But hang it, he knows nothing. Why, the turnpike man over the way would not have taken old Joe's Farthingale's bill for fippence. No, nor his bond neither. And he's stupid beside. But he can't help that, the hound, and he'll owe a whole year's rent only 6 weeks hence, and he has not a shilling to bless himself with. Unfortunate devil! I've no reason to like him, but truly I do pity him." Saying which, Tom Toole, with his back to the fire, and a look of concern thrown into his comic little mug, and his eyebrows raised, experienced a very pleasurable glow of commiseration. Stirk, on the contrary, was more than commonly silent and savage that evening, and sat in his drawing-room with his fist in his breeches pockets and his heels stretched out, lurid and threatening, in a gloomy and highly electric state. Mrs. S. did not venture her usual "Would my Barney like a dish of tea?" but plied her worsted and knitting needles with mild concentration, sometimes peeping under her lashes at Stirk, and sometimes telegraphing faintly to the children if they whispered too loud. All cautious pantomime. Nutu signisque loquuntur. Stirk was incensed by the suspicion that Tom Toole knew something of his losses, the dirty little unscrupulous spy and tattler. He was confident, however, that he could not know their extent. It was certainly a hard thing, and enough to exasperate a better man than Stirk, that the savings of a shrewd and, in many ways, a self-denying life should have been swept away, and something along with them, by a few unlucky casts in little more than 12 months. And he such a clever dog, too. The best player, all to nothing, driven to the wall by a cursed obstinate run of infernal luck. And he used to scowl and grind his teeth and nearly break the keys and shillings in his grip in his breeches pocket, as imprecations, hot and unspoken, coursed one another through his brain. Then up he would get, and walk sulkily to the brandy flask and have a dram, and feel better, and begin to court up his chances and what he might yet save out of the fire, and resolve to press vigorously for the agency, which he thought Dangerfield, if he wanted a useful man, could not fail to give him. And he had hinted the matter to Lord Castle Mallard, who he thought understood and favored his wishes. Yes, that agency would give him credit and opportunity, and be the foundation of his new fortunes. and the saving of him. A precious pleasant companion, you may suppose, he was to poor little Mrs. Stirk, who knew nothing of his affairs, and could not tell what to make of her Barney's eccentricities. And so it was, somehow, when Dangerfield spoke his greeting at Stirk's ear, and the doctor turned short round and saw his white frizzed hair, great glass eyes, and crooked, short beak, quizzical and sinister, close by, it seemed for a second as if the caw and the carrion crow of his dream was at his shoulder. And I suppose he showed his discomfiture a little, for he smiled a good deal more than Stirk usually did at a recognition. End of chapter 27. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 28 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 28, in which Mr. Irons recounts some old recollections about the pied horse and the flower de luce. It was so well known in Chapelizod that Stirk was poking after Lord Castle Mallard's agency that Nutter felt the scene going on before his eyes between him and Dangerfield like a public affront. His ire was that of a phlegmatic man, dangerous when stirred, and there was no mistaking in his rigid, swarthy countenance the state of his temper. Dangerfield took an opportunity and touched Nutter on the shoulder, and told him frankly, in effect, though he wished things to go on as before, Stirk had wormed himself into a sort of confidence with Lord Castle Mallard. "Not confidence, sir. Talk, if you please," said Nutter grimly. "Well, into talk," acquiesced Dangerfield. "And, by Jove, I've had a hard card to play, you see. His lordship will have me listen to Dr. Stirk's talk, such as it is." "He has no talk in him, sir, you mayn't get from any other impudent dunderhead in the town," answered Nutter. "My dear sir, understand me. I'm your friend," and he placed his hand amicably upon Nutter's arm. "But Lord Castle Mallard has now and then a will of his own, I need not tell you, and somebody's been doing you an ill turn with his lordship, and you're a gentleman, Mr. Nutter, and I like you, and I'll be frank with you, knowing 'twill go no further. Stirk wants the agency. You have my good will. I don't see why he should take it from you. But, you see his lordship takes odd likings, and he won't always listen to reason." Nutter was so shocked and exasperated that for a moment he felt stunned, and put his hand toward his head. "I think, sir," said Nutter, with a stern, deliberate oath, "I'll write to Lord Castle Mallard this evening, and throw up his agency, and challenge Stirk, and fight him in the morning." "You must not resign the agency, sir. His lordship is whimsical, but you have a friend in court. I've spoken in full confidence in your secrecy, and should any words pass between you and Dr. Stirk, you'll not mention my name. I rely, sir, on your honour, as you may on my good will." And Dangerfield shook hands with Nutter significantly, and called to Irons, who was waiting to accompany him, and the two anglers walked away together up the river. Nutter was still possessed with his furious resolution to fling down his office at Lord Castle Mallard's feet, and to call Stirk into the lists of mortal combat. One turned by himself as far as the turnpike, however, and he gave up the first and retained only the second resolve. Half an hour more, and he had settled in his mind that there was no need to punish the meddler that way, and so he resolved to bide his time, a short one. In the meanwhile, Dangerfield had reached one of those sweet pastures by the river's bank which, as we have read, delight the simple mind of the angler, and his float was already out and bobbing up and down on the ripples of the stream, and the verdant valley in which he and his taciturn companion stood side by side resounded from time to time with Dangerfield's strange, harsh laughter, the cause of which Irons did not, of course, presume to ask. There is a churchyard cough. I don't see why there may not be a churchyard laugh. In Dangerfield's, certainly there was an omen, a glee that had nothing to do with mirth, and more dismaying, perhaps, than his sternest rebuke. If a man is not a laugher by nature, he had better let it alone. The bipeds that love mousing and carrion have a chant of their own, and nobody quarrels with it. We respect an owl or a raven, though we mayn't love him, while he sticks to his croak or to hoo. 'Tisn't pleasant, but quite natural and unaffected, and we acquiesce. All we ask of these gentleman-like birds is that they mistake not their talent, affect not music, or if they do, that they treat not us to their queer warblings. Irons, with that never-failing phantom of a smile on his thin lips, stood a little apart with a gaff and landing net and a second rod and a little bag of worms and his other gear, silent except when spoken to, or sometimes to suggest a change of bait or fly, or a cast over a particular spot. For Dangerfield was of good Colonel Venable's mind, that 'tis well in the lover of the gentle craft to associate himself with some honest, expert angler, who will freely and candidly communicate his skill unto him. Dangerfield was looking straight at his float, but thinking of something else. Whenever Stirk met him at dinner or the club, the doctor's arrogance and loud lungs failed him, and he fell for a while into a sort of gloom and dreaming. And when he came slowly to himself, he could not talk to anyone but the man with the spectacles, and in the midst of his talk he would grow wandering and thoughtful, as if over some half-remembered dream, and when he took his leave of Dangerfield, it was with a lingering look and a stern withdrawal, as if he had still a last word to say, and he went away in a dismal reverie. It was natural that in his views about the agency, Stirk should regard him with particular interest. But there was something more here, and it did not escape Dangerfield, as indeed very little that in any wise concerned him ever did. "Clever fellow, Dr. Stirk," said the silver spectacles, looking grimly at the float. "I like him." "You remember him, you say, Irons?" "Aye, sir," said Blue Chin. "I never forget a face." "Par nobile," sneered the angler quietly, in the year 45. Go on." "Aye, sir. He slept in the Pied House at Newmarket. Was in all the fun. Next day he broke his arm badly, and slept there in the closet off Mr. Beauclerk's room that night under laudanum, and remained 10 days longer in the house. Mr. Beauclerk's chamber was the Flower de Luce. Barnabas Stirk, Esquire. When I saw him here, half the length of the street away, I knew him, and his name on the instant. I never forget things." "But he don't remember you." "No," smiled Blue Chin, looking at the float also. 22 years. How came it he was not summoned? He was under laudanum, and could tell nothing. "Aye," said the spectacles. "Aye, and he let out some more line." "That's deep." "Yes, sir. A soldier was drownded in that hole, and Dr. Toole and Mr. Nutter don't love him. Both brisk fellows, and have fought." Blue Chin smiled on. "Very clever dog, needs to be sharp, though, or he'll come to ha!" And a great trout came splashing and flickering along the top of the water upon the hook, and Irons placed the net in Dangerfield's outstretched hand, and the troutling was landed to the distant music of God Save the King, borne faintly on the air, by which the reader perceives that the band was now about to put up their instruments, and the gay folk to disperse. And at the same moment Lord Castle Mallard was doing old General Chatsworth the honour to lean upon his arm, as they walked to and fro upon the parade ground by the river's bank. And the General looked particularly grand and thoughtful, and my lord was more than usually gracious and impressive, and was saying, "'Tis a good match every way. He has good blood in his veins, sir, the Dangerfields of Redminster, and you may suppose he's rich. When he was ready to advance Sir Sedley Hicks £35,000 on mortgage, and to my certain knowledge has nearly as much more out on good securities, and he's the most principled man I think I ever met with, and the cleverest dog, I believe, in these kingdoms, and I wish you joy, General Chatsworth." And he gave the General snuff out of his box, and shook hands and said something very good, as he got into his carriage, for he laughed a good deal and touched the General's ribs with the point of his gloved finger, and the General laughed too, moderately, and was instantaneously grave again when the carriage whirled away. End of chapter 28. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 29 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 29. Showing how poor Mrs. McNamara was troubled and haunted too, and opening a budget of gossip. Some score pages back, when we were all assembled at the King's house, my reader perhaps may not have missed our fat and consequential, but on the whole good-natured acquaintance, Mrs. McNamara, though now I remember he did overhear the gentle Magnolia, in that little colloquy in which she and Aunt Becky exchanged compliments, say, in substance, that she hoped that amiable parent might be better next day. She was not there. She was not well. Of late, Mrs. McNamara had lost all her pluck, and half her colour, and some even of her fat. She was like one of those portly dowagers in Number Nip's select society of metamorphosed turnips, who suddenly exhibited sympathetic symptoms of failure, grew yellow, flabby, and wrinkled, as the parent bulb withered and went out of season. You would not have known her for the same woman. A tall, pale female, dressed in black satin and a black velvet riding hood, had made her 2 visits in a hackney coach. But whether these had any connection with the melancholy change referred to, I don't, at this moment, say. I know that they had a very serious bearing upon after events affecting persons who figure in this true history. Whatever her grief was, she could not bring herself to tell it, and so her damask cheek and portly form and rollicking animal spirits continued to suffer. The Major found that her mind wandered at piquet. Toole also caught her thinking of something else in the midst of his best bits of local scandal, and Magnolia several times popped in upon her large mother in tears. Once or twice Toole thought, and he was right, that she was on the point of making a disclosure, but her heart failed her, and it came to nothing. The little fellow's curiosity was on fire. In his philosophy there was more in everything than met the eye, and he would not believe Magnolia, who laughed at him, that she did not know all about it. On this present morning poor Mrs. McNamara had received a note, at which she grew pale as the large pat of butter before her, and she felt quite sick as she thrust the paper into her pocket and tried to smile across the breakfast table at Magnolia, who was rattling away as usual, and the old Major, who was chuckling at her impudent mischief over his buttered toast and tea. "Why, mother dear," cried Mag suddenly, "what the plague ails your pretty face? Did you ever see the like? It's for all the world like a bad batter pudding. I lay a crown now that was a bill. Was it a bill? Come now, Mullikins, a term of endearment for mother. Show us the note. It is too bad, you poor dear, old handsome bothered angel. You should be fretted and tormented out of your looks and your health by them dirty shopkeepers' bills, when a £5 note, I'm certain sure, would pay every mother's skin of them, and change to spare. And the elegant magnolia, whose souclané and Norwich crepe petticoat were unpaid for, darted a glance of reproach full upon the Major's powdered head, the top of which was cleverly presented to receive it, as he swallowed in haste his cup of tea, and rising suddenly, for his purse had lately suffered in the service of the ladies, and wanted rest. "'Tis nothing at all, but that confounded egg," he said, raising that untasted delicacy a little towards his nose. "Why the divil will you go on buying our eggs from that dirty old sinner, Paul Delaney?" And he dropped it from its cup plump into the slop basin. "Ah, then maybe it was," said poor Mrs. Mac, smiling as well as she could. "But I'm better." "No, you're not, Mullikins," interposed Magnolia impatiently. "There's Toole crossing the street. Will I call him up?" "Not for the world, Maggie darling. I'd have to pay him, and where's the money to come from?" The Major did not hear, and was coughing besides, and recollecting that he had a word for the adjutant's ear, took his sword off the peg where it hung, and his cocked hat, and vanished in a twinkling. "Pay Toole, indeed! Nonsense, mother!" And up went the window. "Good morrow to your nightcap, doctor, and the top of the morning to you, my pretty Miss Chattering Meg, up on your perch there," responded the physician. "And what in the world brings you out this way at breakfast time? And where are you going? Oh, goosey, goosey gander, where do you wander?" "Upstairs, if you let me," said Toole, with a flourish of his hand and a gallant grin, "and to my lady's chamber." "And did you hear the news?" demanded Miss Mag. The doctor glanced over his shoulder, and seeing the coast clear, he was by this time close under the little scarlet geranium pots that stood on the window sill. "Miss Chatsworth, eh?" he asked, in a sly, low tone. "Oh, bother her, no. Do you remember Miss Anne Marjorie Banks, that lodged in Doyle's house down there near the mills last summer, with her mother, the fat woman with the poodle, and the don't you know?" She wore a flowered silk tabby sack on band days," said Toole, who had an eye and a corner in his memory for female costume. "A fine showy, I remember. Well, middling, that's she." "And what of her?" asked Toole, screwing himself up as close as he could to the flower pots. "Come up and I'll tell you." And she shut down the window and beckoned him slyly, and up came Toole, all alive. Miss Magnolia told her story in her usual animated way, sometimes dropping her voice to a whisper and taking Toole by the collar, sometimes rising to a rollicking roar of laughter, while the little doctor stood by, his hands in his breeches pockets, making a pleasant jingle with his loose change there, with open mouth and staring eyes and a sort of breathless grin all over his ruddy face. Then came another story, and more chuckling. "And what about that lanky, long maypole, Gertie Chatsworth? The witch? Not that anyone cares twopence if she rode on a broom to sweep the cobwebs off the moon, only a body may as well know, you know," said Miss Mag, preparing to listen. "Well, by Jupiter, they say, but you mind, I don't know, and faith I don't believe it, but they do say she's going to be married to—" "Who do you think now?" answered Toole. Old Colonel Bligh of the magazine, or Dr. Walsingham, maybe," cried Mag with a burst of laughter. "No young fellow would be plagued with her, I'm certain." "Well, ha, ha! You are a conjurer, Miss Mag, to be sure. He's not young, you're right there, but then he's rich. He is, by Jove. There's no end of his. Well, what do you say now to Mr. Dangerfield?" "Dangerfield? Well," after a little pause, "he's ugly enough, and old enough, too, for the matter of that, but he's as rich as a pork pie. And if he's worth half of what they say, you may take my word for it, when he goes to church it won't be to marry the steeple." And she laughed again scornfully, and added, "'Twas plain enough from the first. The whole family laid themselves out to catch the old quiz and his money. Let the Chatsworths alone for scheming, with all their grand airs. Much I mind them. Why, the old sinner was not an hour in the town when he was asked over the way to Belmont, and Miss dressed out like a puppet to simper and flatter the rich old land agent and butter him up. My Lord Castle Mallard's bailiff, if you please. Ha, ha, ha! And the Duchess of Belmont, that ballyrags every one round her, like a tipsy old soldier, as civil as six, my dear sir, with her, 'Oh, Mr. Dangerfield, this,' and her dear Mr. Dangerfield, that, and all to marry that long, sly hussy to a creature old enough to be her grandfather, though she's no chicken neither. Faugh! Filthy!" And Miss Magnolia went through an elegant pantomime of spitting over her shoulder into the grate. Toole thought there was but one old fellow of his acquaintance who might be creditably married by a girl young enough to be his granddaughter, and that was honest Arthur Sloane, and he was going to insinuate a joke of the sort, but perceiving that his sly preparatory glance was not pleasantly responded to, and that the stalwart nymph was quite in earnest, he went off to another topic. The fact is that Toole knew something of Miss Mag's plans, as he did of most of the neighbors beside. Old Slow was, in certain preponderating respects, much to be preferred to the stalwart fireworker, Mr. Lieutenant O'Flaherty, and the two gentlemen were upon her list. 2 strings to a bow is a time-honored provision. Cupid often goes so furnished. If the first snap at the critical moment, should we bowstring our precious throttles with the pieces? Far be it from us. Let us waste no time in looking foolish, but pick up the grey goose shaft that lies so innocently at our feet among the daisies, and its odds but the second plants it the clout. The lover, the hero of the piece, upon whose requited passion and splendid settlements the curtain goes down, is a rôle not always safely to be confided to the genius and discretion of a single performer. Take it that the captivating Frederick Belville, who is announced for the part, is, along with his other qualifications, his gallantry, his grace, his ringlets, his pathetic smile, his lustrous eyes, his plaintive tenor, and 25 years, a little bit of a rip, rather frail in the particular of brandy and water, and so not quite reliable. Will not the prudent manager provide a substitute respectably to fill the part, in the sad event of one of those sudden indispositions to which Belville is but too liable? It may be somewhat fat and scant of breath, and scant of hair and of teeth too. But though he has played Romeo 30 years ago, the periquire and the dentist and the rouge pot and the friendly glare of the footlights will do wonders, and Podgers, steady fellow, will be always at the right wing, at the right moment, know every line of his author, and contrived to give a very reasonable amount of satisfaction to all parties concerned. Following this precedent, then, that wise virgin, Miss Magnolia, and her sagacious mamma had allotted the role in question to Arthur Sloane, who was the better furnished for the part, and on the whole the stronger cast. But failing him, Lieutenant O'Flaherty was quietly but unconsciously, as the phrase is, understudying that somewhat uncertain gentleman. "And the General's off to Scarborough," said Toole. "Old Chatsworth? I thought it was to Bath." "Oh, no, Scarborough. A touch of the old rheum and stomach. I sent him there, and he's away in the Hillsborough packet for Holyhead this morning, and Colonel Stafford's left in command." "And my Lady Becky Belmont superseded," laughed Miss Magnolia derisively. "And who do you think's going to make the grand tour? From Paris to Naples, if you please, and from Naples to Rome, and up to Venice, and home through Germany, and deuce knows where beside. You'll not guess in the 12th month," said Toole, watching her with a chuckle. "Devereux, maybe," guessed the young lady. "No, 'tisn't," said Toole, delighted. "Try again." "Well, 'tis, let me see, some wild young rogue with a plenty of money, I warrant. If I could only think of him. Come, don't keep me all day. Who the plague is he, Toole?" urged the young lady testily. "Dan Loftus," answered Toole. "Ha, ha, ha, ha! Dan Loftus, the grand tour. Why, where's the world running to?" "Oh, ho, 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 ho! What a macaroni!" And they laughed heartily over it, and called him Travelled Monkey, and I know not what else. "Why, I thought Dr. Walsingham designed him for his curate. But what in the wide world brings Dan Loftus to foreign parts? To dance and sing for the Spanish king, and to sing and dance for the Queen of France? Hey, Dan's got a good place, I can tell you. Travelling tutor to the hopeful young lord that is to be Devereux's cousin. By all the graces, Mom, 'tis the blind leading the blind. I don't know which of the two is craziest. Hey diddle diddle, by Jupiter, such a pair! The dish ran away with the spoon. But Dan's a good creature, and we'll miss him. I like Dan, and he loves the rector. I like him for that. Where there's gratitude and fidelity, Miss Mag, there's no lack of other virtues, I warrant you. And the good doctor has been a wonderful loving friend to poor Dan, and God bless him for it, say I, and amen." "And amen with all my heart," said Miss Mag gaily. "'Tis an innocent creature, poor Dan, though he'd be none the worse of a little more lace to his hat, and a little less Latin in his head. But see here, Doctor, here's my poor old goose of a mother," and she kissed her cheek, "as sick as a cat in a tub." And she whispered something in Toole's wig, and they both laughed uproariously. "I would not take 5 guineas and tell you what she says," cried Toole. "Don't mind the old blackguard, mother dear," screamed Magnolia, dealing Aesculapius a lusty slap on the back, and the cook at that moment, knocking at the door, called off the young lady to the larder, who cried over her shoulder as she lingered a moment at the door, "Now send her something, Toole, for my sake, to do her poor heart good. Do you mind? For faith and troth, the dear old soul is sick and sad, and I won't let that brute Stirk, though he does wear our uniform next or near her. Well, 'tisn't for me to say, eh? And now she's gone. Just let me try." And he took her pulse. End of chapter 29. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 30 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 30. Concerning a certain woman in black. And Toole, holding her stout wrist, felt her pulse and said, I see. And so he ran on with half a dozen questions, and at the end of his catechism said bluntly enough, I tell you what it is, Mrs. Mac. You have something on your mind, my dear madam, and till it's off, you'll never be better. Poor Mrs. Mac opened her eyes and made a gesture of amazed disclaimer, with her hands palm upwards. It was all affectation. Pish, said Toole, who saw the secret almost in his grasp. Don't tell me, my dear madam. Don't you think I know my business by this time of day? I tell you again, you'd better ease your mind, or take my word for it, you'll be sorry too late. How would you like to go off like poor old Peggy Slow, eh? There's more paralysis, apoplexy, heart diseases, and lunacy caused in 1 year by that sort of silly secrecy and moping than by— Hang it! My dear madam, urged Toole, breaking into a bold exhortation on seeing signs of confusion and yielding in his fat patient, you'd tell me all that concerns your health, and know that Tom Toole would put his hand in the fire before he'd let a living soul hear a symptom of your case. And here's some paltry little folly or trouble that I would not, as I am a gentleman, give a halfpenny to hear, and you're afraid to tell me. And though until you do, neither I nor all the doctors in Europe can do you a ha'porth of good. Sure, I've nothing to tell, doctor dear, whimpered poor Mrs. Mac, dissolving into her handkerchief. Look ye, there's no use in trying to deceive a doctor that knows what he's about. Toole was by this time half mad with curiosity. Don't tell me what's on your mind, though I'd be sorry you thought I wasn't ready and anxious to help you with my best and most secret services. But I confess, my dear Mum, I'd rather not hear. Reserve it for some friend who has your confidence. But 'tis plain from the condition you're in, and Toole closed his lips hard and nodded twice or thrice. You have not told either the Major or your daughter, and tell it you must to someone, or take the consequences. Oh, Dr. Toole, I am in trouble, and I'd like to tell you, but won't you promise me now, on your solemn honor, if I do, you won't tell a human being? Blubbered the poor matron. Conscience, honor, veracity, Mum. But why should I say any more? Don't you know me? My dear Mrs. Mac, said Toole in a hot fidget, and with all the persuasion of which he was master. Indeed I do, and I'm in great trouble, and sometimes think no one can take me out of it, pursued she. Come, my dear madam, is it money? Demanded Toole. Oh, no, 'tis a dreadful, that is, there is money in it. But, oh dear, Dr. Toole, there's a frightful woman, and I don't know what to do, and I sometimes thought you might be able to help me, you're so clever. And I was going to tell you, but I was ashamed. There now, it's out. And she blubbered aloud. What's out? Said Toole, irritated. I can't stop here all day, you know, and if you'd rather I'd go, say so. Oh, no, but the Major nor Maggie does not know a word about it, and so for your life, don't tell them. And here it is. And from her pocket she produced a number of the Freeman's Journal, 5 or 6 weeks old, and a great deal soiled. Read it, doctor dear, and you'll see. Read all this? Thank you, Mum. I read it a month ago, said the doctor gruffly. Oh, no, this. Only there, you see, here. and she indicated a particular advertisement, which we here reprint for the reader's instruction, and thus it ran: Mary Matchwell's most humble respects attend the nobility and gentry. She has the honor to acquaint them that she transacts all business relative to courtship and marriage with the utmost dispatch and punctuality. She has, at a considerable expense, procured a complete list of all the unmarried persons of both sexes in this kingdom, with an exact account of their characters, fortunes, ages, and persons. Any lady or gentleman, by sending a description of the husband or wife they would choose, shall be informed where such a one is to be had, and put in a method for obtaining him or her in the speediest manner, and at the smallest expense, Mrs. Matchwell's charges being always proportioned to the fortunes of the parties, and not to be paid till the marriage takes place. She hopes the honor and secrecy she will observe in her dealings will encourage an unfortunate woman who hath experienced the greatest vicissitudes of life, as will be seen in her memoirs, which are shortly to be published under the title of Fortune's Football. All letters directed to M.M. and sent post-paid to the office where this paper is published shall be answered with care. Yes, I remember that. A cheating gypsy? Why, it's going on still. I saw it again yesterday, I think. A lying jade. And this is the rogue that troubles you? Said Toole, with his finger on the paragraph, as the paper lay on the table. Give it to me, doctor dear. I would not have them see it for the world. And, oh, doctor, sure you wouldn't tell. Ah, bother. Didn't I swear my soul, Mom? And do you think I'm going to commit a perjury about Mary Matchwell? Fit. Well, with much ado, and a great circumbendibus, and floods of tears, and all sorts of deprecations and confusions, out came the murder at last. Poor Mrs. Mac had a duty to perform by her daughter. Her brother was the best man in the world. But what with them shocking forfeitures in her father's time, a Jacobite grand-uncle had forfeited a couple of town lands, value £37 per annum in King William's time, and to that event, in general terms, she loved to refer the ruin of her family, and some youthful extravagances. His income, joined to hers, could not keep the dear child in that fashion and appearance her mother had enjoyed before her, and people without pedigree or solid pretension of any sort looked down upon her, just because they had money. She meant the Chatsworths, and denied her the position which was hers of right, and so, seeing no other way of doing the poor child justice, she applied to M.M. "To find a husband for Mag, eh?" said Toole. No. Oh, Dr. Toole, 'twas for me," sobbed poor Mrs. Mac. Toole stared for a moment, and had to turn quickly about and admire some shell work in a glass box over the chimney-piece very closely, and I think his stout short back was shaking tremulously as he did so. And when he turned round again, though his face was extraordinarily grave, it was a good deal redder than usual. "Well, my dear madam, and where's the great harm in that, when all's done?" said Toole. "Oh, doctor, I had the unpardonable wakeness, whatever came over me, to write her 2 letters on the subject, and she'll print them and expose me, unless—" Here she rolled herself about in an agony of tears, and buried her fat face in the back of the chair. "Unless you give her money, I suppose," said Toole. "There's what inevitably comes of confidential communications with female enchanters and gypsies. And what do you propose to do?" "I don't know. What can I do? She got the £5 I borrowed from my brother, and he can't lend me more, and I can't tell him what I done with that. And she has £3 10 shillings I raised on my best fan, and the elegant souclanet. You know, I bought it of Knox and Atchison at the Indian Queen in Dame Street." And his poor patient turned up her small, tearful blue eyes imploringly to his face, and her good-natured old features were quivering all over with tribulation. "And Mag knows nothing of all this?" said Toole. "Oh, not for the wide world," whispered the matron in great alarm. "Whisht! Is that her coming? No, there she is across the street talking to Mrs. Nutter. Listen to me. I'll manage that lady, Mrs. Mary. What's her name? Matchwell? I'll take her in hands, and whisper now." So Toole entered into details and completed an officious little conspiracy, and the upshot of it was that Mrs. Mac, whenever M.M. fixed a day for her next extortionate visit, was to apprise the doctor, who was to keep in the way, and when she arrived, the good lady was just to send across to him for some peppermint drops, upon which hint Toole himself would come slyly over and place himself behind the heiress in the bedroom, whither, for greater seclusion and secrecy, she was to conduct the redoubted Mary Matchwell, who was thus to be overheard and taken by the clever doctor in the act, and then and there frightened not only into a surrender of the documents, but of the money she had already extracted, and compelled to sign such a confession of her guilt as would effectually turn the tables, and place her at the mercy of the once more happy Macnamara. The doctor was so confident, and the scheme, to the sanguine Celtic imagination of the worthy matron, appeared so facile of execution and infallible of success, that I believe she would at that moment have embraced and even kissed little Toole, in the exuberance of her gratitude, had that learned physician cared for such fooleries. The fact is, however, that neither the doctor nor his patient quite understood Mrs. Matchwell or her powers, nor had the least inkling of the marvellous designs that were ripening in her brain, and involving the fate of more than one of the good easy people of Chapelizod, against whom nobody dreamed a thunderbolt was forging. So the doctor, being a discreet man, only shook her cordially by the hand at his departure, patting her encouragingly at the same time on her fat shoulder, and with a sly grin and a wink and a wag of his head, offering to lay 50 that between them they'd be too hard for the witch. End of chapter 30. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 31 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 31. Being a short history of the Battle of Belmont that lasted for so many days, wherein the belligerents showed so much constancy and valor, and sometimes one side and sometimes t'other was victorious. So jolly old General Chatsworth was away to Scarborough, and matters went by no means pleasantly at Belmont, for there was strife between the ladies. Dangerfield, cunning fellow, went first to Aunt Becky with his proposal, and Aunt Becky liked it, determined it should prosper, and took up and conducted the case with all her intimidating energy and ferocity. But Gertrude's character had begun to show itself of late in new and marvelous lights, and she fought her aunt with cool but invincible courage. And why should she marry? And above all, why marry that horrid, grim old gentleman Mr. Dangerfield. No, she had money enough of her own to walk through life in maiden meditation, fancy-free, without being beholden to anybody for a sixpence. Why, Aunt Rebecca herself had never married, and was she not all the happier of her freedom? Aunt Rebecca tried, before the General went away, to inflame and stir him up upon the subject. But he had no capacity for coercion. She almost regretted she had made him so docile. She would leave the matter altogether to his daughter. So Aunt Rebecca, as usual, took, as we have said, the carriage of the proceedings. Since the grand éclaircissement had taken place between Mervyn and Gertrude Chatsworth, they met with as slight and formal recognition as was possible, consistently with courtesy. Puttock had now little to trouble him upon a topic which had once cost him some uneasiness, and Mervyn acquiesced serenely in the existing state of things, and seemed disposed to be sweet upon pretty Lilias Walsingham, if that young lady had allowed it. But her father had dropped hints about his history and belongings, which surrounded him in her eyes with a sort of chill and dismal halo. There was something funeste and mysterious even in his beauty, and her spirits faltered and sank in his presence. Sometimes of the same unpleasant influence, too. Or was it fancy? She thought his approach seemed now to exercise upon Gertrude also, and that she, too, was unaccountably chilled and darkened by his handsome but ill-omened presence. Aunt Becky was not a woman to be soon tired or even daunted. The young lady's resistance put her upon her mettle, and she was all the more determined that she suspected her niece had some secret motive for rejecting a partner in some respects so desirable. Sometimes, it is true, Gertrude's resistance flagged, but this was only the temporary acquiescence of fatigue, and the battle was renewed with the old spirit on the next occasion, and was all to be fought over again. At breakfast there was generally, as I may say, an affair of piquettes, and through the day a dropping fire, sometimes rising to a skirmish. But the social meal of supper was generally the period when, for the most part, these desultory hostilities blazed up into a general action. The fortune of war, as usual, shifted. Sometimes Gertrude left the parlor and effected a retreat to her bedroom. Sometimes it was Aunt Rebecca's turn to slam the door and leave the field to her adversary. Sometimes, indeed, Aunt Becky thought she had actually finished the exhausting campaign, when her artillery had flamed and thundered over the prostrate enemy for a full half-hour unanswered. But when at the close of the cannonade she marched up, with drums beating and colors flying, to occupy the position and fortify her victory, she found, much to her mortification, that the foe had only, as it were, lain down to her shrapnels and canister flyover, and the advance was arrested with the old volley and hurrah, and there they were, not an inch gained, peppering away at one another as briskly as ever, with the work to begin all over again. You think I have neither eyes nor understanding, but I can see, young lady, as well as another. Madam, I've eyes, and some experience too, and 'tis my simple duty to my brother, and to the name I bear, not to mention you, niece, to prevent, if my influence or authority can do it, the commission of a folly which, I can't but suspect, may possibly be meditated, and which even you, niece, would live very quickly to repent." Gertrude did not answer. She only looked a little doubtfully at her aunt, with a gaze of deep, uneasy inquiry. That sort of insinuation seemed to disconcert her, but she did not challenge her aunt to define her meaning, and the attack was soon renewed at another point. When Gertrude walked down to the town, to the King's house, or even to see Lily at this side of the bridge, Dominic, the footman, was ordered to trudge after her, a sort of state she had never used in her little neighborly rambles, and Gertrude knew that her aunt catechized that confidential retainer daily. Under this sort of management, the haughty girl winced and fretted, and finally sulked, grew taciturn and sarcastic, and shut herself up altogether within the precincts of Belmont. End of Chapter 31. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 32 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 32. Narrating how Lieutenant Puttick and Captain Devereux brewed a bowl of punch and how they sang and discoursed together. If people would only be content with that which is, let well alone, and allow today to resemble yesterday, and tomorrow today, the human race would be much fatter at no greater cost, and sleep remarkably well. But so it is that the soul of man can no more rest here than the sea or the wind. We are always plotting against our own repose, and as no man can stir in a crowd without disturbing others, it happens that even the quietest fellows are forced to fight for their status quo, and sometimes, though they would not move a finger or sacrifice a button for the chance of getting on, are sulkily compelled to cut capers like the rest. Nature will have it so, and has no end of resources, and will not suffer even the sluggish to sit still, but if nothing else will do, pins a cracker to their skirts, in the shape of a tender passion or some other whim, and so sets them bouncing in their own obese and clumsy way, to the trouble of others as well as their own discomfort. It is a hard thing, but so it is. The comfort of absolute stagnation is nowhere permitted us. And such, so multifarious and intricate our own mutual dependencies, that it is next to impossible to marry a wife, or to take a house for the summer at Brighton, or to accomplish any other entirely simple, good-humored, and selfish act without affecting not only the comforts but the reciprocal relations of dozens of other respectable persons who appear to have nothing on earth to say to us or our concerns. In this respect, indeed, society resembles a pyramid of potatoes, in which you cannot stir one without setting others, in unexpected places, also in motion. Thus it was. Upon very slight motives, the relations of people in the little world of Chapelizod began to shift and change considerably, and very few persons made a decided move of any sort without affecting or upsetting one or more of his neighbors. Among other persons unexpectedly disturbed just now was our friend Captain Devereux. The letter reached him at night. Little Puttick walked to his lodgings with him from the club, where he had just given a splendid recitation from Shakespeare, and was, as usual, after some efforts, in a high state of excitement, and lectured his companion, for whom, by the by, he cherished a boyish admiration, heightened very considerably by his not quite understanding him, upon the extraordinary dramatic capabilities and versatilities of Shakespeare's plays, which, he said, were not half comprehended. It was only on Tuesday, the night, you know, I fired the pistol at the robbers near the doghouse, through the coach window, returning all alone from Smock Alley Theatre. I was thinking, upon my honour, if I had your parts, my dear Devereux, and could write, as I know you can, I'd make a variation upon every play of Shakespeare that should be strictly moulded upon it, and yet in no respect recognizable. Ay, like those Irish airs that will produce tears or laughter, as they are played slow or quick, or minced veal, my dear Puttock, which the cook can dress either savoury or sweet at pleasure, or Aunt Rebecca, that produces such different emotions in her different moods, and according to our different ways of handling her, is scarce recognizable in some of them, though still the same Aunt Becky, answered Devereux, knocking at Iron's door. No, but seriously, by sometimes changing an old person to a young, sometimes a comical to a melancholy, or the reverse sometimes, a male for a female, or a female for a male, I assure you, you can so entirely disguise the piece, and yet produce situations so new and surprising. I see by all the gods at once 'tis an immortal idea. Let's take Othello. I'll set about it tomorrow. Tonight, by Jove. A gay young Venetian nobleman of singular beauty, charmed by her tales of anthropophagites and men whose heads do grow beneath their shoulders, is seduced from his father's house, and married by a middle-aged, somewhat hard-featured black woman, Juno or Dido, who takes him away, not to Cyprus, we must be original, but we'll suppose to the island of Stromboli, and you can have an eruption firing away during the last act. There Dido grows jealous of our hero, though he's as innocent as Joseph, and while his valet is putting him to bed, he'll talk to him, and prattle some plaintive little tale how his father had a man called Barbarous. And then, all being prepared, and his bedroom candle put out, Dido enters, looking unusually grim, and smothers him with a pillow, in spite of his cries and affecting entreaties. And, by Jupiter, here's a letter from Bath, too. He had lighted the candles, and the letter, with its great red eye of a seal lying upon the table, transfixed his wandering glance, and smote somehow to his heart with an indefinite suspense and misgiving. "With your permission, my dear Puttock," said Devereux, before breaking the seal, for in those days they grew ceremonious the moment a point of etiquette turned up. Puttock gave him leave, and he read the letter. "From my aunt," he said, throwing it down with a discontented air, and then he read it once more, thought for a while, and put it into his pocket. "The Countess says I must go, Puttock. She has got my leave from the General, and hang it, there's no help for it. I can't vex her, you know. Indeed, Puttock, I would not vex her. Poor old aunt! She has been mighty kind to me, no one knows how kind. So I leave tomorrow." "Not to stay away!" exclaimed Puttock, much concerned. "I don't know, dear Puttock. I know no more than the man in the moon what her plans are. Louis, you know, is ordered by the doctors to Malaga, and Loftus, honest dog, I managed that trifle for him, goes with him, and the poor old lady, I suppose, is in the vapours, and wants me, and that's all. And, Puttock, we must drink a bowl of punch together, you and I, or something, anything, what you please." And so they sat some time longer, and grew very merry and friendly, and a little bit pathetic in their several ways. And Puttock divulged his secret but noble flame for Gertrude Chatsworth, and Devereux sang a song or two, defying fortune, in his sweet sad tenor, and the nymph who skipped up and down stairs with the kettle grew sleepy at last, and Mrs. Irons rebelled in her bed, and refused peremptorily to get up again, to furnish the musical toppers with rum and lemons, and Puttock, having studied his watch, I'm bound to say, with a slight hiccup and supernatural solemnity, for about 5 minutes, satisfied himself it was nearly 1 o'clock, and took an affecting, though soldier-like leave of his comrade, who, however, lent him his arm down the stairs, which were rather steep, and having with difficulty dissuaded him from walking into the clock, the door of which was ajar, thought it his duty to see the gallant little lieutenant home to his lodgings. And so in the morning good little Puttock's head ached. He had gone to bed with his waistcoat and leggings on, and his watch was missing and despaired of, till discovered, together with a lemon, in the pocket of his surtout, hanging against the wall, and a variety of other strange arrangements came to light, with not one of which could Puttock connect himself. Indeed, he was disgusted at his condition, and if upon the occasion just described he had allowed himself to be somewhat intoxicated with liquor, I must aver that I do not recollect another instance in which this worthy little gentleman suffered himself to be similarly overtaken. Now and then a little flashy he might be, but nothing more serious. And rely upon it, this was no common virtue in those days. End of chapter 32. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 33 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 33, in which Captain Devereux's fiddle plays a prelude to Over the Hills and Far Away. There was some little undefinable coolness between old General Chatsworth and Devereux. He admired the young fellow, and he liked good blood in his corps, but somehow he was glad when he thought he was likely to go. When old Bligh of the magazine commended the handsome young dog's good looks, the general would grow grave all at once, and sniff once or twice, and say, yes, a good-looking fellow certainly, and might make a good officer, a mighty good officer, but he's wild, a troublesome dog. And lowering his voice, I tell you what, Colonel, as long as a young buck sticks to his claret, it's all fair. But hang it, you see, I'm afraid he likes other things, and he won't wait till after dinner. This between ourselves, you know. 'Tis not a button to me, by Jupiter, what he does or drinks off duty. But hang it, I'm afraid some day he'll break out, and once or twice in a friendly way, you know. I've had to speak with him, and to say truth, I'd rather he served under anyone else. He's a fine fellow. 'Tis a pity there should be anything wrong, and it would half break my heart to have to take a public course with him. Not, you know, that it has ever come to anything like that, but I've heard things, and he must pull up, or he'll not do for the service. So though the thing did not amount to a scandal, there was a formality between Devereux and his commanding officer, who thought he saw bad habits growing apace, and apprehended that ere long disagreeable relations might arise between them. Lord Athenry had been no friend to Devereux in his nonage, and the good-natured Countess, to make amends, had always done her utmost to spoil him, and given him a great deal more of his own way, as well as of plum cake and Jamaica preserves, and afterwards a great deal more money than was altogether good for him. Like many a worse person, she was a little bit capricious, and a good deal selfish. But the young fellow was handsome. She was proud of his singularly good looks, and his wickedness interested her. and she gave him more money than to all the best public charities to which he contributed put together. Devereux, indeed, being a fast man, with such acres as he inherited, which certainly did not reach 1,000, mortgaged pretty smartly, and with as much personal debt beside, of the fashionable and refined sort, as became a young buck of bright though doubtful expectations, and, if the truth must be owned, sometimes pretty nearly pushed into a corner, was beholden not only for his fun, but occasionally for his daily bread, and even his liberty, to those benevolent doles. He did not like her peremptory summons, but he could not afford to quarrel with his bread and butter, nor to kill by undutiful behavior the fair plump bird, whose golden eggs were so very convenient. I don't know whether there may have been some slight sign in the handwriting, in a phrase perhaps, or in the structure of the composition, which a clever analysis might have detected, and which only reached him vaguely, with a foreboding that he was not to see Chapelizod again so soon as usual when this trip was made. And in truth his aunt had plans. She designed his retirement from the Royal Irish Artillery, and had negotiated an immediate berth for him on the staff of the commander of the forces, and a prospective one in the household of Lord Townshend. She had another arrangement on the anvil for a seat in Parliament, which he would accomplish, if that were possible, and finally a wife. In fact, her ladyship had encountered old General Chatsworth at Scarborough only the autumn before, and they had had, in that gay resort, a good deal of serious talk, though serious talk with the good Countess never lasted very long. Between their cards and other recreations, the result of which was that she began to think, with the good General, that Devereux would be better where one unlucky misadventure would not sully his reputation for life. Besides, she thought Chapelizod was not safe ground for a young fellow so eccentric, perverse, and impetuous, where pretty faces were plentier than good fortunes, and at every tinkling harpsichord there smiled a possible mesalliance. In the town of Chapelizod itself, indeed, the young gentleman did not stand quite so high in estimation as with his aunt, who thought nothing was good or high enough for her handsome nephew, with his good blood and his fine possibilities. The village folk, however, knew that he was confoundedly dipped, that he was sometimes alarmingly pestered by duns, and had got so accustomed to hear that his uncle, the Earl, was in his last sickness, and his cousin, the next heir, dead, when another week disclosed that neither one nor the other was a bit worse than usual, that they began to think that Devereux's turn might very possibly never come at all. Besides, the town people had high notions of some of their belles, and not without reason. There was Miss Gertrude Chatsworth, for instance, with more than £14,000 to her fortune, and Lilias Walsingham, who would inherit her mother's money and the good rector's estate of £12,000 a year beside, and both with good blood in their veins, and beautiful princesses too. However, in those days there was more parental despotism than now. The old people kept their worldly wisdom to themselves, and did not take the young into a scheming partnership. And youth and beauty, I think, were more romantic and a great deal less venal. Such being the old Countess's programme, a plan, according to her lights, grand and generous. She might have dawdled over it for a good while, for she did not love trouble. It was not new. The airy castle had been some years built, and now in an unwonted hurry she wished to introduce the tenant to the well-aired edifice, and put him in actual possession. For a queer little attack in her head, which he called a fainting fit, and to which nobody dared afterwards to make allusion, and which she had bullied herself and everybody about her into forgetting, had nevertheless frightened her confoundedly. And when her helpless panic and hysterics were over, she silently resolved, if the thing were done, then 'twere well 'twere done quickly. End of chapter 33. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 34. The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 34, in which Lilius hears a stave of an old song, and there is leave-taking beside the river. Devereux's move was very sudden, and the news did not reach the Elms till his groom had gone on to Island Bridge with the horses, and he himself, booted and spurred, knocked at the door. The doctor was not at home. He had ridden into Dublin. Of course it was chiefly to see him he had gone there. And Miss Walsingham? She was also out. No, not in the garden. John thought maybe at old Miss Chatsworth's school. Or Sally said maybe at Belmont. They did not know. Devereux looked into the large room at the right hand of the hall, with the fair, sad portrait of Lilius's young mother smiling from the wall. Like her, too, and the tall glasses of flowers and the harpsichord open, with the music she would play, just as usual that evening, he supposed, and he stood at the door, looking round the room, booted and spurred, as I have said, with his cocked hat held to his breast, in a reverie. It was not easy for old Sally to guess what was passing in his mind, for whenever he was sad he smiled, but with the somewhat of bitter in his smile, and when he suffered he used to joke. Just at that moment Lilius Walsingham was walking along the high street of the village to the King's house, and stopping to say a good-natured little word to old Jenny Cresswell, was overtaken by mild Mrs. Stirk, who was walking with her little menagerie into the park. "And oh, dear Miss Walsingham, did you hear the news?" she said. "Captain Devereux is gone to England, and I believe we shan't see him here again." Lilius felt that she grew pale, but she patted one of the children on the head and smiled, and asked him some foolish little question. "But why don't you listen, dear Miss Lilius? You don't hear, I think," said Mrs. Stirk. "I do hear, indeed. When did he go?" she asked, coldly enough. "About half an hour ago," Mrs. Stirk thought, and so, with a word or two more, and a kissing of hands, the good lady turned, with her brood, up the park lane, and Lily walked on to pay her visit to Mrs. Colonel Stafford, feeling all the way a strange pang of anger and disappointment. To think of his going away without taking leave of my father. And when she reached the hall door of the King's house, for a moment she forgot what she had come for, and was relieved to find that good Mrs. Stafford was in town. There was then, I don't know whether there is not now, a little path leading by the river bank from Chapelizod to Island Bridge, just an angler's footpath, devious and broken, but withal very sweet and pretty. Leaving the King's house, she took this way home, and as she walked down to the river bank, the mortified girl looked down upon the grass close by her feet, and whispered to the daisies as she went along, "No, there's no more kindness nor friendliness left in the world. The people are all cold creatures now, and hypocrites, and I'm glad he's gone." She paused at the stile, which went over the hedge just beside an old fluted pier, with a grass-grown urn atop, and overgrown with a climbing rose-tree, just such a study as a young lady might put in her album. And then she recollected the long letter from old Mrs. Wardle that Aunt Becky had sent her to read, with a request, which from that quarter was a command, that she should return it by 6 o'clock, for Aunt Becky, even in matters indifferent, liked to name hours and nail people sharp and hard to futile appointments and barren punctualities. She paused at the stile. She liked the old pier. Its partner next the river was in fragments, and the ruin and the survivor had both been clothed by good Mrs. Stafford, who drew a little and cultivated the picturesque, with the roses I have mentioned, besides woodbine and ivy. She had old Mrs. Wardle's letter in her hand, full, of course, of shocking anecdotes about lunatics and the sufferings of Fleet prisoners, and all the statistics and inquiries and dry little commissions with which that worthy lady's correspondence abounded. It was open in her hand, and rustled sharp and stiffly in the air, but it was not inviting just then. From that point, it was always a pretty look, down or up the river, and her eyes followed with the flow of the waters towards Inchicore. She loved the river, and in her thoughts she wondered why she loved it, so cold, so unimpressible, that went shining and rejoicing away into the sea. And just at that moment she heard a sweet tenor, with a gaiety somewhat pathetic, sing not far away the words she remembered. And she smiled upon the stream, like one that smiles at folly, a dreamer on a dream. Devereux was coming. It was his playful salutation. Her large eyes dropped to the ground with the matchless blush of youth. She was strangely glad, but vexed at having changed color. But when he came up with her, in the deep shadow thrown by the old pier with its thick festooneries, he could not tell. He only knew she looked beautiful. "My dreams take wing, but my follies will not leave me. And you have been ill, Miss Lilias?" "Oh, nothing, only a little cold." "And I am going. I only knew last night, really going away." He paused, but the young lady did not feel called upon to say anything, and only allowed him to go on. In fact, she was piqued, and did not choose to show the least concern about his movements. "And I've a great mind now that I'm departing this little world," and he glanced, it seemed to her regretfully, towards the village, "to put you down, Miss Lily, if you will allow it, in my codicil for a legacy." She laughed a pleasant little careless laugh. How ill-natured, but oh, wasn't it musical? "Then I suppose, if you were not to see me for some time, or maybe forever, the village folks won't break their hearts after Dick Devereux?" And the gypsy captain smiled, and his eyes drew a soft violet shadow down upon her, and there was that in his tone which for a moment touched her with a strange reproach, like a bar of sweet music. But little Lily was spirited, and if he, so early a friend, could go away without bidding good-bye, why he should not suppose she cared. Break our hearts? Not at all, perhaps. But of course I, the parson's daughter, I should, and old Moore, the barber, and Pat Moran, the hackney coachman, and Mrs. Irons, your fat landlady. You've been so very good to all of us, you know." "Well," he interrupted, "I've left my white surtout to Moran, a hat, let me see, and a pair of buckles to Moore, and my glass and china to dear Mrs. Irons." Hat, buckles, surtout, glass, china gone, then it seems to me your earthly possessions are pretty nearly disposed of, and your worldly cares at an end. Yes, very nearly, but not quite, he laughed. I have one treasure left. My poor monkey. He's a wonderful fellow. He has traveled half over the world, and is a perfect fine gentleman, and my true comrade until now. Do you think Dr. Walsingham, of his charity, would give the poor fellow free quarters at the Elms? She was going to make answer with a jest, satirically, but her mood changed quickly. It was, she thought, saucy of Captain Devereux to fancy that she should care to have his pet, and she answered a little gravely, "I can't say, indeed. Had you cared to see him, you might have asked him. But indeed, Captain Devereux, I believe you're jesting." "Faith, madam, I believe I am, or it does not much matter. Dreaming, perhaps. There's our bugle," and the sweet sounds quivered and soared through the pleasant air. "How far away it sounds already! Ours are sweet bugles, the sweetest bugles to my ear in the whole world. Yes, dreaming, I said. I had but one treasure left," he continued, with a fierce sort of tenderness that was peculiar to him, "and I did not mean to tell you, but I will. Look at that, Miss Lily. 'Tis the little rose you left on your harpsichord this morning. I stole it. 'Tis mine, and Richard Devereux would die rather than lose it to another." So then, after all, he had been at the Elms, and she had wronged him. "Yes, dreaming," he continued, in his old manner, "and 'tis time I were awake and on the march." "You are then really going?" she said, so that no one would have guessed how strangely she felt at that moment. "Yes, really going," he said, quite in his own way, "over the hills and far away, and so I know you'll first wish your old friend Godspeed." "I do indeed. And then you'll shake hands, Miss Lily, as in old times." And out came the frank little hand, and he looked on it with a darkling smile as it lay in its own sinewy but slender grasp, and she said with a smile, "Good-bye." She was frightened lest he should possibly say more than she knew how to answer, and somehow it seems to me I have a great deal to say, and I've a great deal to read, you see. And she just stirred old Miss Wardle's letter that lay open in her hand, with a smile just the least in the world of comic distress. "A great deal," he said. "And farewell again," said Lilias. "Farewell, dear Miss Lily." And then he just looked his old strange look upon her, and he went, and she dropped her eyes upon the letter. He had got into the far meadow where the path makes a little turn round the clump of poplars and hides itself. Just there he looked over his shoulder. A last look it might be. The handsome strange creature that had made so many of her hours pass so pleasantly. He that was so saucy with every one else, and so gentle with her, of whom she believed she might make anything, a hero or a demigod. She knew a look would call him back maybe to her feet, but she could not give that little sign. There she stood, affecting to read that letter, one word of which she did not see. She does not care, but there's no one like her. No, she does not care, he thought, and she let him think it, but her heart swelled to her throat, and she felt as if she could have screamed, "Come back, my only love, my darling! Without you I must die." But she did not raise her head. She only read on steadily old Miss Wardle's letter over and over, the same half-dozen lines, and when, after 5 minutes more, she lifted up her eyes, the hoary poplars were ruffling their thick leaves in the breeze, and he gone, and a plaintive music came mellowed from the village, and the village and the world seemed all of a sudden empty for her. End of chapter 34. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 35 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 35, in which Aunt Becky and Dr. Toole, in full blow with Dominic the footman behind them, visit Miss Lily at the Elms. After such leave-takings, especially where something like a revelation takes place, there sometimes supervenes, I'm told, a sort of excitement before the chill and ache of separation sets in. So Lily, when she went home, found that her music failed her, all but the one strange little air. The river ran between them. And then she left the harpsichord and went into the garden through the glass door. But the flowers had only half their interest, and the garden was solitary, and she felt restless, as if she were going to make a journey, or looking for strange news. And then she bethought her again of Mrs. Colonel Stafford, that she might have by this time returned from Dublin, and there was some little interest about the good old lady, even in this, that she had just returned by the same road that he had gone away by, that she might have chanced to see him as he passed, that at least she might happen to speak of him, and to know something of the likelihood of his return, or even to speculate about him. For now any talk in which his name occurred was interesting, though she did not know it quite herself. So she went down to the King's house, and did find old Mrs. Stafford at home, and after an entertaining gossip about some rich Nassau damask at Houghton's in the Combe that had taken her fancy mightily, and how she had chosen a set of new Nankin plates and fine oblong dishes at the music hall, and how Peter Raby, the watchman, was executed yesterday morning in web worsted breeches for the murder of Mr. Thomas Fleming of Thomas Street. She did come at last to mention Devereux, and she said that the colonel had received a letter from General Chatsworth, who, by the by, and then came a long parenthesis, very pleasant, you may be sure, for Lily to listen to, and the general, it appeared, thought it most likely that Devereux would not return to Chapelizod and the Royal Irish Artillery, and then she went on to other subjects, and Lily stayed a long time, thinking she might return to Devereux, but she did not mention him again. So home went little Lily, more pensive than she came. It was near 8 o'clock, when who should arrive at the door and flutter the crows in the old elms with an energetic double knock, but Aunt Rebecca, accompanied by no less a personage than Dr. Toole in full costume, and attended by old Dominic the footman. The doctor was a little bit ruffled and testy, for having received a summons from Belmont, he had attended in full blow, expecting to prescribe for Aunt Rebecca or Miss Gertrude, and found instead that he was in for a barren and benevolent walk of half a mile on the Inchicore road with the energetic Miss Rebecca to visit one of her felonious pensioners who lay sick in his rascally crib. It was not the first time that the jolly little doctor had been entrapped by the good lady into a purely philanthropic excursion of this kind, but he could not afford to mutiny, and vented his disgust in blisters and otherwise drastic treatment of the malingering scoundrels whom he served out after his kind for the trouble and indignity they cost him. And here we are, Lily dear, on our way to see poor Pat Doolin, who I fear is not very long for this world. Dominic, he's got a brain fever, my dear. The doctor said, "Psh," inaudibly, and Aunt Becky went on. You know the unhappy creature is only just out of prison, and if ever mortal suffered unjustly, he's the man. Pat Doolan's as innocent as you or I, my dear. Or sweet little Spot there, pointing her fan like a pistol at that interesting quadruped's head. The disgrace has broken his heart, and that's at the bottom of his sickness. I wish you could hear him speak, poor dear wretch, Dominic. And she had a word for that domestic in the hall. Hear him speak, indeed, said Toole, taking advantage of her momentary absence. I wish you could, the drunken blackguard. King Solomon could not make sense of it. She gave that burglar, would you believe it, Mom, 2 guineas, by Jupiter, the 1st of this month, and whiskey only 6pence a pint. And he was drunk without intermission, of course, day and night for a week after. Brain fever, indeed. 'Tis just as sweet as a little fit of delirium tremens, my dear madam, as ever sent an innocent burglar slap into bliss. And the word popped out with a venomous hiss and an angry chuckle. And so, my dear, resumed Aunt Becky, marching in again, good Dr. Toole, our good Samaritan here, has taken him up, just for love, and the poor man's fee, his blessing. The doctor muttered something about taking him up, but inarticulately, for it was only for the relief of his own feelings. And now, dear Lilias, we want your good father to come with us, just to pray by the poor fellow's bedside. He's in the study, is he? No, he was not to be home until tomorrow morning. Bless me, cried Aunt Becky, with as much asperity as if she had said something different, and not a soul to be had to comfort a dying wretch in your father's parish. Yes, he's dying. We want a minister to pray with him. And here we've a Flemish account of the rector. This tells prettily for Dr. Walsingham. Dr. Walsingham's the best rector in the whole world, and the holiest man, and the noblest, cried brave little Lily, standing like a deer at bay, with her wide, shy eyes looking full in Aunt Becky's, and a flush in her cheeks, and the beautiful light of truth beaming like a star from her forehead. And for a moment it looked like battle, but the old lady smiled a kind of droll little smile, and gave her a little pat on the cheek, saying with a shake of her head, "Saucy girl." "And you," said Lily, throwing her arms about her neck, "are my own Aunt Becky, the greatest darling in the world." And so, as John Bunyan says, the water stood in their eyes, and they both laughed, and then they kissed, and loved one another the better. That was the way their little quarrels used always to end. "Well, doctor, we must only do what we can," said Aunt Becky, looking gravely on the physician, "and I don't see why you should not read. You can lend us a prayer book, darling, just a colic or two, and the Lord's Prayer, eh?" "Why, my dear Mom, the fellow's howling about King Louis and the American Indians," Dominic says, "and ghosts, and constables, and devils, and worse things, madam. And pooh! Punch and laudanum's his only chance. Don't mind the prayer book, Miss Lily. There's no use in it. Mistress Chatsworth, I give you my honor, Mom, he could not make head or tail of it." In fact, the doctor was terrified lest Aunt Rebecca should compel him to officiate, and he was thinking how the fellows at the club and the aldermen of Skinner's Alley would get hold of the story and treat the subject less gravely than was desirable. So Aunt Becky, with Lily's leave, called in Dominic to examine him touching the soundness of Pat Doolan's mind, and the honest footman had no hesitation in pronouncing him wholly non-compos. Pleasant praying with a chap like that, by Jove, as drunk as an owl and as mad as a March hare. "My dear Mom," whispered Toole to Lilias. "And Lily, dear, there's poor Gertrude all alone. 'Twould be good-natured in you to go up and drink a dish of tea with her. But then you're cold. You're afraid?" She was not afraid. She had been out to-day, and it had done her all the good in the world, and it was very good of Aunt Becky to think of it, for she was lonely too, and so off went the elder Miss Chatsworth with her doctor and Dominic, in their various moods, on their mission of mercy, and Lily sent into the town for the two chairmen, Peter Bryan and Larry Foy, the two-legged ponies, as Toole called them. End of Chapter 35. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 36 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 36. Narrating how Miss Lilias visited Belmont and saw a strange cocked hat in the shadow by the window. At that time, in every hall of gentility, there stood a sedan chair, the property of the lady of the house. And by the time the chairman had arrived and got the poles into their places, and trusty John Tracy had got himself into his brown surtout, trimmed with white lace, and his cane in his hand, there was no need of a lantern, for the moon shone softly and pleasantly down. Miss Lilias Walsingham drew her red riding hood about her pretty face, and stepped into the chair. And so the door shut, the roof closed in, and the young lady was fairly under way. She had so much to think of, so much to tell about her day's adventure, that before she thought she had come half the way, they were flitting under the shadows of the poplars that grew beside the avenue. And through the window she saw the hospitable house spreading out its white front as they drew near, and opening its wings to embrace her. The hall door stood half open, though it had been dark for some time, and the dogs came down with a low growl and plenty of sniffing, which forthwith turned into a solemn wagging of tails, for they were intimate with the chairmen, and with John Tracy, and loved Lilias too. So she got out in the hall, and went into the little room at the right, and opening the door of the inner and larger one, there was no candle there, and 'twas nearly dark, saw Gertrude standing by the window, which looked out on the lawn toward the river. That side of the house was in shade, but she saw that the window was thrown up, and Gertrude, she thought, was looking toward her, though she did not move until she drew nearer, wondering why she did not approach, and then pausing in a kind of unpleasant doubt, she heard a murmured talking, and plainly saw the figure of a man with a cloak, it seemed, wrapped around him, and leaning from outside against the window-sill, and, as she believed, holding Gertrude's hand. The thing that impressed her most was the sharp outline of the cocked hat, with the corners so peculiarly pinched in, and the feeling that she had never seen that particular hat before in the parish of Chapelizod. Lily made a step backward, and Gertrude instantly turned round, and seeing her, uttered a little scream. "'Tis I, Gertrude, darling. Lily Walsingham," she said, perhaps as much dismayed as Gertrude herself. "I'll return in a moment." She saw the figure outside glide hurriedly away by the side of the wall. Lily, darling. No, don't go. I did not expect you." And Gertrude stopped suddenly, and then as suddenly said, "You are very welcome, Lily." And she drew the window down, and there was another pause before she said, "Had not we better go up to the drawing-room? And, Lily, darling, you're very welcome. Are you better?" And she took little Lily's hand and kissed her. Little Lilias all this time had said nothing, so entirely was she disconcerted, and her heart beat fast with a kind of fear, and she felt Gertrude's cold hand tremble, she fancied, in hers. "Yes, darling, the drawing-room, certainly," answered Lily, and the two young ladies went upstairs, holding hands, and without exchanging another word. Aunt Becky has gone some distance to see a sick pensioner. I don't expect her to return before an hour. Yes, I know. And she came, dear Gertrude, to see me, and I should not have come, but that she asked me, and she stopped, for she was speaking apologetically, like an intruder, and she was shocked to feel what a chasm on a sudden separated them, and oppressed with the consciousness that their old mutual girlish confidence was dead and gone, and the incident of the evening and Gertrude's changed aspect and their changed relations seemed a dreadful dream. Gertrude looked so pale and wretchedly, and Lily saw her eyes, wild and clouded, once or twice steal toward her with a glance of such dark alarm and inquiry that she was totally unable to keep up the semblance of their old merry gossiping talk, and felt that Gertrude read in her face the amazement and fear which possessed her. "Lily, darling, let us sit near the window, far away from the candles, and look out. I hate the light." "With all my heart," said Lily, and two paler faces than theirs that night did not look out on the moonlight prospect. "I hate the light, Lily," repeated Gertrude, not looking at her companion, but directly out through the bow window upon the dark outline of the lawn and river bank, and the high grounds on the other side. "I hate the light, yes. I hate the light, because my thoughts are darkness. Yes, my thoughts are darkness. No human being knows me, and I feel like a person who is haunted. Tell me what you saw when you came into the parlor just now." "Gertrude, dear, I ought not to have come in so suddenly." "Yes, 'twas but right. 'Twas but kind in you, Lily, right and kind, to treat me like the open-hearted and intimate friend that heaven knows I was to you, Lily, all my life. I think, at least I think, till lately, but you were always franker than I, and truer. You walked in the light, Lily, and that's the way to peace. I turned aside and walked in mystery, and it seems to me I am treading now the valley of the shadow of death. Waking and talking, I am nevertheless in the solitude and darkness of the grave. And what did you see, Lily? I know you'll tell me truly. When you came into the parlor, as I stood by the window, I saw, I think, the form of a man in a cloak and hat, as I believe, talking with you in whispers, Gertrude, from without." "The form of a man, Lily? You're right, not a man, but the form of a man," she continued bitterly. "For it seems to me sometimes it can be no human fascination that has brought me under the tyranny in which I can scarce be said to breathe." After an interval, she said, "It will seem incredible. You've heard of Mr. Dangerfield's proposal, and you've heard how I've received it. Well, listen." "Gertrude, dear," said Lily, who was growing frightened. "I'm going," interrupted Miss Chatsworth, "to tell you my strange, if you will, but not guilty, no, not guilty secret. I'm no agent now, but simply passive in the matter. But you must first pledge me your sacred word that neither to my father, nor to yours, nor to my aunt, nor to any living being will you ever reveal what I am about to tell you, till I have released you from your promise." Did ever woman refuse a secret? Well, Lily wavered for a moment, but then suddenly, stooping down and kissing her, she said, "No, Gertrude, darling, you'll not be vexed with me, but you must not tell me your secret. You have excuses such as I should not have. You've been drawn into this concealment step by step, unwillingly. But, Gertrude, darling, I must not hear it. I could not look Aunt Becky in the face, nor the kind general, knowing that I was—" She tried to find a word. deceiving them, Lily," said Gertrude with a moan. "Yes, Gertrude, darling," and she kissed her again, "and it might be to your great hurt, but I thank you all the same from my heart for your confidence and love, and I'm gladder than you'll ever know, Gertie, that they are still the same." And thus the two girls kissed silently and fervently, and poor Gertrude Chatsworth wept uncomplainingly, looking out upon the dark prospect. "And you'll tell me, darling, when you're happier, as you soon will be," said Lily. I will indeed. I'm sometimes happier, sometimes quite happy, but I'm very low tonight, Lily," answered she. Then Lily comforted and caressed her friend, and I must confess she was very curious too, and nothing but a terror of possessing a secret under such terms withheld her from hearing Gertrude's confession. But on her way home she thanked Heaven for her resolution, and was quite sure that she was happier and better for it. They were roused by Aunt Becky's knock at the hall door, and her voice, and Dominic's under the window. End of chapter 36. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 37 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 37. Showing how some of the feuds in Chapelizod waxed fiercer, and others were solemnly condoned. By this time, little Dr. Toole had stepped into the club after his wont as he passed the Phoenix. Stirk was playing draughts with old Arthur Slow, and Dangerfield, erect and grim, was looking on the game over his shoulder. Toole and Stirk were more distant and cold in their intercourse of late, though this formality partook of their respective characters. Toole used to throw up his nose and raise his eyebrows and make his brother mediciner a particularly stiff and withal scornful reverence when they met. Stirk, on the other hand, made a short, surly nod, 'twas little more, and without a word turned on his heel, with a gruff pitch of his shoulder towards Toole. The fact was, these two gentlemen had been very near exchanging pistol shots or sword thrusts only a week or two before, and all about the unconscious gentleman who was smiling in his usual pleasant fashion over the back of Stirk's chair. So Dangerfield's little dyspepsy had like to have cured one or other of the village leeches for ever and a day of the heartache and all other aches that flesh is heir to. For Dangerfield commenced with Toole, and that physician, on the third day of his installment, found that Stirk had slept in and taken his patient bodily out of his hands. I've seen one monkey force open the jaws of his brother, resolutely introduce his fingers, pluck from the sanctuary of his cheek the filbert he had just stowed there for his private nutrition and delight, and crunch and eat it with a stern ecstasy of selfishness himself. And I fancy that the feelings of the quadrumanous victim, his jaws aching, his pouch outraged, and his bonne bouche in the miscreant's mouth, a little resembles those of the physician who has suffered so hideous a mortification as that of Toole. Toole quite forgave Dangerfield. That gentleman gave him to understand that his ministrations were much more to his mind than those of his rival. But, and this was conveyed in strict confidence, this change was put upon him by, in fact, a nobleman, Lord Castle Mallard, with whom, just now, Dr. Stirk can do a great deal. And you know I can't quarrel with my lord. It has pained me, I assure you, very much, and to say truth, whoever applied to him to interfere in the matter was in my mind guilty of an impertinence. though, as you see, I can't resent it." "Whoever applied? 'Tis pretty plain," repeated Toole, with a vicious sneer, "though whispering, undermining, and as stupid as the Hill of Howth. I wish you safe out of his hands, sir." And positively, only for Aunt Becky, who was always spoiling this sort of sport, and who restrained the gallant Toole by a peremptory injunction, there would have been, in Nutter's unfortunate phrase, "wigs on the green" next day. So these gentlemen met on the terms I've described, and Nutter's antipathy also had waxed stronger and fiercer, and indeed, since Dangerfield's arrival, and Stirk's undisguised endeavours to ingratiate himself with Lord Castle Mallard, and push him from his stool, they had by consent ceased to speak to one another. When Stirk met Nutter, he, being of superior stature, looked over his head at distant objects, and when Nutter encountered Stirk, the little gentleman's dark face grew instantaneously darker. First a shade, then another shadow, then the blackness of thunder overspread it, and not only did he speak not a word to Stirk, but seldom opened his lips, while that gentleman remained in the room. On the other hand, if some feuds grew blacker and fiercer by time, there were others which were Christianly cordoned, foremost among which was the mortal quarrel between Nutter and O'Flaherty. On the evening of their memorable meeting on the 15 acres, Puttock dined out, and O'Flaherty was too much exhausted to take any steps toward a better understanding. But on the night following, when the club had their grand supper in King William's parlour, it was arranged with Nutter that a gentlemanlike reconciliation was to take place, and accordingly about 9 o'clock, at which time Nutter's arrival was expected, Puttock, with the pomp and gravity becoming such an occasion, accompanied by O'Flaherty, big with his speech, entered the spacious parlour. When they came in, there was a chorus of laughter ringing round, with a clapping of hands and a babble of hilarious applause, and Tom Toole was seen in the centre, sitting upon the floor, hugging his knees, with his drawn sword under his arm, his eyes turned up to the ceiling, and a contortion so unspeakably ludicrous upon his queer little face, as was very near causing little Puttock to explode in an unseemly burst of laughter. Devereux, sitting near the door, luckily saw them as they entered, and announced them in a loud tone. "Lieutenant Puttock, gentlemen, and Lieutenant Fireworker O'Flaherty." For though Gypsy Devereux loved a bit of mischief, he did not relish it when quite so serious as the Galwegian fireworker was likely to make any sort of trifling on a point so tender as his recent hostilities on the 15 acres. Toole bounded to his feet in an instant, adjusting his wig and eyeing the newcomers with intense but uneasy solemnity, which produced some suppressed merriment among the company. It was well for the serenity of the village that O'Flaherty was about to make a little speech, a situation which usually deprived him of half his wits. Still, with the suspicion of conscious weakness, he read something affecting himself in the general buzz and countenance of the assembly, and said to Devereux, on purpose loud enough for Toole to hear, "Ensign Puttock and myself would be proud to know what was the diverting tomfoolery going on about the floor, and for which we arrived unfortunately a little too late." "Tomfoolery, sir, is an unpleasant word," cried the little doctor, firing up, for he was a gamecock. "Tomtoolery he means," interposed Devereux. "The pleasantest word, on the contrary, in Chapelizod. Pray allow me to say a word a degree more serious. I'm commissioned. Lieutenant Puttock and Lieutenant O'Flaherty, a bow to each, by Mr. Mahony, who acted the part of second to Mr. Nutter on the recent occasion, to pray that you'll be so obliging as to accept his apology for not being present at this, as we all hope, most agreeable meeting. Our reverend friend, Father Roach, whose guest he had the honour to be, can tell you more precisely the urgent nature of the business on which he departed." Father Roach tried to stop the captain with a reproachful glance, but that unfeeling officer fairly concluded his sentence notwithstanding, with a wave of his hand and a bow to the cleric, and sitting down at the same moment, left him in possession of the chair. The fact was that at an unseemly hour that morning 3 bailiffs, for the excursion was considered hazardous, introduced themselves by a stratagem into the Reverend Father's domicile, and nabbed the high-souled Patrick Manny as he slumbered peacefully in his bed, to the terror of the simple maid who let them in. Honest Father Roach was for showing fight on behalf of his guest. On hearing the row and suspecting its cause, for Pat had fled from the kingdom of Kerry from perils of the same sort, his reverence jumped out of bed with a great pound on the floor, and not knowing where to look for his clothes in the dark, he seized his surplice, which always lay in the press at the head of his bed, and got into it with miraculous speed, whisking along the floor 2 pounds and a half of Mr. Fogarty's best bacon, which the holy man had concealed in the folds of that sacred vestment, to elude the predatory instincts of the women, and from which he and Mr. Manny were wont to cut their jovial rashers. The shutter of poor Manny's window was by this time open, and the grey light disclosed the grimly form of Father Roach, in his surplice, floating threateningly into the chamber. But the bailiffs were picked men, broad-shouldered and athletic, and furnished with active-looking shillelaghs. Veni, vidi, victus sum. A glance showed him all was lost. "My blessin' on you, Peg Finnegan, and was it you let them in?" murmured his reverence with intense feeling. "At whose suit?" inquired the generous outlaw, sitting up among the blankets. "Mrs. Elizabeth Woolley, relict and administratrix of the late Mr. Timotheus Woolley of High Street, in the city of Dublin, tailor," responded the choragus of the officers. "Woolley! I was thinking so," said the captive. "I wished I had her by the wool. Bad luck to her." So away he went to the good-natured ecclesiastic's grief, promising, nevertheless, with a disconsolate affectation of cheerfulness, that all should be settled, and he under the priest's roof-tree again before night. "I don't exactly know the nature of the business, gentlemen," said Father Roach, with considerable hesitation. "Urgent, however, it was, wasn't it?" said Devereux. "Urgent? Well, certainly. And a summons there was no resisting from a lady, eh?" "You said so, Father Roach," persisted Devereux. From a leady, yes, certainly," replied he. "A widow, is not she?" inquired Devereux. "A widow, undoubtedly," said the priest. "Fay no more, thir," said little Puttock, to the infinite relief of the Reverend Father, who flung another look of reproach at Devereux, and muttered his indignation to himself. "I'm perfectly satisfied, and so I venture to thay is Lieutenant O'Flaherty." "Is not he going to say something to Nutter?" inquired Devereux. "Yes," whispered Puttock. "I hope he'll get through it. I wrote a few sentences myself, but he's by no means perfect. In fact, between ourselves, he's a somewhat slow study. Suppose you purge his head again, Puttock." Puttock did not choose to hear the suggestion, but Nutter, in reply to a complimentary speech from Puttock, declared, in 2 or 3 words, his readiness to meet Lieutenant O'Flaherty halfway. "And curse me, sir, if I know at this moment what I did or said to offend him." Then came a magnanimous but nearly unintelligible speech from O'Flaherty, prompted by little Puttock, who, being responsible for the composition, was more nervous during the delivery of that remarkable oration than the speaker himself, and suffered indescribably at hearing his periods mangled, and had actually to hold O'Flaherty by the arm and whisper in an agony, "Not yet, Curthit, not yet," to prevent the incorrigible fireworker from stretching forth his bony red hand before he had arrived at that most effective passage which Puttock afterwards gave so well in private for Dick Devereux, beginning, "And thus I greet." Thus was there a perfect reconciliation, and the gentlemen of the club, Toole included, were more than ever puzzled to understand the origin of the quarrel, for Puttock kept O'Flaherty's secret magnificently, and peace prevailed in O'Flaherty's breast until nearly 10 months afterwards, when Clough, who was talking of the American war, asked O'Flaherty, who was full of volunteering, how he would like a clean shave with an Indian scalping knife, whereupon O'Flaherty stood erect, and, having glowered about him for a moment, stood in silence from the room and consulted immediately with Puttock on the subject, who, after a moment's reflection, found it no more than chance medley. End of chapter 37. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 38 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 38. Dreams and Troubles and a Dark Lookout. So there was no feud in the club worth speaking of, but those of which Dr. Stirk was the center. And Toole remarked this night that Stirk looked very ill. And so in truth he did. And it was plain, too, that his mind was not in the game, for old Slow, who used not to have a chance with him, beat him 3 times running, which incensed Stirk, as small things will a man who is in the slow fever of a secret trouble. He threw down the 3 shillings he had lost with more force than was necessary, and muttering a curse, clapped on his hat and took up a newspaper at another table with a rather flushed face. He happened to light upon a dolorous appeal to those whom Providence had blessed with riches, on behalf of a gentleman who had once held a commission under His Majesty, and was now on a sudden, by some unexpected turns of fortune, reduced, with his unhappy wife and 5 small children, to want of bread, and implored of his prosperous fellow citizens the charitable relief which, till a few months since, it was his custom and pleasure to dispense to others. And this stung him with a secret pang of insecurity and horror. Trifles affected him a good deal now. So he pitched down the newspaper and walked across to his own house, with his hands in his pockets, and thought again of Dangerfield, and who the deuce he could be, or whether he had really ever, anywhere, in the body or in the spirit, encountered him, as he used to feel with a boding vagueness he had done. And then those accursed dreams. He was not relieved as he expected by disclosing them. The sense of an ominous meaning pointing at him in all their grotesque images and scenery still haunted him. Parson Walsingham, with all his reading, his mind muttered, as it were, to itself, is no better than an old woman. And that knave and buffoon, Mr. Apothecary Toole, looked queer. The spiteful dog, just to disquiet me. I wonder at Dr. Walsingham, though. A sensible man would have laughed me into spirits. Oh, my soul, I think he believes in dreams. And Stirk laughed within himself scornfully. It was all affectation, and addressed strictly to himself, who saw through it all. But still he practiced it. If these infernal losses had not come to spoil my stomach, I should not have remembered them, much less let them haunt me this way. like a cursed file of ghosts. I'll try gentian tomorrow." Everything and everyone was poking at the one point of his secret fears. Dr. Walsingham preached a sermon upon the text, "Remember the days of darkness, for they are many." It went over the tremendous themes of death and judgment in the rector's own queer, solemn, measured way, and all the day after rang in Stirk's ear as the drums and fifes in the muffled peal of the Dead March used to do long ago, before his ear grew familiar with its thrilling roll. Sermons usually affected Stirk no more than they did other military gentlemen, but he was in a morbid state, and in this one or two terms or phrases, nothing in themselves, happened to touch upon a sensitive and secret center of pain in the doctor's soul. For instance, when he called death the great bankruptcy, which would make the worldly man in a moment the only person in his house not worth a shilling, the preacher glanced unconsciously at a secret fear in the caverns of Stirk's mind that echoed back the sonorous tones and grisly theme of the rector with a hollow thunder. There was a time when Stirk, like other shrewd, bustling fellows, had no objection to hear who had an execution in his house, who was bankrupt, and who laid by the heels. But now he shrunk from such phrases. He hated to think that a clever fellow was ever absolutely beggared in the world's great game. He turned his eye quickly from the Gazette, as it lay with other papers on the club table, for its grim pages seemed to look in his face with a sort of significance, as if they might some day or other have a small official duty to perform by him. And when an unexpected bankruptcy was announced by Clough or Toole in the clubroom, it made his ear ring like a slap, and he felt sickish for half an hour after. One of that ugly brood of dreams which haunted his nights borrowed perhaps a hint from Dr. Walsingham's sermon. Stirk thought he heard Toole's well-known brisk voice under his windows exclaim, "What is the dirty beggar doing there? Faugh! He smells all over like carrion. Ha, ha, ha!" And looking out in his dream from his drawing-room window, he saw a squalid mendicant begging alms at his hall door. "Hullo, you, sir! What do you want there?" cried the surgeon, with a sort of unaccountable antipathy and fear. "He lost his last shilling in the great bankruptcy in October," answered Dunstan's voice behind his ear, and in the earth-coloured face which the beggar turned up towards him, Stirk recognized his own features. "'Tis I!" he gasped out with an oath, and awoke in a horror, not knowing where he was. I'm dying." October, thought Stirk. Bankruptcy. 'Tis just because I'm always thinking of that infernal bill, and old Dial's renewal, and the rent. Indeed, the surgeon had a stormy look forward, and the navigation of October was so threatening, awful, and almost desperate as he stood alone through the dreadful watches at the helm, with hot cheek and unsteady hand, trusting stoically to luck and hoping against hope that rocks would melt and the sea cease from drowning, that it was almost a wonder he did not leap overboard, only for the certainty of a cold head and a quiet heart and one deep sleep. And then he used to tot up his liabilities for that accursed month, near whose yawning verge he already stood, and then think of every penny coming to him, and what might be rescued and wrung from runaways and bankrupts, whose bills he held, and whom he used to curse in his bed, with his fists and his teeth clenched, when poor little Mrs. Stirk, knowing naught of this danger, and having said her prayers, lay sound asleep by his side. Then he used to think, if he could only get the agency in time, it would set him up. He would borrow £200 the day after his appointment, and he must make a push and extend his practice. It was ridiculous. That blackguard little Toole carrying off the best families in the neighbourhood, and standing in the way of a man like him. And Nutter, too. Why, Lord Castle Mallard knew as well as he did that Nutter was not fit to manage the property, and that he was, and Nutter without a child or any one, and he with 7, and he counted them over mentally with a groan. What was to become of them? Then Nutter would be down upon him without mercy for the rent, and Dangerfield, if indeed he cared to do it, curse it, he trusted nobody, could not control him, and Lord Castle Mallard, the selfish profligate, was away in Paris, leaving his business in the hands of that bitter old botch, who'd go any length to be the ruin of him. Then he turned over the chances of borrowing £100 from the General, as he did 50 times every day and night, but always with the same result. No, curse him, he's as weak as water. Petticoat government. He'll do nothing without his sister's leave, and she hates me like poison. And then he thought, it would not be much to ask Lord Castle Mallard. There's still time to give me a month or 2 for the rent, but if the old sneak thought I owed 2pence, I might whistle for the agency. And besides, faith, I don't think he'd interfere. Then the clock downstairs would strike 3, and he felt thankful, with a great sigh, that so much of the night was over, and yet dreaded the morning. And then he would con over his chances again, and think which was most likely to give him a month or 2. Old Dial? Bah! He's a stone. He would not give me an hour. Or Carney, curse him, unless Lucas would move him. And no, Lucas is a rogue. Selfish beast. He owes me this place, and I don't think he'd stir his finger to snatch me from perdition. Or Nutter. Nutter, indeed. Why, that fiend has been waiting half the year round to put in his distress the first hour he can. And then Stirk writhed round on his back, as we may suppose might St. Anthony on his gridiron, and rolled his eyeballs up toward the dark bed, and uttered a dismal groan, and thought of the 3 inexorable fates, Carney, Nutter, and Dial, who at that moment held among them the measure, and the thread, and the shears of his destiny. And standing desperately in the dark at the verge of the abyss, he mentally hurled the 3 ugly spirits together into his bag, and flung them whirling through the murk into the lake that burns with fire and brimstone. End of chapter 38. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 39 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 39. Telling how Lilias Walsingham found 2 ladies awaiting her arrival at the Elms. When Lilias Walsingham, being set down in the hall at the Elms, got out and threw back her hood, she saw 2 females sitting there, who rose as she emerged, and bobbed a curtsy each. The elder was a slight, thin woman of 50 or upwards, dark of feature, but with large eyes, the relics of early beauty. The other a youthful figure, an inch or 2 taller, slim and round, and showing only a pair of eyes, large and dark as the others, looking from under her red hood, earnestly and sadly, as it seemed, upon Miss Walsingham. "Good evening, good neighbours," said Miss Lily in her friendly way. "The master is in town, and won't return till tomorrow. But maybe you wish to speak to me." "'Tis no place for the like of yous," said old John Tracy gruffly, for he knew them, with the privilege of an old servant. "If you want to see his reverence, you must come in the morning." "But it may be something, John, that can't wait, and that I can do," said Lily. And true for you, so it is, milady, said the elder woman, with another bob. And I won't delay you, ma'am, 5 minutes, if you plaze. And it's the likes of you, she said in a shrewish aside, with a flash of her large eyes upon John Tracy, that stands between them that's willing to be good and the poor. So yees do, saucepans and bone polishers. Bad luck to yees. The younger woman plucked the elder by the skirt, but Lily did not hear. She was already in the parlour. Aye, there it is, grinned old John with a wag of his head. And so old Sally came forth and asked the women to step in, and set chairs for them, while Lily was taking off her gloves and hood by the table. "You'll tell me first who you are," said Lily, "my good woman, for I don't think we've met before, and then you will say what I can do for you." "I'm the Widdy Glynn, ma'am, at your service, that lives beyond Palmer's Town, down by the ferry, if it's plaisin' to you, and this is my little girl, ma'am, av you plaise. Nan, look over the lady, you slut." She did not need the exhortation, for she was indeed looking at the lady with a curious and most melancholy gaze. "And what I'm going to say, my lady, if you plaise, it best be said alone." And the matron glanced at old Sally, and bobbed another curtsy. "Very well," said Miss Walsingham. "Sally, dear, the good woman wants to speak with me alone, so you may as well go and wait for me in my room." And so the young lady stood alone in presence of her two visitors, whereupon, with a good many curtsies, and with a great volubility, the elder dame commenced. "'Tis what we heerd, mum, that Captain Devereux of the artillery here in Chapelizod, mum, that's gone to England, was courting you, my lady. And I came here with this little girl, mum, if you plaise, to tell you, if so be it's thrue, mum, that there isn't this minute a bigger villain out of jail, who brought my poor little girl there to disgrace and ruin, mum." Here Nan Glen began to sob into her apron. "'Twas you, Richard Devereux, that promised her marriage, with his hand on the Bible, on his bended knee. 'Twas you, Richard Devereux, you hardened villain. Yes, mum, that parjured scoundrel. Don't be crying, you fool. Put that ring there you see on her finger, miss, and a priest in the room, and if ever man was woman's husband in the sight of God, Richard Devereux is married to Nan Glynn, poor and simple as she stands there." "Stop, mother," sobbed Nan, drawing her back by the arm. "Don't you see the lady's sick?" "No, no, not anything, only shocked," said poor Lilias, as white as marble, and speaking almost in a whisper. "But I can't say Captain Devereux ever spoke to me in the way you suppose, that's all. I've no more to say." Nan Glynn, sobbing, and with her apron still in her eyes, was gliding to the door. But her mother looked with a coarse sort of cunning in her eye steadily at the poor young lady, in some sort her victim, and added more sternly, "Well, my lady, 'tis proud I am to hear it, and there's no harm done, at any rate, and I thought 'twas only right I should tell you the truth, and give you this warning, my lady. And here's the attorney's writing, mum, if you'll please to read it. Mr. Bagshot, if Thomas Street, saying if you'll be pleased to look at it, that 'tis a good marriage, and that if he marries any other woman, gentle or simple, he'll take the law of him in my daughter's case, the black parjured villain, and transport him with a burnt hand for bigamy, and 'twas only right, my lady, as the townspeople was talking, as if it was as how he was trying to inveigle you, miss, the deceiver, for he charmed the birds off the trees, the parjurer, and I'll tell his reverence all about it when I see him in the morning, for 'tis only right he should know. Wish the lady good night, Nan, you slut, and the same from myself, mum." And with another curtsy, the Glynns of Palmerstown withdrew. End of chapter 39. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 40 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 40. Of a messenger from Chapelizod vault, who waited in the tiled house for Mr. Mervyn. Mervyn was just about this time walking up the steep Ballyfermot road. It was then a lonely track with great bushes and hedgerows overhanging it, and as other emotions subsided, something of the chill and excitement of solitude stole over him. The moon was wading through flecked masses of cloud. The breath of night rustled lightly through the bushes, and seemed to follow her steps with a strange sort of sigh and a titter. He stopped and looked back under the branches of an old thorn, and traced against the dark horizon the still darker outline of the ivied church tower of Chapelizod, and thought of the dead that lay there, and of all that those sealed lips might tell, and old tales of strange meetings on moors and desolate places with departed spirits flitted across his brain, and the melancholy rush of the night air swept close about his ears, and he turned and walked more briskly toward his own gloomy quarters, passing the churchyard of Ballyfermot on his right. There were plenty of headstones among the docks and nettles, some short and some tall, some straight and some slanting back, and some with a shoulder up, and a lonely old ash tree still and dewy in the midst, glimmering cold against the moveless shadows. And then at last he sighted the heavy masses of old elm, and the pale peeping front of the tiled house. Through the close and dismal avenue of elm he reached the front of the mansion. There was no glimmer of light from the lower windows, not even the noiseless flitting of a bat over the dark little courtyard. His key let him in. He knew that his servants were in bed. There was something cynical in his raw independence. It was unlike what he had been used to, and its savagery suited with his bitter and unsociable mood of late. But his steps sounding through the hall, and the stories about the place of which he was conscious. He battled with his disturbed, foolish sensations, however, and though he knew there was a candle burning in his bedroom, he turned aside at the foot of the great stair, and stumbled and groped his way into the old wainscoted back parlor that looked out through its great bow window upon the haunted orchard, and sat down in its dismal solitude. He ruminated upon his own hard fate, the meanness of mankind, the burning wrongs, as he felt confident of other times, Fortune's inexorable persecution of his family, and the Stygian gulf that deepened between him and the object of his love, and his soul darkened with a fierce despair, and with unshaped but evil thoughts that invited the tempter. The darkness and associations of the place were unwholesome, and he was about to leave it for the companionship of his candle, but that, on a sudden, he thought he heard a sound nearer than the breeze among the old orchard trees. This was the measured breathing of someone in the room. He held his own breath while he listened. One of the dogs, he thought. And he called them quietly, but no dog came. The wind, then, in the chimney. And he got up resolutely, designing to open the half-closed shutter. He fancied as he did so that he heard the respiration near him, and passed close to someone in the dark. With an unpleasant expectation, he threw back the shutters, and unquestionably he did see very unmistakably a dark figure in a chair, so dark indeed that he could not discern more of it than the rude but undoubted outline of a human shape. And he stood for some seconds, holding the open shutter in his hand, and looking at it with more of the reality of fear than he had perhaps ever experienced before. Pale Hecate now, in the conspiracy as it seemed, withdrew on a sudden the pall from before his face, and threw her beams full upon the figure. A slim, tall shape in dark clothing, and as it seemed a countenance he had never beheld before. Black hair, pale features, with a sinister, smiling character, and a very blue chin and closed eyes. Fixed with a strange horror, and almost expecting to see it undergo some frightful metamorphosis, Mervyn stood gazing on the cadaverous intruder. "Hello? Who's that?" cried Mervyn sternly. The figure opened his eyes with a wild stare, as if he had not opened them for 100 years before, and rose up with an uncertain motion, returning Mervyn's gaze, as if he did not know where he was. "Who are you?" repeated Mervyn. The phantom seemed to recover himself slowly, and only said, "Mr. Mervyn?" "Who are you, sir?" cried Mervyn again. "Ezekiel Irons," he answered. "Irons? What are you, and what business have you here, sir?" demanded Mervyn. "The clerk of Chapelizod," he continued, quietly and remarkably sternly, but a little thickly, like a man who had been drinking. Mervyn now grew angry. "The clerk of Chapelizod here, sleeping in my parlour? What the devil, sir, do you mean?" "Sleep, sir, sleep? There's them that sleeps with their eyes open, sir. You know who they may be. There's some sleep sound enough, like me and you, and some that's sleepwalkers," answered Irons, and his enigmatical talk somehow subdued Mervyn, for he said more quietly, "Well, what of all this, sirrah?" "A message," answered Irons. The man's manner, though quiet, was dogged and somewhat savage. "Give it me, then," said Mervyn, expecting a note, and extending his hand. "I've nothing for your hand, sir. 'Tis for your ear," said he. "From whom, then, and what?" said Mervyn, growing impatient again. "I ask your pardon, Mr. Mervyn. I have a good deal to do back and forward, sometimes early, sometimes late in the church, Chapelizod Church, all alone, sir, and I often think of you when I walk over the south side vault." "What's your message, I say, sir, and who sends it?" insisted Mervyn. "Your father," answered Irons. Mervyn looked with a black and wild sort of inquiry on the clerk. Was he insane or what? And seemed to swallow down a sort of horror before his anger rose again. "You're mistaken. My father's dead," he said, in a fierce but agitated undertone. "He's dead, sir, yes," said his saturnine visitor, with the same faint smile and cynical quietude. "Speak out, sirrah. Whom do you come from?" "The late Right Honourable the Lord Viscount Honoran." He spoke as I have said, a little thickly, like a man who had drunk his modicum of liquor. "You've been drinking, and you dare to mix my father's name with your drunken dreams and babble, you wretched sot!" A cloud passed over the moon just then, and Irons darkened, as if about to vanish like an offended apparition. But it was only for a minute, and he emerged in the returning light and spoke. "A noggin of whiskey at the Salmon House to raise my heart before I came here. I'm not drunk, that's sure," he answered, quite unmoved, like one speaking to himself. "And why? What can you mean by speaking of him?" repeated Mervyn, unaccountably agitated. "I speak for him, sir, by your leave. Suppose he greets you with a message, and you don't care to hear it." "You're mad," said Mervyn, with an icy stare, to whom the whole colloquy began to shape itself into a dream. "Belike you're mad, sir," answered Irons, in a grim, ugly tone, but with face unmoved. "'Twas not a light matter brought me here. A message there. Well, your right honourable father, that lies in lead and oak, without a name on his coffin lid, would have you to know that what he said was as it should be, and I can prove it." "What? He said what? What is it? What can you prove? Speak out, sirrah." And his eyes shone white in the moonlight, and his hand was advanced toward Iron's throat, and he looked half beside himself and trembling all over. "Put down your hand, or you hear no more from me," said Irons, also a little transformed. Mervyn silently lowered his hand, clenched by his side, and with compressed lips nodded an impatient sign to him. "Yes, sir. He'd have you to understand he never did it, and I can prove it, but I won't." That moment something glittered in Mervyn's hand, and he strode toward Irons, overturning a chair with a crash. "I have you. Come on, and you're a dead man," said the clerk in a hoarse voice, drawing into the deep darkness toward the door, with a dull gleam of a pistol barrel just discernible in his extended hand. "Stay, don't go," cried Mervyn, in a piercing voice. "I conjure, I implore, whatever you are, come back. See, I'm unarmed," and he flung his sword back toward the window. "You young gentlemen are always for drawing upon poor bodies. How would it have gone if I had not looked to myself, sir, and come furnished?" said Irons in his own level tone. "I don't know. I don't care. I don't care if I were dead. Yes, 'tis true. I almost wish he had shot me." "Mind, sir, you're on honour," said the clerk in his old tone, as he glided slowly back, his right hand in his coat pocket, and his eye with a quiet suspicion fixed upon Mervyn and watching his movements. "I don't know what or who you are, but if ever you knew what human feeling is, I say, if you are anything at all capable of compassion, you will kill me at a blow rather than trifle any longer with the terrible hope that has been my torture. I believe my insanity all my life." "Well, sir," said Irons mildly, and with that serene suspicion of a smile on his face, "if you wish to talk to me, you must take me different, for, to say truth, I was nearer killing you that time than you were aware, and all the time I mean you no harm. And yet, if I thought you were going to say to anybody living, 'Zekiel Irons the clerk was here on Tuesday night,' I believe I'd shoot you now." "You wish your visit secret? Well, you have my honour. No one living shall hear of it," said Mervyn. "Go on." "I've little to say, your honour, but first do you think your servants heard the noise just now? The old woman's deaf, and her daughter dare not stir after nightfall. You need fear no interruption. I know the house is haunted, they say, but dead men tell no tales. 'Tis the living I fear. I thought it would be darker. The clouds broke up strangely. 'Tis as much as my life's worth to me to be seen near this tiled house, and never you speak to me, nor seem to know me when you chance to meet me, d'ye mind, sir. I'm bad enough myself, but there's some that's worse. 'Tis agreed there shall be no recognition, answered Mervyn. There's them watching me that can see in the clouds, or the running waters, what you're thinking of a mile away, that can move as soft as ghosts, and can gripe as hard as hell when need is. So be patient for a bit. I gave you the message. I tell you 'tis true, and as to my proving it at present, I can, you see, and I can't. But the hour is coming. Only be patient, and swear, sir, upon your soul and honor, that you won't let me come to perdition by reason of speaking the truth. On my soul and honor, I mean it, answered Mervyn. Go on. Nor ever tell, high or low, rich or poor, man, woman, or child, that I came here because no matter. That I promise too. For heaven's sake, go on. If you please, sir. No, not a word more, till the time comes, answered Irons. I'll go as I came. And he shoved up the window sash and got out lightly upon the grass, and glided away among the gigantic old fruit trees, and was lost before a minute. Perhaps he came intending more. He had seemed for a while to have made up his mind, Mervyn thought, to a full disclosure. And then he hesitated, and on second thoughts drew back. Barren and tantalizing, however, as was this strange conference, it was yet worth worlds, as indicating a quarter from which information might ultimately be hoped for. End of chapter 40. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 41 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 41, in which the rector comes home, and Lily speaks her mind, and time glides on, and Aunt Rebecca calls at the Elms. Next morning, punctual at the early breakfast hour of those days, the cheery voice of the old rector was heard at the garden rails that fronted the house, and out ran Tom Clinton from the stable-yard, and bid his reverence with homely phrase, and with a pleasant grin, welcome home, and held his bridle and stirrup, while the parson, with a kind smile, and half a dozen inquiries, and the air of a man who, having made a long journey and a distant sojourn, expands on beholding old faces and the sights of home again. He had been away, to be sure, only one night and a part of a day, but his heart clave to his home and his darling, and Lilias ran to the garden gate to meet him, with her old smile and greeting. It seemed fonder and more tender than ever, and then they kissed and hugged and kissed again, and he patted her cheek, and thought she looked a little pale, but would not say anything just then that was not altogether cheerful. And so they stepped up the 2 or 3 yards of gravel walk, she at his right side, with her right hand in his, and her left clinging by his arm, and nestling close by his side, and leading him up to the house like a beloved captive. And so at breakfast he narrated all his adventures, and told who were at the dinner party, and described two fine ladies' dresses, for the doctor had skill in millinery, though it was as little known as Don Quixote's talent for making bird cages and toothpicks, confided, as we remember, in one of his conversations with honest Sancho under the cork trees. He told her his whole innocent little budget of gossip in his own simple, pleasant way, and his little Lily sat looking at her beloved old man and smiling, but saying little, and her eyes often filling with tears, and he looked, when he chanced to see it, wistfully and sadly for an instant, but he made no remark. And some time after, as she happened to pass the study door, he called her, "Little Lily, come here." And in she came, and there was the doctor, all alone and erect before his bookshelves, plucking down a volume here and putting up one there, and "Shut the door, little Lily," said he gently and cheerily, going on with his work. "I had a letter yesterday evening, my darling, from Captain Devereux, and he tells me that he's very much attached to you, and I don't wonder at his being in love with little Lily. He could not help it," and he laughed fondly, and was taking down a volume that rather stuck in its place, so he could not turn to look at her, for the truth was, he supposed she was blushing, and could not bear to add to her confusion, and though he continued his homely work, and clapped the sides of his books together, and blew on their tops, and went so simply and plainly to the point, was flushed and very nervous himself, for, though he thought of her marriage at some time or another as a thing that was to be, still it had seemed a long way off, and now it was come, and little Lily was actually going to be married, going away, and her place would know her no more, and her greeting and her music would be missed in the evening, and the garden lonely, and the elms dark without Lily. "And he wants to marry my little Lily, if she'll have him. And what does my darling wish me to say to him?" And he spoke very cheerily. "My darling, you're my darling, and your little Lily will never, never leave you. She'll stay." And here the little speech stopped, for she was crying, with her arms about his neck, and the old man cried too, and smiled over her, and patted her gracious head with a little trembling laugh, and said, "God bless you, my treasure." "Well, little Lily, will you have him?" he said after a little pause. "No, my darling, no," she answered, still crying. "You won't have him?" "No, no, never." "Well, little Lily, I won't answer his letter today. There's no hurry, you know, and if you are of the same mind tomorrow, you can just say you wish me to write." "Change? I can't. My answer will always be the same, always the same." And she kissed him again, and went toward the door, but she turned back, drying her eyes, with a smile, and said, "No, your little Lily will stay with her darling old man, and be a pleasant old maid like Aunt Becky, and I'll play and sing your favorite airs, and Sally and I will keep the house, and we'll be happier in the elms. I'm determined than ever we were. And won't you call me, darling, when you're going out?" So little Lily ran away and upstairs, and as she left the study and its beloved tenant, at every step the air seemed to darken round her, and her heart to sink, and she turned the key in her door and threw herself on the bed, and with her face to the pillow, cried as if her heart would break. So the summer had mellowed into autumn and the fall of the leaf, and Devereux did not return, and it was alleged in the club on good authority that he was appointed on the staff of the commander of the forces, and Puttock had a letter from him dated in England, with little or no news in it, and Dr. Walsingham had a long epistle from Malaga, from honest Dan Loftus, full of Spanish matter for Irish history, and stating with many regrets that his honourable pupil had taken ill of a fever. And this bit of news speedily took wind, and was discussed with a good deal of interest and some fun at the club, and the odds were freely given and taken upon the event. The politics of Belmont were still pretty much in the old position. The general had not yet returned, and Aunt Rebecca and Gertrude fought pitched battles as heretofore on the subject of Dangerfield. That gentleman had carried so many points in his life by simply waiting, that he was nothing daunted by the obstacles which the caprice of the young lady presented to the immediate accomplishment of his plans, and those which he once deliberately formed were never abandoned for trifles. So when Aunt Becky and Miss Gertrude at length agreed on an armistice, the conditions being that the question of Mr. Dangerfield's bliss or misery was to stand over for judgment until the general's return, which could not now be deferred more than 2 or 3 weeks. The amorous swain, on being apprised of the terms by Aunt Rebecca, acquiesced with alacrity in a handsome, neat, and gallant little speech, and kissed Aunt Rebecca's slender and jeweled hand with a low bow and a grim smile, all which she received very graciously. Of course, Dangerfield knew pretty well how matters stood. He was not a man to live in a dream. Facts were his daily bread. He knew to a month how old he was, and pretty exactly how time had dealt with his personal charms. He had a very exact and cynical appreciation of the terms on which Miss Chatsworth would, if at all, become and continue to be his wife. But he wanted her. She suited him exactly, and all he needed to make his kingdom sure, when he had obtained her, was his legal rights. He was no Petruchio, neither was it his theory to rule by love. He had a different way, without bluster and without wheedling. He had the art of making those who were under his rule perfectly submissive. Sooner or later, they all came to fear him as a child does a spectre. He had no misgivings about the peace of his household. In the meantime, Gertrude grew happier and more like herself, and Aunt Rebecca had her own theories about the real state of that young lady's affections, and her generally unsuspected relations with others. Aunt Rebecca called at the Elms to see Lilias Walsingham, and sat down beside her on the sofa. "Lily, child, you're not looking yourself. I'll send you some drops. You must positively nurse yourself. I'm almost sorry I did not bring Dr. Toole." "Indeed, I'm glad you did not, Aunt Becky. I take excellent care of myself. I have not been out for 3 whole days. And you must not budge, darling, while this east wind continues. Do you mind? And what do you think, my dear? I do believe I've discovered the secret reason of Gertrude's repugnance to Mr. Dangerfield's most advantageous offer." "Oh, indeed?" said Lily, becoming interested. "Well, I suppose you suspected she had a secret," said Aunt Rebecca. "I can only say, dear Aunt Becky, she has not told it to me." "Now listen to me, my dear," said Aunt Becky, laying her fan upon Lily's arm. "So sure as you sit there, Gertrude likes somebody, and I think I shall soon know who he is. Can you conjecture, my dear?" And Aunt Rebecca paused, looking, Lilias thought, rather pale, and with a kind of smile, too. "No," said Lilias. "No, I really can't." "Well, maybe when I tell you I've reason to think he's one of our officers here. Eh? Can you guess?" said Aunt Becky, holding her fan to her mouth and looking straight before her. It was now Lily's turn to look pale for a moment, and then to blush so much that her ears tingled, and her eyes dropped to the carpet. She had time to recover, though, for Aunt Becky, as I've said, was looking straight before her, a little pale, awaiting the result of Lily's presumed ruminations. A moment satisfied her it could not be Devereux, and she was soon quite herself again. An officer? No, Aunt Becky. There certainly is Captain Clough, who always joins your party when you and Gertrude go down to hear the band, and Lieutenant Puddock, too, who does the same. But you know— well, my dear, all in good time. Gertrude's very secret and proud, too, but I shall know very soon. I've ascertained, my dear, that an officer came under the window the other evening and sang a verse of a French chanson from the meadow, in a cloak, if you please, with a guitar. I could name his name, my dear. Do, pray, tell me, said Lily, whose curiosity was all alive. Why, not yet, my dear, answered Aunt Becky, looking down. There's a reason. But the affair, I may tell you, began in earnest on the very day on which she refused Mr. Mervyn. But I forgot you did not know that either. However, you'll never mention it. And she kissed her cheek, calling her my wise little Lily. And, my dear, it has been going on so regularly ever since, with, till very lately, so little disguise, that I only wonder everybody doesn't see it as plain as I do myself. And Lily, my dear, continued Aunt Rebecca, energetically, rising from the sofa, as some object caught her eye through the glass door in the garden, your beautiful roses are all trailing in the mud. What on earth is Hogan about? And there, see, just at the door, a box full of nails. I'd nail his ear to the wall if he were mine. And Aunt Rebecca glanced sharply through the glass, this way and that, for the offending gardener, who happily did not appear. Then off went Aunt Becky to something else, and in a little time remembered the famous academy in Martin's Row, and looking at her watch, took her leave in a prodigious hurry, and followed by Dominic in full livery and 2 dogs, left Lilias again to the society of her own sad thoughts. End of chapter 41. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 42 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 42, in which Dr. Stirk tries this way and that for a reprieve on the eve of execution. So time crept on, and the day arrived when Stirk must pay his rent or take the ugly consequences. The day before, he spent in Dublin financiering. It was galling and barren work. He had to ask favors of fellows whom he hated, and to stand their refusals, and pretend to believe their lying excuses, and to appear to make quite light of it, though every failure stunned him like a blow of a bludgeon, as he strutted jauntily off with a bilious smirk. He was well nigh at his wits' end. It was dark as he rode out by the low road to Chapelizod, crestfallen, beaten, scowling in the darkness through his horse's ears, along the straight black line of road, and wishing, as he passed the famous dog-house, that he might be stopped and plundered, and thus furnished with a decent excuse for his penniless condition, and a plea in which all the world would sympathize for a short indulgence. And faith, he did not care if they sent a bullet through his harassed brain. But the highwaymen, like the bankers, seemed to know by instinct that he had not a guinea, and declined to give him even the miserable help he coveted. When he got home, he sent down for Clough to the Phoenix, and got him to take Nutter, who was there also, aside, and ask him for a little time, or to take part of the rent, though the latter would not have helped him much, for he could not make out £10 just then, were to save his life. But Nutter only said, "The rent's not mine. I can't give it or lose it, and Stirk's not safe. Will you lend it? I can't." This brought Clough to reason. He had opened the business, like a jolly companion, in a generous, full-blooded way. "Well, by Jove, Nutter, I can't blame you, for, you see, between ourselves, I'm afraid 'tis as you say. We of the Royal Irish have done under the rose, you know, all we can, and I'm sorry the poor devil has run himself into a scrape, but hang it, we must have a conscience, and if you think there's a risk of losing it, why, I don't see that I can press you." The reader must not suppose, when Clough said "we of the Royal Irish," in connection with some pecuniary kindness shown to Stirk, that sensible captain had given away any of his money to the surgeon. But Stirk, in their confidential conference, had hinted something about a helping hand, which Clough coughed off, and mentioned that Puttock had lent him £15 the week before. And so he had, though little Puttock was one of the poorest officers in the corps. But he had no vices, and husbanded his little means carefully, and was very kindly and off-hand in assisting to the extent of his little purse, a brother in distress, and never entered advice when so doing, for he had high notions of politeness, or in all his life divulged any of these little money transactions. Stirk stood at his drawing-room window with his hat on, looking towards the Phoenix, and waiting for Clough's return. When he could stand the suspense no longer, he went down and waited at his doorsteps. The longer Clough stayed, the more did Stirk establish himself in the conviction that the interview had prospered, and that his ambassador was coming to terms with Nutter. He did not know that the entire question had been settled in a minute and a half, and that Clough was at that moment rattling away at backgammon with his arch-enemy, Toole, in a corner of the club parlour. It was not till Clough, as he emerged from the Phoenix, saw Stirk's figure stalking in the glimpses of the moon under the village elm, that he suddenly recollected and marched up to him. Stirk stood with his face and figure mottled over with the shadows of the moving leaves and the withered ones dropping about him, his hands in his pockets, and a crown-piece, I believe it was his last available coin just then, shut up fast and tight in his cold fingers, with his heart in his mouth, and whistling a little to show his unconcern. "Well," said Stirk, "he won't, of course?" Clough shook his head. "Very good. I'll manage it another way," said Stirk confidently. "Good night." And Stirk walked off briskly towards the turnpike. "He might have said thank you, I think," Clough said, looking after him with a haughty leer. "Mixing myself up in his plaguey affairs, and asking favours of fellows like Nutter." But just then, having reached the corner next the Phoenix, Stirk hesitated, and Clough, thinking he might possibly turn back and ask him for money, turned on his heel, and, like a prudent fellow, trudged rapidly off to his lodgings. Toole and O'Flaherty were standing in the doorway of the Phoenix, observing the brief and secret meeting under the elm. "That's Stirk," said Toole. O'Flaherty grunted acquiescence. Toole watched attentively till the gentlemen separated, and then, glancing on O'Flaherty from the corner of his eye, with a knowing smile, tipped him the wink, as the phrase went in those days. "An affair of honour?" said O'Flaherty, squaring himself. He smelled powder in everything. "More like an affair of dishonour," said Toole, buttoning his coat. "He was kiting all over town. Nutter can distrain from his rent tomorrow, and Clough called him outside the bar to speak with him. Put that and that together, sir, and home went Toole. Stirk, indeed, had no plan, and was just then incapable of forming any. He changed his route, not knowing why, and posted over the bridge, and a good way along the Inchicore road, and then turned about and strode back again, and over the bridge, without stopping, and on towards Dublin. And suddenly the moon shone out, and he recollected how late it was growing, and so turned about and walked homeward. As he passed by the row of houses looking across the road towards the river, from Mr. Irons' hall doorstep, a well-known voice accosted him. "A sweet night, Doctor. The moon so silver bright, the air so soft." It was little Puddock, whose hand and face were raised toward the sweet region of the sky. "Mighty fine night," said Stirk, as he paused for a second. It was Puddock's way to be more than commonly friendly and polite with any man who owed him money, and Stirk, who thought, perhaps rightly, that the world of late had been looking cold and black upon him, felt in a sort of way thankful for the greeting and its cordial tone. "A night like this," pursued the little lieutenant, "my dear sir, brings us unto the marble balconies of the palace of the Capulets, and sets us repeating, 'On such a night sat Dido on the wild sea banks,' you remember, and with a willow wand waved her love back to Carthage, or places us upon the haunted platform, where buried Denmark revisits the glimpses of the moon. My dear Doctor, 'tis wonderful, isn't it, how much of our enjoyment of nature we owe to Shakespeare? 'Twould be a changed world with us, Doctor, if Shakespeare had not written." Then there was a little pause, Stirk standing still. "God be wi' ye, Lieutenant," said he suddenly, taking his hand. "If there were more men like you, there would be fewer broken hearts in the world." And away went Stirk. End of chapter 42. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 43 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 43. Showing how Charles Nutter's blow descended, and what part the silver spectacles bore in the crisis. In the morning the distress and keepers were in Stark's house. We must not be too hard upon Nutter. 'Tis a fearful affair, and no child's play, this battle of life. Stark had assailed him like a beast of prey, not Nutter, to be sure, only Lord Castle Mallard's agent. Of that functionary, his wolfish instinct craved the flesh, bones, and blood. Stark had no other way to live and grow fat. Nutter or he must go down. The little fellow saw his great red maw and rabid fangs at his throat. If he let him off, he would devour him, and lie in his bed, with his cap on, and his caudles and cordials all round, as the wolf did by Little Red Riding Hood's grandmamma, and with the weapon which had come to hand, a heavy one too, he was going with heaven's help to deal him a brain blow. When Stirk heard in the morning that the blow was actually struck, he jumped out of bed and was taken with a great shivering fit, sitting on the side of it. Little Mrs. Stirk, as white as her nightcap with terror, was yet decisive in emergency, and bethought her of the brandy bottle, 2 glasses from which the doctor swallowed before his teeth gave over chattering, and a more natural tint returned to his blue face. "Oh, Barney, dear, are we ruined?" faltered poor little Mrs. Stirk. "Ruined, indeed," cried Stirk with an oath. "Come in here." He thought his study was on the same floor with his bedroom, as it had been in old times in their house in Limerick, 10 or 12 years before. "That's the nursery, Barney dear," she said, thinking, in the midst of the horror, like a true mother of the children's sleep. Then he remembered and ran down to the study and pulled out a sheaf of bills and promissory notes, and renewals thereof, making a very respectable show. Ruined indeed, he cried hoarsely, talking to his poor little wife in the tones and with a ferocity which the image of Nutter, with which his brain was filled, called up. Look, I say, here's one fellow owes me that, and that, and that, and there's a dozen in that by another. There's 2 more sets there pinned together, and here's an account of them all. 2,200, and you may say 300, 2,300 owed me here, and that miscreant won't give me a day. Is it the rent, Barney? The rent? To be sure. What else should it be? Shouted the doctor with a stomp. And so pale little Mrs. Sturk stole out of the room as her lord with bitter mutterings pitched his treasure of bad bills back again into the escritoire, and she heard him slam the study door and run downstairs to browbeat and curse the men in the hall, for he had lost his head somewhat between panic and fury. He was in his stockings and slippers, with an old flowered silk dressing-gown, and nothing more but his shirt, and looked, they said, like a madman. One of the fellows was smoking, and Sturk snatched the pipe from his mouth and stomped it to atoms on the floor, roaring at them to know what the hell brought them there, and without a pause for an answer, thundered, "And I suppose you'll not let me take my box of instruments out of the house? Mind, it's worth £50, and curse me, if one of our men dies for want of them in the hospital, I'll indict you both and your employer along with you for murder." And so he railed on till his voice failed him with a sort of choking, and there was a humming in his ears, and a sort of numbness in his head, and he thought he was going to have a fit. And then up the stairs he went again, and into his study, and resolved to have Nutter out. And it flashed upon him that he'd say, "Pay the rent first," and then, what next? Why, he'd post him all over Dublin and Chapelizod, and Leashlip, where the Lord Lieutenant and court were. And down he sat to a sheet of paper, with his left hand clenched on the table, and his teeth grinding together, as he ransacked his vocabulary for befitting terms. But alas, his right hand shook so that his penmanship would not do. In fact, it half frightened him. "By my soul, I believe something bad has happened me," he muttered, and popped up his window and looked out, half dreaming over the churchyard on the park beyond, and the dewy overhanging hill, all pleasantly lighted up in the morning sun. While this was going on, little Mrs. Sturk, who on critical occasions took strong resolutions promptly, made a wonderfully rapid toilet, and let herself quietly out of the street door. She had thought of Dr. Walsingham, but Sturk had lately, in one of his imperious freaks of temper, withdrawn his children from the good doctor's catechetical class, and sent him besides one of the sturdy, impertinent notes, and the poor little woman concluded there was no chance there. She knew little of the rector, of the profound humility and entire placability of that noble soul. Well, she took the opposite direction, and turning her back on the town, walked at her quickest pace toward the brass castle. It was not 8 o'clock yet, but the devil had been up betimes and got through a good deal of his day's work, as we have seen. The poor little woman had made up her mind to apply to Dangerfield. She had liked his talk at Belmont, where she had met him, and he inquired about the poor and listened to some of her woeful tales with a great deal of sympathy. And she knew he was very rich, and that he appreciated her Barney. And so she trudged on, full of hope, though I don't think many people who knew the world better would have given a great deal for her chance. Dangerfield received the lady very affably in his little parlor, where, having already dispatched his early meal, he was writing letters. He looked hard at her when she came in, and again when she sat down. And when she had made an end of her long and dismal tale, he opened a sort of strong box and took out a thin quarto, and read, turning the leaves rapidly over. Here we have him, Chapelizod, Stirk, Barnabas, surgeon, RIA, assignee of John Lowe. One gale day, as you call it, only. September. How came that? Rent £40. Why, then he owes me a whole year's rent, £40, Mom. September, and his days of grace have expired. He ought to have paid it. Here there came a dreadful pause, during which nothing was heard but the sharp ticking of his watch on the table. Well, Mom, he said, when a thing comes before me, I say yes or no promptly. I like your husband, and I lent him the amount of his rent. Poor little Mrs. Stirk jumped up in an ecstasy, and then felt quite sick, and sat down almost fainting, with a death-like smile. There's but one condition I attach, that you tell me truly, my dear Mom, whether you came to me directly or indirectly at his suggestion. No, indeed, she had not. It was all her own thought. She had not dared to mention it to him, lest he should forbid her, and now she should be almost afraid to tell him where she had been. He'll not be very angry. Depend on't, my good madam, you did wisely in coming to me. I respect your sense and energy, and should you hereafter stand in need of a friendly office, I beg you'll remember once who is disposed to help you. Then he sat down and wrote with a flying pen, My dear Sir, I have just learned from Mrs. Stirk that you have an immediate concern for £40, to which I venture to surmise will be added some fees, etc. I take leave, therefore, to send herewith 50 guineas, which I trust will suffice for this troublesome affair. We can talk hereafter about repayment. Mrs. Stirk has handed me a memorandum of the advance. Your very obedient, humble servant, Giles Dangerfield. The Brass Castle, Chapelizod, 2nd October, 1767. Then poor little Mrs. Stirk was breaking out into a delirium of gratitude, but he put his hand upon her arm kindly, and with a little bow and an emphasis he said, Pray, not a word, my dear madam. Just write a line. And he slid his desk before her with a sheet of paper on it, and say, Mr. Dangerfield has this day handed me a loan of 50 guineas for my husband, Dr. Barnabas Stirk. Now sign, if you please, and had the date. Very good. I'm afraid you can hardly read it. My fingers tremble a little, said Mrs. Stirk, with a wild little deprecatory titter, and for the first time very near crying. "'Tis mighty well," said Dangerfield politely, and he accompanied the lady with the note and 50 guineas, made up in a little rouleau, fast in her hand, across his little garden, and with "A fine morning, truly," and "God bless you, madam," and one of his peculiar smiles. He let her out through his little wicket on the high road, and so away went Mrs. Stirk, scarce feeling the ground under her feet, and Giles Dangerfield carrying his white head very erect, with an approving conscience, and his silver spectacles flashing through the leaves of his lilacs and laburnums, returned to his parlour. Mrs. Stirk, who could hardly keep from running, glided along at a wonderful rate, wondering now and then how quickly the whole affair, so awful as it seemed to her in magnitude, was managed. Dangerfield had neither hurried her nor himself, and yet he dispatched the matter and got her away in less than 5 minutes. In little more than a quarter of an hour after, Dr. Stirk descended his doorsteps in full costume and marched down the street and past the military barrack, from his violated fortress, as it were, with colours flying, drums beating, and ball in mouth. He paid the money down at Nutter's table in the small room at the Phoenix, where he sat in the morning to receive his rents, eyeing the agent with a fixed smirk of hate and triumph, and telling down each piece on the table with a fierce clink that had the ring of a curse in it, Little Nutter met his stare with suppressed fury, with an eye just as steady and malign, and a countenance blackened by disappointment. Not a word was heard, but Stirk's insolent tone counting the gold at every clang on the table. Nutter shoved him a receipt across the table and swept the gold into his drawer. "Go over, Tom," he said to the bailiff, in a stern, low tone, "and see the men don't leave the house till the fees are paid." And Stirk laughed a very pleasant laugh, you may be sure, over his shoulder at Nutter as he went out at the door. When he was gone, Nutter stood up and turned his face toward the empty grate. I have seen some plain faces, once or twice, look so purely spiritual, and others at times so infernal, as to acquire in their homeliness a sort of awful grandeur, and from every feature of Nutter's dark wooden face was projected at that moment a supernatural glare of baffled hatred that dilated to something almost sublime. End of chapter 43. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 44 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 44. Relating how in the watches of the night a vision came to Stirk, and his eyes were opened. Stirk's triumph was only momentary. He was in ferocious spirits, indeed, over the breakfast table, and bolted quantities of buttered toast and eggs, swallowed cups of tea, one after the other, and almost at a single gulp, all the time gabbling with a truculent volubility, and every now and then a thump, which made his spoon jingle in his saucer, and poor little Mrs. Stirk start and whisper, "Oh, my dear!" But after he had done defying and paying off the whole world, and showing his wife, and half convincing himself, that he was the cleverest and finest fellow alive, a letter was handed to him which reminded him, in a dry, short way, of those most formidable and imminent dangers that rose up, apparently insurmountable, before him, and he retired to his study to ruminate again, and chew the cud of a bitter fancy, and to write letters and tear them to pieces, and finally, as was his wont, after hospital hours, to ride into Dublin, to bore his attorney with barren inventions and hopeless schemes of extrication. Stirk came home that night with a hangdog and jaded look, and taciturn and half desperate. But he called for whiskey and drank a glass of that cordial, and brewed a jug of punch in silence, and swallowed glass after glass, and got up a little, and grew courageous and flushed, and prated away, rather loud and thickly, with a hiccup now and then, and got to sleep earlier than usual. Somewhere among the small hours of the night he awoke suddenly, recollecting something. "I have it!" cried Stirk with an oath, and an involuntary kick at the footboard that made his slumbering housemaid bounce. "What is it, Barney dear?" squalled she, diving under the bedclothes, with her heart in her mouth. "It's like a revelation!" cried Stirk, with another oath, and that was all Mrs. Stirk heard of it for some time. But the surgeon was wide awake, and all alive about it, whatever it was. He sat straight up in the bed, with his lips energetically compressed, and his eyebrows screwed together, and his shrewd hard eyes rolling thoughtfully over the curtains, in the dark, and now and then an ejaculation of wonder, or a short oath, would slowly rise up and burst from his lips like a great bubble from the fermentation. Stirk's brain was in a hubbub. He had 50 plans, all jostling and clamoring together, like a nursery of unruly imps. "Take me! No, take me! No, me!" He had been dreaming like mad, and his sensorium was still all alive with the images of 50 phantasmagoria, filled up by imagination and conjecture, and a strange, painfully sharp remembrance of things past, all whirling in a carnival of roistering but dismal riot, masks and dice, laughter, maledictions and drumming, fair ladies, tipsy youths, mountebanks, and assassins, tinkling serenades, the fatal clang and rattle of the dice-box, and long-drawn distant screams. There was no more use in Stirk's endeavors to reduce all this to order than in reading the riot act to a Walpurgis gathering. So he sat muttering unconscious ejaculations and looking down, as it were, from his balcony, waiting for the uproar to abate. And when the air did clear and cool a little, there was just one face that remained impassive and serenely winked before his eyes. When things arrived at this stage, and he had gathered his recollections about him, and found himself capable of thinking, being a man of action, up he bounced, and struck a light, vaulted into his breeches, hauled on his stockings, hustled himself into his roquelaure, and, candle in hand, in slippered feet, glided like a ghost downstairs to the back drawing-room, which, as we know, was his study. The night was serene and breathless. The sky had cleared, and the moonlight slept mistily on the soft slopes of the park. The landscape was a febrifuge, and cooled and quieted his brain as he stood before it at his open window, in solitary meditation. It was not until his slowly wandering eye lighted on the churchyard, with a sort of slight shock, that he again bestirred himself. There it lay, with its white tombstones and its shadows spread under him, seeming to say, here I am, the narrow goal of all your plans. Not one of the glimmering memorials you see that does not cover what once was a living world of long-headed schemes, checkered remembrances, and well-kept secrets. Here lie your brother plotters, all in bond, only some certain inches below, with their legs straight and their arms by their sides, as when grim Captain Death called the stern word attention, with their sightless faces and unthinking foreheads turned up to the moon. Dr. Stirk, there are lots of places for you to choose among. Suit yourself. Here, or maybe here. And so Stirk closed the window and remembered his dream, and looked out stealthily but sternly from the door, which was ajar, and shut it sharply, and with his hands in his breeches pockets, took a quick turn to the window. His soul had got into harness again, and he was busy thinking. Then he snuffed the candle, and then quickened his invention by another brisk turn, and then he opened his desk, and sat down to write a note. Yes, said he to himself, pausing for a minute, with his pen in his fingers, 'tis as certain as that I sit here. Well, he wrote the note. There was a kind of smile on his face, which was paler than usual all the while, and he read it over, and threw himself back in his chair, and then read it over again, and did not like it, and tore it up. Then he thought hard for a while, leaning upon his elbow, and took a couple of great pinches of snuff, and snuffed his candle again, and, as it were, snuffed his wits, and took up his pen with a little flourish, and dashed off another, and read it, and liked it, and gave it a little sidelong nod, as though he said, "You'll do." And, indeed, considering all the time and thought he spent upon it, the composition was no great wonder, being after all no more than this: "Dear Sir, will you give me the honor of a meeting at my house this morning, as you pass through the town? I shall remain within till noon, and hope for some minutes' private discourse with you. Your most obedient, very humble servant, Barnabas Stirk." Then he sealed it with a great red seal, large enough for a patent almost, impressed with the Stirk arms, a boar's head for crest, and a flaunting scroll, with Dentum Fulminium Cave upon it. Then he peeped again from the window to see if the gray of the morning had come, for he had left his watch under his bolster and longed for the time of action. Then upstairs went Stirk, and so with the note like a loaded pistol over the chimney he popped into bed, where he lay awake in agitating rumination, determined to believe that he had seen the last of those awful phantoms, those greasy bailiffs, that smooth, smirking, formidable attorney, and curse him, that bilious marshal's deputy, with the purplish pimple tinge about the end of his nose and the tops of his cheeks, that beset his bed in a moving ring, this one pushing out a writ, and that rumpling open a parchment deed, and the other fumbling with his keys, and extending his open palm for the garnish. Avaunt! He had found out a charm to rout them all, and they shan't now lay a finger on him. A short and sharp way to clear himself, and so I believe he had. End of chapter 44. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 45 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 45. Concerning a little rehearsal in Captain Clough's lodging, and a certain confidence between Dr. Stirk and Mr. Dangerfield. Mrs. Stirk, though very quiet, was an active little body, with a gentle, anxious face. She was up and about very early, and ran down to the King's house to ask Mrs. Colonel Stafford, who was very kind to her, and a patroness of Stirk's, to execute a little commission for her in Dublin, as she understood she was going into town that day, and the doctor's horse had gone lame and was in the hands of the farrier. So the good lady undertook it, and offered a seat in her carriage to Dr. Stirk, should his business call him to town. The carriage would be at the door at 11:30, and as she trotted home, for her Barney's breakfast hour was drawing nigh, whom should she encounter upon the road just outside the town but their grim, spectacled benefactor, Dangerfield, accompanied by, and talking in his usual short way, to Nutter, the arch-enemy, who, to say truth, looked confoundedly black, and she heard the silver spectacles say, "'Tis, you understand, my own thoughts only I speak, Mr. Nutter." The fright and the shock of seeing Nutter so near her made her salutation a little awkward, and she had, besides, an instinctive consciousness that they were talking about the terrible affair of yesterday. Dangerfield, on meeting her, bid Nutter good morning suddenly, and turned about with Mrs. Stirk, who had to slacken her pace a little, for the potent agent chose to walk rather slowly. "A fine morning, after all the rain, madam. How well the hills look!" And he pointed across the Liffey with his cane, and the view down the river, and he turned about, pointing towards Inchicore. I believe he wanted to see how far Nutter was behind him. He was walking in the opposite direction, looking down on the curbstones of the footpath, and touching them with his cane, as if counting them as he proceeded. Dangerfield nodded, and his spectacles in the morning sun seemed to flash two sudden gleams of lightning after him. "I've been giving Nutter a bit of my mind, madam, about that procedure of his. He's very angry with me, but a great deal more so with your husband, who has my sympathies with him. And I think I'm safe in saying he's likely soon to have an offer of employment under my Lord Castle Mallard, if it suits him." And he walked on and talked of other things in short sentences, and parted with Mrs. Stirk with a grim, brief kindness at the door, and so walked with his wiry step away from the brass castle, where his breakfast awaited him, and he disappeared round the corner of Martin's Row. And which way was he going when you met him and that nutter?" demanded Stirk, who was talking in high excitement, and not being able to find an epithet worthy of Nutter, made it up by his emphasis and his scowl. She told him. "Then he can't get my note yet." She looked at him in a way that plainly said, "What note?" But Stirk said no more, and he had trained her to govern her curiosity. As Dangerfield passed Captain Clough's lodgings, he heard the gay tinkle of a guitar, and an amorous duet not altogether untunefully sung to that accompaniment, and he beheld little Lieutenant Puttock's back, with a broad scarlet and gold ribbon across it, supporting the instrument on which he was industriously thrumming at the window, while Clough, who was emitting a high note with all the tenderness he could throw into his robust countenance, and one of those involuntary distortions which in amateurs will sometimes accompany a vocal effort, caught the eye of the cynical wayfarer, and stopped short with a disconcerted little cough, and a shake of his chops, and a grim, rather red nod. "And good morning, Mr. Dangerfield." Puttock also saluted, still thrumming a low chord or two as he did so, for he was not ashamed, like his stout playmate, and saw nothing incongruous in their early minstrelsy. The fact is, these gallant officers were rehearsing a pretty little entertainment they designed for the ladies at Belmont. It was a serenade, in short, and they had been compelled to postpone it in consequence of the broken weather. And though both gentlemen were of course romantically devoted to their respective objects, yet there were no two officers in His Majesty's service more bent upon making love with a due regard to health and comfort than our friends Clough and Puttock. Puttock, indeed, was disposed to conduct it in the true masquerading spirit, leaving the ladies to guess at the authors of that concord of sweet sounds with which the amorous air of night was to quiver round the walls and groves of Belmont. And Clough, externally acquiescing, had yet made up his mind, if a decent opportunity presented, to be detected and made prisoner, and that the honest troubadours should sup on a hot broil, and sip some of the absent general's curious Madeira at the feet of their respective mistresses, with all the advantage which a situation so romantic and so private would offer. So tinkle, tinkle, twang, twang, thrum, went the industrious and accomplished Puttock's guitar, and the voices of the enamoured swains kept tolerable tune and time, and Puttock would say, "Don't you think, Captain Clough, 'twould perhaps go better if we weren't to try that shake upon A? Do let's try the last two barth without it. And I'm sorry to trouble you, but just once more, if you please. But hard is the chase my sad heart must pursue, while Daphne, sweet Daphne, 'twill flieth from my view." Puttock, indeed, had strict notions about rehearsing, and on occasions like this assumed managerial airs, and in a very courteous way took the absolute command of Captain Clough, who sang till he was purple, and his belts and braces cracked again, not venturing to mutiny, though he grumbled a little aside. So when Dangerfield passed Clough's lodging again, returning on his way into Chapelizod, the songsters were at it still, and he smiled his pleasant smile once more, and nodded at poor old Clough, who this time was very seriously put out, and flushed up quite fiercely, and said, almost in a mutiny, "Hang it, Puttock, I believe you'd keep a fellow singing ballads over the street all day. Didn't you see that cursed fellow Dangerfield sneering at us? Curse him! I suppose he never heard a gentleman sing before, and by Jove, Puttock, You know, you do make a fellow go over the same things so often, it's enough to make a dog laugh. A minute after, Dangerfield had mounted Stirk's doorsteps and asked to see the doctor. He was ushered upstairs and into the back drawing-room, which we know so well. Stirk rose as he entered. "You're most obedient, Mr. Dangerfield," said the doctor with an anxious bow. "Good morning, sir," said Dangerfield. "I've got your note, and am here in consequence. What can I do?" Stirk glanced at the door to see it was shut, and then said, "Mr. Dangerfield, I've recollected something." "You have? Oh, well, my good sir, you, I know, were acquainted with Charles Archer." Stirk looked for a moment on the spectacles and then dropped his eyes. "Charles Archer?" answered Dangerfield promptly. "Yes, to be sure. But Charles, you know, got into trouble, and 'tis not an acquaintance you or I can boast of. And, in fact, we must not mention him, and I have long ceased to know anything of him. But I've just remembered his address, and there's something about his private history which I very well know, and which gives me a claim upon his kind feeling. And he's now in a position to do me a material service, and there's no man living, Mr. Dangerfield, has so powerful an influence with him as yourself. Will you use it in my behalf, and attach me to you by lasting gratitude?" Stirk looked straight at Dangerfield, and Dangerfield looked at him quizzically, perhaps a little ashamed in return, after a short pause. "I will," said Dangerfield, with a sprightly decision. "But, you know, Charles is not a fellow to be trifled with, eh? And we must not mention his name, you understand, or hint where he lives, or anything about him, in short." "That's plain," answered Stirk. "You're going into town, Mrs. Stirk tells me, in Mrs. Strafford's carriage. Well, when you return this evening, put down in writing what you think Charles can do for you, and I'll take care he considers it." "I thank you, sir," said Stirk solemnly. "And hark ye, you'd better go about your business in town, d'ye see, just as usual. 'Twill excite inquiry if you don't. So you must in this and other things proceed exactly as I direct you," said Dangerfield. "Exactly, sir, depend on't," answered Stirk. "Good day," said Dangerfield. "Adieu," said the doctor, and they shook hands gravely. On the lobby Dangerfield encountered Mrs. Stirk, and had a few pleasant words with her, patting the bull heads of the children, and went downstairs smiling and nodding. And Mrs. Stirk popped quietly into the study and found her husband leaning on the chimney-piece and swabbing his face with his handkerchief, strangely pale, and looking, as the good lady afterwards said, for all the world as if he had seen a ghost. End of chapter 45. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 46 of A House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 46. The Closet Scene, with the part of Polonius omitted. When Magnolia and the Major had gone out, each on their several devices, poor Mrs. McNamara called Biddy, their maid, and told her in a vehement, wheezy, confidential whisper in her ear, though there was nobody by but themselves, and the door was shut. "Biddy, now mind, you see, the lady that came to me in the end of July, do you remember? In the black satin, you know? She'll be here today, and we're going down together in her coach to Mrs. Nutter's. But that does not signify. As soon as she comes, bring her in here into this room, do you mind? And go across that instant minute, you see now, straight to Dr. Toole, and ask him to send me the peppermint drops he promised me." Then she cross-questioned Biddy to ascertain that she perfectly understood and clearly remembered, and finally she promised her £half if she performed this very simple commission to her mistress's satisfaction, and held her tongue religiously on the subject. She had apprised Toole the evening before, and now poor Mrs. Mack's sufferings, she hoped, were about to be brought to a happy termination by the doctor's ingenuity. She was, however, very nervous indeed as the crisis approached, for such a beast as Mary Matchwell at bay was a spectacle to excite a little tremor even in a person of more nerve than fat Mrs. McNamara. And what could Mary Matchwell want of a conjuring conference, of all persons in the world, with poor little Mrs. Nutter? Mrs. Mack had done in this respect simply as she was bid. She had indeed no difficulty to persuade Mrs. Nutter to grant the interview. That harmless little giggling creature could not resist the mere mention of a fortune-teller. Only for Nutter, who set his face against this sort of sham witchcraft, she would certainly have asked him to treat her with a glimpse into futurity at that famous Sibyl's house. And now that she had an opportunity of having the enchantress tete-a-tete in her own snug parlor at the mills, she was in a delightful fuss of mystery and delight. Mrs. Mack, indeed, from her own sad experience, felt a misgiving and a pang in introducing the formidable prophetess. But what could she do? She dared not refuse. All she could risk was an anxious hint to poor little Mrs. Nutter not to be telling her anything, good, bad, or indifferent, but just to ask her what questions she liked, and no more. Indeed, poor Mrs. Mack was low and feverish about this assignation, and would have been more so but for the hope that her Polonius behind the heiress would bring the woman of Endor to her knees. All of a sudden she heard the rumble and jingle of a hackney coach, and the clang of the horses' hoofs pulled up close under her window. Her heart bounded and fluttered up to her mouth, and then dropped down like a lump of lead, and she heard a well-known voice talk a few sentences to the coachman, and then in the hall, as she supposed, to Biddy. And so she came into the room, dressed as usual in black, tall, thin, and erect, with a black hood shading her pale face, and the mist and chill of night seemed to enter along with her. It was a great relief to poor Mrs. Mack that she actually saw Biddy at that moment run across the street toward Toole's hall door, and she quickly averted her conscious glance from the light-heeled handmaid. "Pray take a chair, Mom," said Mrs. Mack, with a pallid face and a low curtsy. Mistress Matchwell made a faint curtsy in return, and without saying anything sat down and peered sharply round the room. "I'm glad, Mom, you had no dust today. The rain, Mom, laid it beautiful." The grim woman in black threw back her hood a little and showed her pale face and thin lips and prominent black eyes, altogether a grisly and intimidating countenance, with something wild and suspicious in it, suiting by no means ill with her supernatural and malign pretensions. Mrs. Mack's ear was strained to catch the sound of Toole's approach, and a pause ensued, during which she got up and poured out a glass of port for the lady, and she presented it to her deferentially. She took it with a nod, and sipped it, thinking, as it seemed uneasily. There was plainly something more than usual about her mind. Mrs. Mack thought, indeed, she was quite sure. She heard a little fussing about the bedroom door, and concluded that the doctor was getting under cover. When Mrs. Maxwell had set her empty glass upon the table, she glided to the window, and Mrs. Mack's guilty conscience smote her as she saw her look towards Toole's house. It was only, however, for the coach, and having satisfied herself it was at hand, she said, "We'll have some minutes quite private, if you please. 'Tisn't my affair, you know, but yours," said the weird woman. There had been ample time for the arrangement of Toole's ambuscade. Now was the moment. The crisis was upon her. But poor Mrs. Mack, just as she was about to say her little say about the front windows and opposite neighbors and the privacy of the back bedroom, and to propose their retiring thither, felt a sinking of the heart, a deadly faintness, and an instinctive conviction that she was altogether overmatched, and that she could not hope to play successfully any sort of devil's game with that all-seeing sorceress. She had always thought she was a plucky woman till she met Mistress Mary. Before her spirit died within her. Her blood flowed hurriedly back to her heart, leaving her body cold, pale, and damp, and her soul quailing under her gaze. She cleared her throat twice, and faltered in inquiry, but broke down in panic. And at that moment Biddy popped in her head. "The doctor, Mom, was sent for to Lucan, and he won't be back till 6 o'clock. And he left no peppermint drops for you, Mom. And you want me, if you please, Mom." "Go down, Biddy, that'll do," said Mrs. Mack, growing first pale and then very red. Mary Maxwell scented death afar off. For her the air was always tainted with ominous perfumes. Every unusual look or dubious word thrilled her with a sense of danger. Suspicion is the baleful instinct of self-preservation with which the devil gifts his children, and hers never slept. "What doctor?" said Mrs. Maxwell, turning her large, dismal, wicked gaze full on Mrs. Mack. "Dr. Toole, Mom." She dared not tell a literal lie to that piercing, prominent pair of black eyes. "And why did you send for Dr. O'Toole, Mom?" "I did not send for the doctor," answered the fat lady, looking down, for she could not stand that glance that seemed to light up all the caverns of her poor soul, and made her lies stand forth self-confessed. "I did not send for him, Mom. Only for some drops he promised me. I've been very sick. I'm so miserable." And poor Mrs. Mack's nether lip quivered, and she burst into tears. "You're enough to provoke a saint, Mrs. McNamara," said the woman in black, rather savagely, though coldly enough. "Why, you're on the point of a fortune, as it seems to me." Here poor Mrs. Mack's inarticulate lamentations waxed more vehement. "You don't believe it? Very well. But where's the use of crying over your little difficulties, Mom, like a great baby, instead of exerting yourself and thanking your best friend?" And the two ladies sat down to a murmuring tete-a-tete at the far end of the room. You could have heard little more than an inarticulate cooing, and poor Mrs. Mack's sobs, and the stern, "And is that all? I've had more trouble with you than with 50 reasonable clients. You can hardly be serious. I tell you plainly, you must manage matters better, my good madam. For frankly, Mom, this won't do." With which that part of the conference closed, and Mary Maxwell looked out of the window. The coach stood at the door, the horses dozing patiently, with their heads together, and the coachman, with a black eye, mellowing into the yellow stage, and a cut across his nose, both doing well, was marching across from the public house over the way, wiping his mouth in the cuff of his coat. "Put on your riding hood, if you please, madam." and come down with me in the coach to introduce me to Mrs. Nutter," said Mrs. Matchwell, at the same time tapping with her long bony fingers to the driver. "There's no need of that, madam. I said what you desired, and I sent a note to her last night, and she expects you just now. And, indeed, I'd rather not go, madam, if you please." "'Tis past that now. Just do as I tell you, for come you must," answered Mrs. Matchwell. As the old woman of Berkeley obeyed, and got up and went quietly away with her visitor, though her dead flesh quivered with fear, so poor Mrs. Mac, though loath enough, submitted in silence. "Now you look like a body going to be hanged, you do. What's the matter with you, madam? I tell you, you mustn't look that way. Here, take a sup of this," and she presented the muzzle of a small bottle like a pistol at her mouth as she spoke. "There's a glass on the table, if you let me, Mom," said Mrs. Mac. "Glass be damned. Here, take a mouthful." And she popped it between her lips, and Mrs. Mac was refreshed, and her spirit revived within her. End of chapter 46. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 47 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 47, in which Pale Hecate visits the mills, and Charles Nutter, Esquire, orders tea. Poor Mrs. Nutter, I have an honest regard for her memory. If she was scant of brains, she was also devoid of guile. Giggle and raspberry jam were the leading traits of her character, and though she was slow to believe ill-natured stories, and made in general a horrid jumble when she essayed to relate news, except of the most elementary sort, and used to forget genealogies, and to confuse lawsuits and other family feuds, and would have made a most unsatisfactory witness upon any topic on earth. Yet she was a ready sympathizer, and a restless but pure-blind matchmaker, always suggesting or suspecting little romances, and always amazed when the éclaircissement came off. Excellent for condoling, better still for rejoicing. She would, on hearing of a surprising good match, or an unexpected son and heir, or a pleasantly timed legacy, go off like a mild little peal of joy bells, and keep ringing up and down and zigzag, and to and again, in all sorts of irregular roulades, without stopping the whole day long, with, "Well, to be sure, upon my conscience now, I scarce can believe it. And isn't it pleasant, though? Oh, the creatures! But it was badly wanted. Dear knows, but I'm glad. Ha, ha, ha!" and so on. A train of reflection and rejoicing not easily exhausted, and readily, by simple transposition, maintainable for an indefinite period. And people, when good news came, used to say, "Sally Nutter will be glad to hear that," and though she had not a good deal of sense, and her conversation was made up principally of interjections, assisted by little gestures and wonderful expressions of face, and though when analyzed it was not much, yet she made a cheerful noise, and her company was liked, and her friendly little gesticulation, and her turning up of the eyes, and her smiles and sighs, and her wished a bit, and her faith and troth now, and whisper, and all the rest of her little budget of idiomatic expletives, made the people somehow, along with her sterling qualities, fonder of her than perhaps, having her always at hand, they were quite aware. So they both entered the vehicle, which jingled and rattled so incessantly and so loud that connected talk was quite out of the question, and Mrs. McNamara was glad 'twas so, and she could not help observing there was something more than the ordinary pale cast of devilment in Mary Matchwell's face, something she thought almost frightful, and which tempted her to believe in her necromantic faculty. So they reached Nutter's house at the mills, a sober, gray-fronted mansion, darkened with tall trees, and in went Mrs. Mac. Little Mrs. Nutter received her in a sort of transport of eagerness, giggle, and curiosity. And is she really in the coach now? And, my dear, does she really tell the wonders they say? Mrs. Molly told me, well now, the most surprising things. And do you actually believe she's a conjurer? But mind you, Nutter must not know I had her here. He can't abide a fortune-teller. And what shall I ask her? I think about the Pearl Cross, don't you? For I would like to know. And then whether Nutter or his enemies, you know who I mean, will carry the day. Don't you know? Dr. Stirk, my dear. But that's the chief question. Poor Mrs. Mac glanced over her shoulder to see she wasn't watched, and whispered her in haste. For mercy's sake, my dear, take my advice, and that is, listen to all she tells you, but tell her nothing. To be sure, my dear, that's only common sense, said Mrs. Nutter. And Mary Matchwell, who thought they had been quite long enough together, descended from the carriage, and was in the hall before Mrs. Nutter was aware, and the silent apparition overawed the poor little lady, who faltered a good evening, madam. You're very welcome. Pray step in. So in they all trooped to Nutter's parlour. So soon as little Mrs. Nutter got fairly under the chill and shadow of this inauspicious presence, her giggle subsided, and she began to think of the dreadful story she had heard of her having showed Mrs. Fleming, through a glass of fair water, the apparition of her husband with his face half masked with blood, the day before his murder by the watchmen in John's Lane. When therefore this woman of Endor called for water and glasses, and told Mrs. Mac that she must leave them alone together, poor little empty Mrs. Nutter lost heart, and began to feel very queer, and to wish herself well out of the affair, and indeed was almost ready to take her heels and leave the two ladies in possession of the house. But she had not decision for this. And mayn't Mrs. Mac stay in the room with us? She asked, following that good lady's retreating figure with an imploring look. By no means. This was addressed sternly to Mrs. Mac herself, who, followed by poor Mrs. Nutter's eyes, moved fatly and meekly out of the room. She was not without her fair share of curiosity, but on the whole was relieved and very willing to go. She had only seen Mary Matchwell take from her pocket and uncase a small oval-shaped steel mirror, which seemed to have the property of magnifying objects, for she saw her cadaverous fingers reflected in it to fully double their natural size, and she had half filled a glass with water and peered through it askew, holding it toward the light. Well, the door was shut, and an interval of 5 minutes elapsed, and all of a sudden 2 horrible screams in quick succession rang through the house. Betty the maid and Mrs. Mac were in the small room on the other side of the hall, and stared in terror at one another. The old lady, holding Betty by the wrist, whispered a benediction, and Betty, crying, "Oh, my dear, what's happened? The poor mistress!" crossed the hall in a second, followed by Mrs. Mac, and they heard the door unlocked on the inside as they reached it. In they came, scarce knowing how, and found poor little Mrs. Nutter flat upon the floor, in a swoon, her white face and the front of her dress drenched with water. "You've a scent bottle, Mrs. McNamara. Let her smell to it," said the grim woman in black, coldly, but with a scarcely perceptible gleam of triumph as she glanced on the horrified faces of the women. Well, it was a long fainting fit, but she did come out of it, and when her bewildered gaze at last settled upon Mrs. Maxwell, who was standing darkly and motionless between the windows, she uttered another loud and horrible cry, and clung with her arms round Mrs. Mack's neck, and screamed, "Oh, Mrs. Mack! There she is! There she is! There she is!" And she screamed so fearfully, and seemed in such an extremity of terror, that Mary Maxwell, in her sables, glided with a strange sneer on her pale face out of the room across the hall, and into the little parlor on the other side, like an evil spirit whose mission was half accomplished, and who departed from her for a season. "She's here! She's here!" screamed poor little Mrs. Nutter. "No, dear, no, she's not. She's gone, my dear. Indeed, she's gone," replied Mrs. Mack, herself very much appalled. "Oh, is she gone? Is she? Is she gone?" cried Mrs. Nutter, staring all round the room like a child after a frightful dream. "She's gone, Mom, dear. She isn't here. By this crass, she's gone," said Betty, assisting Mrs. Mack, and equally frightened and incensed. Oh, Betty, where is he gone? Oh, Mrs. Mack. Oh, no, no, never. It can't be. It couldn't. It is not he. He never did it. I declare to you, Mom, she's not right in her head," cried poor Betty, at her wits' ends. There now, Sally, darling, there," said frightened Mrs. Mack, patting her on the back. There, I see him," she cried again. "Oh, Charlie, Charlie, sure, I didn't see it aright. It was not real." "There now, don't be frettin' yourself, Mom, dear," said Betty. But Mrs. Mack glanced over her shoulder in the direction in which Mrs. Nutter was looking, and with a sort of shock, not knowing whether it was a bodily presence or a simulacrum raised by the incantations of Mary Maxwell, she beheld the dark features and white eyeballs of Nutter himself looking full on them from the open door. "Sally, what ails you, sweetheart?" said he, coming close up to her with 2 swift steps. "Oh, Charlie, 'twas a dream, nothing else. A bad dream. Charlie!" "Oh, say it's a dream!" cried the poor, terrified little woman. "Oh, she's coming! She's coming!" she cried again with an appalling scream. "Who? What's the matter?" cried Nutter, looking in the direction of his poor wife's gaze in black wrath and bewilderment, and beholding the weird woman who had followed him into the room. As he gazed on that pale, wicked face and sable shape, the same sort of spell which she exercised upon Mrs. Mack and poor Mrs. Nutter seemed in a few seconds to steal over Nutter himself, and fix him in the place where he stood. His mahogany face bleached to sickly boxwood, and his eyes looked like pale balls of stone about to leap from their sockets. After a few seconds, however, with a sort of gasp, like a man awaking from a frightful sleep, he said, "Betty, take the mistress to her room," and to his wife, "Go, sweetheart. Mrs. McNamara, this must be explained," he added, and taking her by the hand, he led her in silence to the hall door, and signed to the driver. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Nutter," she stammered, "but the coach is not mine. It came with that lady who's with Mrs. Nutter." He had up to this moved with her like a somnambulist. "Eh, that lady? And who the devil is she?" And he seized her arm with a sudden grasp that made her wince. "Oh, that lady," faltered Mrs. Mack. I believe, she's Mrs. Maxwell, the lady that advertises her abilities." "Hey, I know, the fortune teller and go-between. Her. She was glad he asked her no more questions, but let her go, and stood in a livid meditation, forgetting to bid her good evening. She did not wait, however, for his courteous dismissal, but hurried away towards Chapelizod. The only thing connected with the last half-hour's events that seemed quite clear and real to the scared lady was the danger of being overtaken by that terrible woman, and a dreadful sense of her own share as an accessory in the untold mischief that had befallen poor Mrs. Nutter. In the midst of her horrors and agitation, Mrs. Mack's curiosity was not altogether stunned. She wondered vaguely as she pattered along with what dreadful exhibition of her infernal skill Mary Matchwell had disordered the senses of poor little Mrs. Nutter. Had she called up a red-eyed, sooty raven to her shoulder, as old Miss Alice Lee, when she last had a dish of tea with her, told her she had once done before, and made the ominous bird speak the doom of poor Mrs. Nutter from that perch? Or had she raised the foul fiend in bodily shape, or showed her Nutter's dead face through the water? With these images flitting before her brain, she hurried on at her best pace, fancying every moment that she heard the rumble of the accursed coach behind her, and longing to see the friendly uniform of the Royal Irish Artillery, and the familiar house fronts of the cheery little street, and above all to hide herself securely among her own household gods. When Nutter returned to the parlor, his wife had not yet left it. "I'll attend here. Go you upstairs," said Nutter. He spoke strangely and looked odd, and altogether seemed strung up to a high pitch. Out went Betty, seeing it was no good dawdling, for her master was resolute and formidable. The room, like others in old-fashioned houses with thick walls, had a double door. He shut the one with a stern slam, and then the other, and though the honest maid loitered in the hall, and indeed placed her ear very near the door, she was not much the wiser. There was some imperfectly heard talk in the parlor, and cries, and sobs, and more talking. Then, before Betty was aware, the door suddenly opened, and out came Mary Matchwell, with gleaming eyes and a pale laugh of spite and victory, and threw a look as she passed upon the maid that frightened her, and so vanished into her coach. Nutter disengaged himself from poor Mrs. Nutter's arms, in which he was nearly throttled, while she sobbed and shrieked, "Oh, Charlie, dear, dearest Charlie, Charlie, darling, isn't it frightful?" and so on. "Betty, take care of her," was all he said, and that sternly, like a man quietly desperate, but with a dismal fury in his face. He went into the little room on the other side of the now darkening hall and shut the door, and locked it inside. It was partly because he did not choose to talk just now any more with his blubbering and shrieking wife. He was a very kind husband in his way, but a most incapable nurse, especially in a case of hysterics. He came out with a desk in his hands. "Moggy," he said in a low tone, seeing his other servant woman in the dusk crossing at the foot of the stairs, "here, take this desk. Leave it in our bedroom. 'Tis for the mistress. Tell her so by and by." The wench carried it up, but poor Mrs. Nutter was in no condition to comprehend anything, and was talking quite wildly, and seemed to be growing worse rather than better. Nutter stood alone in the hall, with his back to the door from which he had just emerged, his hands in his pockets, and the same dreary and wicked shadow over his face. "So that Stirk will carry his point after all," he muttered. On the hall wainscot just opposite hung his horse pistols, and when he saw them, and that wasn't for a while, for though he was looking straight at them, he was staring, really, quite through the dingy wooden panel at quite other objects 300 miles away. When he did see them, I say he growled in the same tone. I wish one of those bullets was through my head, so t'other was through his. And he cursed him with laconic intensity. Then Nutter slapped his pockets, like a man feeling if his keys and other portable chattels are all right before he leaves his home. But his countenance was that of one whose mind is absent and wandering, and he looked down on the ground, as it seemed in profound and troubled abstraction. And after a while he looked up again, and again glared on the cold pistols that hung before him, ready for anything. And he took down one with a snatch, and weighed it in his hand, and fell to thinking again, and, as he did, kept opening and shutting the pan with a snap, and so for a long time, and thinking deeply to the tune of that castanet. And at last he roused himself, who knows from what dreams, and hung up the weapon again by its fellow, and looked about him. The hall door lay open, as Mary Matchwell had left it. Nutter stood on the doorstep, where he could hear faintly from above stairs the cries and wails of poor hysterical Mrs. Nutter. He remained there a good while, during which, unperceived by him, Dr. Toole's pestle and mortar boy, who had entered by the back way, had taken a seat in the hall. He was waiting for an empty draught bottle, in exchange for a replenished flask of the same agreeable beverage, which he had just delivered. For physic was one of poor Mrs. Nutter's weaknesses, though happily she did not swallow half what came home for her. When Nutter turned round, the boy, a sharp, tattling vagabond, he knew him well, was reading a printed card he had picked up from the floor, with the impress of Nutter's hobnailed tread upon it. It was endorsed upon the back, "For Mrs. McNamara, with the humble duty of her obedient servant, M.M." "What's that, sirrah?" shouted Nutter. "For Mrs. Nutter, I think, sir," said the urchin, jumping up with a start. "Mrs. Nutter," repeated he. "No, Mrs. McNamara," and he thrust it into his surtout pocket. "And what brings you here, sirrah?" he added savagely, for he thought everybody was spying after him now, and, as I said, he knew him from a tattling young dog. He had taken the infection from his master, who had trained him. "Here, woman," he cried to Moggy, who was passing again, "give that pimping rascal his damn answer. And see, sirrah, if I find you sneaking about the place again, I'll lay that whip across your back." Nutter went into the small room again. "And how are ye, Jemmy? How's every inch of ye?" inquired Moggy of the boy, when his agitation was a little blown over. "I'm elegant, thank ye," he answered. "And what's the matther wid ye all? I come through the kitchen and see no one." "Och, didn't ye hear? The poor mistress, she's as bad can be." And then began a whispered confidence, broken short by Nutter's again emerging, with the leather belt he wore at night on, and a short back sword, called a quatre de chasse, therein, and a heavy walking cane in his hand. "Get tea for me, wench, in half an hour," said he, this time quite quietly, though still sternly, and without seeming to observe the quaking boy, who at first sight referred these martial preparations to a resolution to do execution upon him forthwith. "You'll find me in the garden when it's ready." And he strode out, and pushing open the wicket gate in the thick garden hedge, and with his cane shouldered, walked with a quick, resolute step down towards the pretty walk by the river, with the thick privet hedge and the row of old pear trees by it. And that was the last that was heard or seen of Mr. Nutter for some time. End of chapter 47. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 48 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 48. Swans on the Water. At about 6:30 that evening, Puddock arrived at Captain Clough's lodgings, and for the first time the minstrels rehearsed their lovelorn and passionate ditties. They were dressed all in their best, under that outer covering which, partly for mystery and partly for bodily comfort, the wind, after the heavy rains of the last week, having come round to the east, these prudent troubadours wore. Though they hardly glanced at the topic to one another, each had his delightful anticipations of the chances of the meeting. Puddock did not value Dangerfield or Rush, and Clough's mind was pretty easy upon that point from the moment his proposal for Gertrude Chatsworth had taken wind. Only for that cursed shower the other night that made it incumbent on Clough, who had had 2 or 3 sharp little visits of his patrimonial gout, and no notion of dying for love, to get to his quarters as quickly as might be. He had no doubt that the last stave of their first duet rising from the meadow of Belmont, with that charming roulade devised by Puddock, and the pathetic twang-twang of his romantic instrument, would have been answered by the opening of the drawing-room window, and Aunt Becky's imperious summons to the serenaders to declare themselves and come in and partake of supper. The only thing that at all puzzled him, unpleasantly connected with that unsuccessful little freak of musical love-making, was the fellow they saw getting away from under the open window, the very same at which Lilias Walsingham had unintentionally surprised her friend Gertrude. He had a surtout on, with a cape cut exactly after the fashion of Dangerfield, and a 3-cocked hat with very pinched corners in the French style, which identical hat Clough was ready to swear he saw upon Dangerfield's head very early one morning, as he accidentally spied him viewing his peas and tulips in the little garden of the brass castle by the riverside. 'Twas fixed, in fact, in Clough's mind that Dangerfield was the man, and what the plague need had a declared lover of any such clandestine manoeuvres. Was it possible that the old scoundrel was, after all, directing his night visits differently, and keeping the aunt in play as a reserve, in the event of the failure of his suit to the niece? Plans as gross, he knew, had succeeded. Old women were so devilish easily won, and loved money, too, so well sometimes. These sly fellows agreed that they must not go to Belmont by Chapelizod Bridge, which would lead them through the town in front of the barrack, and under the very signboard of the Phoenix. No, they would go by the Knockmaroon Road, cross the river by the ferry, and unperceived and unsuspected enter the grounds of Belmont on the further side. So away went the amorous musicians, favored by the darkness, and talking in an undertone, and thinking more than they talked, while little Puddock, from under his cloak, scratched a faint little arpeggio and a chord, ever and anon, upon the instrument. When they reached the ferry, the boat was tied at the near side, but deuce a ferryman could they see. So they began to shout and hollow, singly and together, until Clough, in much ire and disgust, exclaimed, "Curse the sot! Drunk in some whiskey shop, the blackguard! This is the way such scoundrels throw away their chances, and help to fill the high roads with beggars and thieves. Curse him! I shan't have a note left if we go on bawling this way. I suppose we must go home again." "Fiddlestick!" exclaimed the magnanimous Puddock. "I pulled myself across little more than a year ago, and 'twas as easy as anything. Get in, and loose her when I tell you." This boat was managed by means of a rope stretched across the stream from bank to bank, seizing which, in both hands, the boatman, as he stood in his skiff, hauled it, as it seemed, with very moderate exertion, across the river. Clough chuckled, as he thought how sold the rascally boatman would be on returning to find his bark gone over to the other side. "Don't be uneasy about the poor fellow," said Puddock. "We'll come down in the morning and make him a present, and explain how it occurred." "Explain yourself, poor fellow be hanged," muttered Clough, as he took his seat, for he did not part with his silver lightly. "I say, Puddock, tell me when I'm to slip the rope." The signal given, Clough let go, entertaining himself with a little jingle of Puddock's guitar, of which he had charge, and a verse or two of their last song, while the plump little lieutenant, standing upright midships in the boat, hauled away, though not quite so deftly as was desirable. Some 2 or 3 minutes had passed before they reached the middle of the stream, which was, as Puddock afterwards remarked, gigantically swollen, and at this point they came to something very like a standstill. "I say, Puddock, keep your head a little more up the stream, will you?" said Clough, thinking no evil, and only to show his nautical knowledge. "It's easy to say keep your head up the stream," gasped Puddock, who was now labouring fearfully, and quite crimson in the face, tugging his words up with a desperate lisp, and too much out of breath to say more. The shades of the night and the roar of the waters prevented Clough observing these omens aright. "What the plague are you doing now?" cried Clough, arresting a decorative passage in the middle, and for the first time seriously uncomfortable, as the boat slowly spun around, bringing what Clough called her head, though head and tail were pretty much alike, toward the bank they had quitted. "Curse you, Puddock, why? What are you going back for? You can't do it." "Lend a hand," bawled Puddock in extremity. "I say, help, seize the rope. I say, Clough, quick." "Sir, my arms are breaking." There was no exaggeration in this. There seldom was in anything Puddock said, and the turn of the boat had twisted his arms like the strands of a rope. "Hold on, Puddock, curse you! I'm coming," roared Clough, quite alive to the situation. "If you let go, I'm diddled, but I'll shoot you." "Catch the rope, I say, sir, or thith all over." Clough, who had only known that he was slowly spinning round, and that Puddock was going to commit him to the waves, made a vehement exertion to catch the rope, but it was out of reach, and the boat rocked so suddenly from his rising that he sat down by mistake again, with a violent plump that made his teeth gnash, in his own place, and the shock and his alarm stimulated his anger. "Hold on, sir, hold on, you little devil, I say. 1 minute here. Hold, hollo!" While Clough was shouting these words and scrambling forward, Puddock was crying, "Curse it, Clough, quick! Oh, hang it, I can't stand it! Bless my soul!" And Puddock let go, and the boat, at its precious freightage, with a horrid whisk and a sweep, commenced its seaward career in the dark. "Take the oars, sir, hang you!" cried Clough. "There are no oarth," replied Puddock solemnly, "or the helm. There'th no helm. And what the devil, sir!" And a splash of cold water soused the silken calves of Clough at this moment. "Hugh, Hugh, and what the devil will you do, sir? You don't want to drown me, I suppose?" roared Clough, holding hard by the gunwale. "You can swim, Clough. Jump in, and don't mind me," said little Puddock sublimely. Clough, who was a bit of a boaster, had bragged one evening at mess of his swimming, which he said was famous in his school days. 'Twas a lie, but Puddock believed it implicitly. "Thank you," roared Clough. "Swim, indeed! Buttoned up this way, and the gout too?" "I say, Clough, save the guitar if you can," said Puddock. In reply, Clough cursed that instrument through his teeth with positive fury, and its owner, and indeed he was so incensed at this unfeeling request that if he had known where it was, I think he would have gone nigh to smash it on Puddock's head, or at least, like the minstrel boy, to tear its cords asunder, for Clough was hot, especially when he was frightened. But he forgot, though it was hanging at that moment by a pretty scarlet and gold ribbon about his neck. "Guitar be diddled!" cried he. "'Tis gone where we're going, to the bottom. What devil possessed you, sir, to drown us this way?" Puddock sighed. They were passing at this moment the quiet banks of the pleasant meadow of Belmont, and the lights twinkled from the bow window in the drawing-room. I don't know whether Puddock saw them. Clough certainly did not. "Hallo! Hallo! A rope!" cried Clough, who had hit upon this desperate expedient for raising the neighborhood. "A rope! A rope! Hallo! Hallo! A rope!" And Aunt Becky, who heard the wild whooping, mistook it for drunken fellows at their diversions, and delivered her sentiments in the drawing-room accordingly. End of chapter 48. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 49 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 49. Swans in the Water. "We're coming to something. What's that?" said Puddock, as a long row of black stakes presented themselves at some distance ahead in the dusky moonlight, slanting across the stream. "'Tis the salmon weir," roared Clough, with an oath that subsided into something like a sickening prayer. It was only a fortnight before that a tipsy fellow had been found drowned in the net. Clough had lost his head much more than Puddock, though Clough had fought duels. But then he really could not swim a bit, and he was so confoundedly buckled up. "Sit to the right. Trim the boat, sir," said little Puddock. "Trim the devil!" bawled Clough, to whom this order of Puddock's, it must be owned, a useless piece of Maritinism in their situation, was especially disgusting, and he added, looking furiously ahead, "'Tisn't the boat I trim, I promise you, you ridiculous murderer." Just then Puddock's end of the boat touched a stone or a post or something in the current, and that in which Clough sat came wheeling swiftly round across the stream, and brought the gallant captain so near the bank that, with a sudden jerk, he caught the end of a branch that stretched far over the water, and, spite of the confounded tightness of his toilet, with the energy of sheer terror, climbed a good way. But reaching a point where the branch forked, he could get no further, though he tugged like a brick. But what was a fat fellow of 50, laced and buckled and buttoned up, like poor Clough, with his legs higher up among the foliage than his head and body, to do, and with his right calf caught in the fork of a branch, so as to arrest all progress, and especially as the captain was plainly too much for the branch, which was drooping toward the water, and emitting sounds premonitory of a smash. With a long squeaking crash, the branch stooped down to the water, and as soon as the old element made itself acquainted with those parts that reached it first, the gallant captain, with a sort of sob, redoubled his efforts, and down came the faithless bow, more and more perpendicularly, until his nicely got up cue and bag, then his powdered head, and finally Captain Clough's handsome features went under the surface. When this occurred, he instantaneously disengaged his legs with a vague feeling that his last struggle above water was over. His feet immediately touched the bottom. He stood erect, little above his middle, and quite out of the main current, within half a dozen steps of the bank, and he found himself, he scarcely knew how, on terra firma, impounded in a little flower garden, with lilacs and laburnums and sweetbriers, and through a window close at hand, whom should he see but Dangerfield, who was drying his hands in a towel, and as Clough stood for a moment letting the water pour down through his sleeves, he further saw him make some queer little arrangements, and eventually pour out and swallow a glass of brandy, and was tempted to invoke his aid on the spot. But some little incivilities which he had bestowed upon Dangerfield when he thought he cherished designs upon Aunt Rebecca forbade, and at that moment he spied the little wicket that opened upon the road, and Dangerfield stepped close up to the window and cried sternly, "Who's there?" with his grim spectacles close to the window. The boyish instinct of hide and seek took possession of Clough, and he glided forth from the precincts of the brass castle upon the high road, just as the little hall door was pushed open, and he heard the harsh tones of Dangerfield challenging the gooseberry bushes and hollyhocks and thrashing the evergreens with his cane. Clough hied straight to his lodgings and ordered a sack posset. Worthy Mrs. Mason eyed him in silent consternation, drenched and dishevelled, wild, and discharging water from every part of his clothing and decorations, as he presented himself without a hat before her dim-dipped candle in the hall. "I'll take that vessel, if you please, sir, that's hanging around your neck," said the mild and affrighted lady, meaning Puttick's guitar, through the circular orifice in which, under the cords, the water with which it was filled occasionally splashed. "Oh, eh? The instrument? Confound it!" And rather sheepishly he got the grey, red, and gold ribbon over his dripping head and placed it in her hand without explanation. He said, "A warming pan, as quickly as may be, I beg, Mrs. Mason. And the posset, I do earnestly request. You see, I've been nearly drowned, and I can't answer for consequences if there be 1 minute's delay." And up he went, streaming, with Mrs. Mason's candle, to his bedroom, and dragged off his clinging garments, and dried his fat body, like a man coming out of a bath, and roared for hot water for his feet, and bellowed for the posset and warming pan, and rolled into his bed, and kept the whole house in motion. And so soon as he had swallowed his cordial, and toasted his sheets, and with the aid of his man rolled himself in a great blanket, and clapped his feet in a tub of hot water, and tumbled back again into his bed, he bethought him of Puttick, and ordered his man to take his compliments to Captain Berg and Lieutenant Lillyman, the tenants of the nearest lodging-house, and to request either to come to him forthwith on a matter of life or death. Lillyman was at home, and came. "Puttick's drowned, my dear Lillyman, and I'm little better. The ferry boat broke away with us. Do go down to the adjutant. They ought to raise the salmon nets. I'm very ill myself, very ill indeed, else I'd have assisted. But you know me, Lillyman. Poor Puttick! 'Tis a sad business, but lose no time." "And can't he swim?" asked Lillyman, aghast. "Swim? Aye, like a stone, poor fellow. If he had only thrown himself out, and held by me, hang it, I'd have brought him to shore. But poor Puttick, he lost his head. And you see me here. Don't forget to tell him the condition you found me in. And now don't lose a moment." So off went Lillyman to give the alarm at the barrack. End of chapter 49. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 50 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 50. Treating of some confusion, in consequence, in the club room of the Phoenix and elsewhere, and of a hat that was picked up. When Clough sprang out of the boat, he was very near capsizing it and finishing Puttock offhand, but she righted and shot away swiftly towards the very centre of the weir, over which, in a sheet of white foam, she swept, and continued her route toward Dublin, bottom upward, leaving little Puttock, however, safe and sound, clinging to a post at top, and standing upon a rough sort of plank, which afforded a very unpleasant footing, by which the nets were visited from time to time. "Hallo! Are you safe, Clough?" cried the little lieutenant, quite firm, though a little dizzy on his narrow stand, with the sheets of foam whizzing under his feet. What had become of his musical companion he had not the faintest notion, and when he saw the boat hurled over near the sluice and drive along the stream upside down, he nearly despaired. But when the captain's military cloak, which he took for Clough himself, followed in the track of the boat, whisking, sprawling, and tumbling, in what Puttock supposed to be the agonies of drowning, and went over the weir and disappeared from view, returning no answer to his screams of "Strike out, Clough! To your right, Clough! Hullo! To your right!" He quite gave the captain over. "Surrender, you thief and villain, or I'll put the contents of this gun into your carcass," shouted an awful voice from the right bank, and Puttock saw the outline of a gigantic marksman preparing to fire into his corresponding flank. "What do you mean, sir?" shouted Puttock in extreme wrath and discomfort. "Robbing the nets, you spalpeen. If you throw them salmon you're hiding under your coat into the water, be the tear o' war." "What salmon, sir?" interrupted the lieutenant. "Why, salmon's not in season, sir." "None of your flummery, you scamming scoundrel, but jest come here and give yourself up, for so sure's you don't, or dare to stir an inch from that spot, I'll blow you to smithereens." "Captain Clough is drowned, sir, and I'm Lieutenant Puttock," rejoined the officer. "Tare an' ouns, and is it yourself, Captain Puttock, that's in it?" cried the man. "I ax your pardon, but I took you for one of them vagabonds that's always plunderin' the fish. And who in the wide world, Captain Jewel, 'd expect to see you there meditatin' in the middle of the river this time o' night? And I dunno how in the world you got there, at all, for the plankin is carried away behind you since yisterday." "Give an alarm, if you please, sir, this moment," urged Puttock. "Captain Clough has gone over this horrid weir not a minute since, and is, I fear, drowned." "Drownded! Och, bloody wars!" "Yes, sir. Send someone this moment down the stream with a rope." "Hello, Jemmy!" called the man, and whistled through his crooked finger. "Jemmy," said he to the boy who presented himself, "run down to Tom Garrett at the mill bridge, and tell him Captain Clough's drownded over the weir, and to take the boat hook and rope. He's past the bridge by this time." "Eh, is he at the King's house? And if he brings home the corpse alive or dead before an hour, Captain Puttock here will give him 20 guineas reward." So away went the boy. "'Tis an unaisy way you're situated yourself, I'm afeard," observed the man. "Have the goodness to say, sir, by what meanth, if any, I can reach either bank of the river," lisped Puddock with dignity. "'Tis true for you, Captain. That's the chat. How the divil to get you alive out of the position you're in? Can you swim?" "No, sir." "And how the dickens did you get there?" "I'd rather hear, sir, how I'm to get away, if you please," replied Puddock loftily. "Are you bare-legged?" shouted the man. "No, sir," answered the little officer, rather shocked. "And you're there with shoes on your feet?" "Of course, sir," answered Puddock. "Chuck them into the water this instant minute," roared the man. "Why, they're of valuable buckles, sir," remonstrated Puddock. "You mane to say you'd rather be drowned in your buckles than alive in your stocking feet?" he replied. There were some cross expostulations, but eventually the fellow came out to Puddock. Perhaps the feat was not quite so perilous as he represented, but it certainly was not a pleasant one. Puddock had a rude and crazy sort of banister to cling to, and a rugged and slippery footing, but slowly and painfully, from one post to another, he made his way, and at last jumped on the solid, though not dry ground, his life and his buckles safe. "I'll give you a guinea in the morning if you come to my quarters, Mr. Thur." And without waiting a second, away he ran by the footpath and across the bridge right into the Phoenix, and burst into the club room. There were assembled old Arthur Slow, Tom Trimmer from Lucan, old Trumbull, Jack Collop, Colonel Stafford, and half a dozen more members, including some of the officers, O'Flaherty among the number, a little flashy with liquor, as the phrase then was. Puddock stood in the wide-open door, with a handle in his hand. He was dishevelled, soused with water, bespattered with mud, his round face very pale, and he fixed a wild stare on the company. The clatter of old Trimmer's backgammon, Slow's disputations over the draft board with Colonel Stafford, Collop's dissertation on the points of that screw of a horse he wanted to sell, and the general buzz of talk were all almost instantaneously suspended on the appearance of this phantom, and Puddock exclaimed, "Gentlemen, I'm sorry to tell you, Captain Clough ith, I fear, drowned." "Clough drowned? By Jupiter, you don't say so!" And a round of such ejaculations followed this announcement. Allow me here to mention that I permit my people to swear by all the persons of the Roman mythology. There was a horrible profanity in the matter of oaths in those days, and I found that without changing the form of sentences and sacrificing idioms at times, I could not manage the matter satisfactorily otherwise. "He went over the salmon weir. I saw him. Coil's weir. Headlong, poor fellow. I shouted after him, but he could not answer. So pray let's be off, and—" Here he recognized the colonel with a low bow and paused. The commanding officer instantaneously dispatched Lieutenant Brady, who was there, to order out Sergeant Blakeney and his guard, and any 6 good swimmers in the regiment who might volunteer, with a reward of 20 guineas for whoever should bring in Clough alive, or 10 guineas for his body, and the fat fellow all the time in his bed, sipping sack posset. So away ran Brady and a couple of more of the young fellows at their best pace. No one spared himself on this errand, and little Puddock and another down to the bridge. It was preposterous. By this time Lillyman was running like mad from Clough's lodgings along Martin's Road to the rescue of Puddock, who at that moment, with his friends and the aid of a long pole, was poking into a little floating tanglement of withered leaves, turf, and rubbish under the near arch of the bridge, in the belief that he was dealing with the mortal remains of Clough. Lillyman overtook Toole at the corner of the street just in time to hear the scamper of the men, at double quick, running down the sweep of the road to the bridge, and to hear the shouting that arose from the parade ground by the river bank, from the men within the barrack precincts. Toole joined Lillyman running. "What the plague's this hubbub and hullo?" he cried. "Puttock's drowned," panted Lillyman. "Puttock? Bless us! Where?" puffed Toole. "Hullo, you sir! Have you heard it? Is he drowned?" cried Lillyman to the sentry outside the gate. "Drownded? Yes, sir," replied the man, saluting. "Is help gone?" "Yes, sir. Lieutenant Brady and Sergeant Blakeney and 9 men." "Come along," cried Lillyman to Toole, and they started afresh. They heard the shouting by the river bank, and followed it by the path round the King's house, passing the Phoenix and old Colonel Stafford, who was gouty and no runner, standing with a stern and anxious visage at the door, along with old Trumbull, Slow, and Trimmer, and some of the maids and drawers in the rear, all in consternation. "Bring me the news!" screamed the colonel as they passed. Lillyman was the better runner. Toole, a good deal blown, but full of pluck, was laboring in the rear. Lillyman jumped over the stile at the river path, and Toole saw an officer who resembled poor Puttock, he thought, a good deal, cross the road and follow in Lillyman's wake. The doctor crossed the stile next, and made his best gallop in rear of the plump officer, excited by the distant shouting, and full of horrible curiosity and good nature. Nearly opposite Inchicore, they fished up an immense dead pig, and Toole said to his amazement he found Puttock crying over it, and calling it "my brother." And this little scene added another very popular novelty to the doctor's stock of convivial monologues. Toole, who loved Puttock, hugged him heartily, and when he could get his breath, shouted triumphantly after the more advanced party, "He's found! He's found!" "Oh, thank heaven!" cried little Puttock with upturned eyes. "But is he really found?" The doctor almost thought that his perils had affected his intellect. "Is he found? Are you found?" cried the doctor, resuming that great shake with both hands, which in his momentary puzzle he had suspended. Oh dear, I don't quite understand. Is he lost? For mercy's sake, is Clough lost?" implored Puttock. "Lost in his bedclothes, maybe," cried Lillyman, who had joined them. "But he's not drowned." "Pish! Drowned, indeed! Unless he's drowned in the crock of hot water he's clapped his legs into. Where is he? Where's Clough? Hang it, he's in bed, in his lodging, drinking hot punch this half hour." "But are you certain?" "Why, I saw him there myself," answered Lillyman with an oath. Poor little Puttock actually clasped his hands, looked up, and poured forth a hearty, almost hysterical thanksgiving, for he had charged Clough's death altogether upon his own soul, and his relief was beyond expression. In the meantime, the old gentlemen of the club were in a thrilling suspense, and that not altogether disagreeable state of horror in which men chew the cud of bitter fancy over other men's catastrophes. After about 10 minutes, in came young Spate. "Well," said the colonel, "is Clough safe, or "Clough safe, only half drowned, but poor Puttock's lost." "What?" "Drowned, I'm afraid." "Drowned? Who says so?" repeated the colonel. "Clough. Everybody." "Why, there it is," replied the colonel, with a great oath, breaking through all his customary reserve and stiffness, and flinging his cocked hat on the middle of the table piteously. "A fellow that can't swim a yard will go by way of saving a large gentleman like Captain Clough from drowning, and he's pulled in himself. And so, bless my soul, what's to be done?" So the colonel broke into a lamentation, and a fury, and a wonder. Clough and Puttock, the two steadiest officers in the corps! He had a devilish good mind to put Clough under arrest. The idiots! Puttock, he was devilish sorry. There was no more honorable, etc. In fact, a very angry and pathetic funeral oration, during which, accompanied by Dr. Toole, Lieutenant Puttick in person entered, and the colonel stopped short with his eyes and mouth very wide open, and said to the colonel very sternly, I'm glad to see, sir, you're safe, and I suppose I shall now hear that Clough's drowned." And he stomped the emphasis on the floor. While all this was going on, some of the soldiers had actually got into Dublin. The tide was in, and the water very high at Bloody Bridge. A hat near the corner was whisking round and round, always trying to get under the arch, and always, when on the point, twirled round again into the corner, an image of the Flying Dutchman, and hope deferred. A watchman's crozier hooked the giddy thing. It was not a military hat, but they brought it back, and the captive was laid in the guard-room, mentioned by me because we've seen that identical hat before. End of Chapter 50. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 51 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 51. How Charles Nutter's tea, pipe, and tobacco box were all set out for him in the small parlor at the mills, and how that night was passed in the house by the churchyard. Mrs. Nutter and Mrs. Stirk, the wives of the two men who most hated one another within the vicinage of Chapelizod, natural enemies, holding aloof one from another, and each regarding the other in a puzzled way, with a sort of apprehension and horror, as the familiar of that worst and most formidable of men, her husband, were this night stricken with a common fear and sorrow. Darkness descended on the mills and the river, a darkness deepened by the umbrageous trees that grouped about the old grey house in which poor Mrs. Nutter lay so ill at ease. Moggy carried the jingling tray of tea-things into Nutter's little study, and lighted his candles, and set the silver snuffers in the dish, and thought she heard him coming, and ran back again, and returned with the singing tea-kitchen, and then away again for the thin buttered toast under its china cover, which our ancestors loved. Then she listened, but 'twas a mistake. It was the widow McCann's step, who carried the 10 pailfuls of water up from the river to fill the butt in the backyard every Tuesday and Friday for $1 a week, and a cup of tea with the girls in the kitchen. Then Moggy lighted the fire with the stump of a candle, for the night was a little chill, and she set the small round table beside it, and laid her master's pipe and tobacco box on it, and listened, and began to wonder what detained him. So she went out into the sharp, still air, and stood on the hall doorstep, and listened again. Presently she heard the widow McCann walking up from the garden with the last pail on her head, who stopped when she saw her, and set down the vessel upon the corner of the clumsy little balustrade by the doorstep. So Moggy declared her uneasiness, which waxed greater when Mrs. McCann told her that the master, God bless him, wasn't in the garden. She had seen him standing at the river's edge while she passed and repassed. He did not move a finger or seem to notice her, and was looking down into the water. When she came back the 3rd or 4th time, he was gone. At Moggy's command she went back into the garden, though she assured her solemnly 'twas nonsense looking there, and called Mr. Nutter at first in a deferential and hesitating way, but emboldened and excited by the silence, for she began to feel unaccountably queer in a louder and louder a key, till she was certain that he was neither in the garden, nor in the orchard, nor anywhere near the house. And when she stopped, the silence seemed awful, and the darkness under the trees closed round her with a supernatural darkness, and the river at the foot of the walk seemed snorting some inarticulate story of horror. So she locked the garden door quickly, looking over her shoulder, for she knew not what, and ran faster than she ever did along the sombre walk up to the hall door, and told her tale to Moggy, and begged to carry the pail in by the hall door. In they came, and Moggy shut the hall door, and turned the key in it. Perhaps 'twas the state in which the poor lady lay upstairs that helped to make them excited and frightened. Betty was sitting by her bedside, and Toole had been there and given her some opiate, I suppose, for she had dropped into a flushed, snoring sleep, a horrid counterfeit of repose. But she had first had 2 or 3 frightful fits, and all sorts of wild screaming talk between them. Perhaps it was the apparition of Mary Matchwell, whose evil influence was so horribly attested by the dismal spectacle she had left behind her, that predisposed them to panic. But assuredly each anticipated no good from the master's absence, and had a foreboding of something bad, of which they did not speak, but only disclosed it by looks and listening and long silences. The lights burning in Nutter's study invited them, and there the ladies seated themselves and made their tea in the kitchen teapot, and clapped it on the hob, and listened for sounds from Mrs. Nutter's chamber, and for the step of her husband crossing the little courtyard, and they grew only more nervous from listening, and there came every now and then a little tapping on the window pane. It was only, I think, a little sprig of the climbing rose that was nailed by the wall, nodding at every breath and rapping like unseen finger tops on the glass. But as small things will with such folk, under such circumstances, it frightened them confoundedly. Then, on a sudden, there came a great yell from poor Mrs. Nutter's chamber, and they both stood up very pale. The widow McCann, with the cup in her hand that she was tossing at the moment, and Moggy, all aghast, invoked a blessing under her breath, and they heard loud cries and sudden volleys of talk, and Biddy's voice soothing the patient. Poor Mrs. Nutter had started up, all on a sudden, from her narcotic doze, with a hideous scream that had frightened the women downstairs. Then she cried, "Where am I? Oh, the witch! The witch!" "Oh, no, Mom, dear," replied Betty. "Now, aisy, Mom, darling. I'm going mad." "No, Mom, dear. There now. Sure 'tis poor Betty that's in it. Don't be afeard, Mom." "Oh, Betty, hold me. Don't go. I'm mad. Am I mad?" Then, in the midst of Betty's consolations, she broke into a flood of tears, and seemed in some sort relieved. And Betty gave her her drops again, and she began to mumble to herself, and so to doze. At the end of another 10 minutes, with a scream, she started up again. "That's her step. Where are you, Betty?" she shrieked. And when Betty ran to the bedside, she held her so hard that the maid was ready to cry out, leering all the time over her shoulder, "Where's Charles Nutter? I saw him speaking to you." Then the poor little woman grew quieter, and by her looks and moans, and the clasping of her hands and her upturned eyes, seemed to be praying. And when Betty stealthily opened the press to take out another candle, her poor mistress uttered another terrible scream, crying, "You wretch! Her head won't fit. You can't hide her." And the poor woman jumped out of her bed, shrieking, "Charles! Charles! Charles!" Betty grew so nervous and frightened that she fairly bawled to her colleague, Moggy, and told her she would not stay in the room unless she sat up all night with her. So together they kept watch and ward, and as the night wore on, Mrs. Nutter's slumbers grew more natural and less brief, and her paroxysms of waking terror less maniacal. Still she would waken with a cry that thrilled them from some frightful vision, and seem to hear or see nothing aright for a good while after, and muttering to the frightened maids, "Listen to the knocking! Oh, breathing outside the door! Bolt it, Betty! Girls, say your prayers! 'Tis he!" or sometimes, "'Tis she!" And thus this heavy night wore over, and the wind, which began to rise as the hours passed, made sounds full of sad, untranslatable meaning in the ears of the watchers. Poor Mrs. Sturk, meanwhile, in the house by the churchyard, sat listening and wondering, and plying her knitting needles in the drawing-room. When the hour of her Barney's expected return had passed some time, she sent down to the barrack, and then to the club, and then on to the King's house, with her service to Mrs. Stafford, to inquire after her spouse. But her first and her second round of inquiries, dispatched at the latest minute at which she was likely to find anybody out of bed to answer them, were altogether fruitless, and the lights went out in one house after another, and the Phoenix shut its doors, and her own servants were for hours gone to bed, and the little town of Chapelizod was buried in the silence of universal slumber. And poor Mrs. Sturk still sat in her drawing-room, more and more agitated and frightened. But her missing soldier did not turn up, and Leonora sat and listened hour after hour. No sound of return, not even the solemn clank and fiery snort of the fiend horse under her window, or the hulu hula, my life, my love, of the phantom rider, cheated her with a momentary hope. Poor Mrs. Sturk! She raised the window a few inches, that she might the better hear the first distant ring of his coming on the road. She forgot he had not his horse that night, and was but a pedestrian. But somehow the night breeze through the aperture made a wolfish howling and sobbing that sounded faint and far away, and had a hateful character of mingled despair and banter in it. She said every now and then aloud, to reassure herself, "What a noise the wind makes, to be sure!" And after a while she opened the window wider. But her candle flared, and the flame tossed wildly about, and the perplexed lady feared it might go out absolutely. So she shut down the window altogether, for she could not bear the ill-omened baying any longer. So it grew to be past 2:00, and she was afraid that Barney would be very angry with her for sitting up, should he return. She went to bed, therefore, where she lay only more feverish, conjecturing and painting frightful pictures, till she heard the crow of the early village cock, and the caw of the jackdaw wheeling close to the eaves, as he took wing in the grey of the morning to show her that the business of a new day had commenced. And yet Barney had not returned. Not long after 7:00, Dr. Toole, with Juno, Caesar, Dido, and Sneak at his heels, paid his half-friendly, half-professional visit at the mills. Poor little Mrs. Nutter was much better. Quiet for her was everything. Packed up, of course, with a little physic, and having comforted her as well as he was able, he had a talk with Moggy in the hall, and all about Nutter's disappearance, and how Mrs. Mackin saw him standing by the river's brink, and that was the last anyone near the house had seen of him. And a thought flashed upon Toole, and he was very near coming out with it, but checked himself, and only said, "What hat had he on?" So she told him, And was his name written in it? And how was it marked? Two big letters, a C and an N. I see. And do you remember any other mark you'd know it by? Well, yes, I stitched the lining only last month with red silk, and that's how I remember the letters. I know. And are you sure it was that hat he had on? Certain sure. Why, there's all the rest. And she conned them over, as they hung on their pegs on the rack before them. Now, don't let the mistress be downhearted. Keep her up, Moggy, do you mind? I told her the master was with Lord Castlemallard since yesterday evening, on business, and don't you say anything else. Keep her quiet, do you mind? And humour her. And away went Toole at a swift pace to the town again, and entered the barrack, and asked to see the adjutant, and then to look at the hat the corporal had fished up by Bloody Bridge, and by Jupiter, his heart gave a couple of great bounces, and he felt himself grow pale. They were the identical capitals, C.N., and the clumsy red silk stitching in the lining. Toole was off forthwith, and had a fellow dragging the river before 3/4 of an hour. Dr. Walsingham, returning from an early ride to Island Bridge, saw this artist at work, with his ropes and great hooks at the other side of the river, and being a man of inquiring mind, and never having witnessed the process before, he cried out to him, after some moments lost in conjecture, "My good man, what are you fishing for?" "A land agent," answered Isaac Walton. "A land agent?" repeated the rector, misdoubting his ears. The saturnine angler made no answer. "And has a gentleman been drowned here?" he persisted. The man only looked at him across the stream and nodded. "Eh, and his name, pray?" "Old Nutter of the Mills," he replied. The rector made a woeful ejaculation, and stared at the careless operator, who had a pipe in his mouth the while, which made him averse from conversation. He would have liked to ask him more questions, but he was near the village and refrained himself. And he met Toole at the corner of the bridge, who, leaning on the shoulder of the rector's horse, gave him the sad story in full. End of chapter 51. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 52 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 52. Concerning a rouleau of guineas and the crack of a pistol. Dangerfield went up the river that morning with his rod and net, and his piscatory Fidus Achatus irons at his elbow. It was a nice grey sky, but the clerk was unusually silent, even for him, and the sardonic piscator appeared inscrutably amused as he looked steadily upon the running waters. Once or twice the spectacles turned full upon the clerk, over Dangerfield's shoulder, with a cynical light, as if he were on the point of making one of his ironical jokes. But he turned back again with a little whisk, the jest untold, whatever it was, to the ripple and the fly and the coy grey troutlings. At last Dangerfield said over his shoulder, with the same amused look, "Do you remember Charles Archer?" Irons turned pale, and looked down, embarrassed as it seemed, and began plucking at a tangled piece of tackle without making any answer. "Hey, Irons," persisted Dangerfield, who was not going to let him off. "Yes, I do," answered the man surlily. "I remember him right well, but I'd rather not. And I won't speak of him, that's all. Well, Charles Archer's here. We've seen him, haven't we? And just the devil he always was. said Dangerfield, with a deliberate chuckle of infinite relish, and evidently enjoying the clerk's embarrassment as he eyed him through his spectacles obliquely. "He has seen you, too," he says, "and thinks you have seen him, eh?" And Dangerfield chuckled more and more knowingly, and watched his shiftings and sulkings with a pleasant grin as he teased and quizzed him in his own enigmatical way. "Well, supposing I did see him," said Irons, looking up, returning Dangerfield's comic glance with a bold and lowering stare, "and supposing he saw me. So long as we've no business one of another, and never talks like, never seems to remember, I think 'tisn't no ways no one's business. That's what I say." "True, Irons, very true. You, I, and Stirk, the doctor, I mean, are cool fellows, and don't want for nerve. But I think, don't you, we're afraid of Charles Archer for all that. Fear or no fear, I don't want to talk to him nor of him, no ways," replied the clerk, grimly, and looking as black as a thundercloud. "Nor I neither, but you know he's here, and what a devil he is, and we can't help it," replied Dangerfield, very much tickled. The clerk only looked through his nearly closed eyes, and with the same pale and surly aspect, toward the point to which Dangerfield's casting line had floated, and observed, "You'll lose them flies, sir." "Hey?" said Dangerfield, and made another cast further into the stream. "Whatever he may seem, and I think I know him pretty well," he continued in the same sprightly way, "Charles Archer would dispose of each of us, you understand, without a scruple, precisely when and how best suited his convenience. Now, Dr. Stirk has sent him a message which I know will provoke him, for it sounds like a threat. If he reads it so, rely on't, he'll lay Stirk on his back one way or another, and I'm sorry for him, for I wished him well, but if he will play at brag with the devil, I can't help him. I'm a man that holds his tongue. I never talks none, even in my liquor. I'm a peaceable man and no bully, and only wants to live quiet," said Irons in a hurry. "A disciple of my school. You're right, Irons. That's my way. I never name Charles, except to the 2 or 3 who meet him, and then only when I can't help it, just as you do. Fellows of that kidney I always take quietly, and I've prospered. Stirk would do well to reconsider his message. Were I in his shoes, I would not eat an egg or a gooseberry, or drink a glass of fair water from that stream while he was in the country, for fear of poison. Curse him! And to think of Stirk expecting to meet him and walk with him after such a message, together as you and I do here. Do you see that tree?" It was a stout poplar just a yard away from Iron's shoulder, and as Dangerfield pronounced the word tree, his hand rose, and the sharp report of a pocket pistol half deafened Iron's ear. "I say," said Dangerfield, with a startling laugh, observing Irons wince, and speaking as the puff of smoke crossed his face, "he'd lodge a bullet in the cur's heart as suddenly as I've shot that tree." The bullet had hit the stem right in the center, and swear he was going to rob him. Irons eyed him with a livid squint, but answered nothing. I think he acquiesced in Dangerfield's dreadful estimate of Charles Archer's character. But we must give the devil his due. Charles can do a handsome thing sometimes. You shall judge. It seems he saw you, and you him, here in this town, some months ago, and each knew the other, and you've seen him since, and done likewise. But you said nothing, and he liked your philosophy, and hopes you'll accept of his, which from its weight I take to be a little rouleau of guineas." During this speech, Irons seemed both angry and frightened, and looked darkly enough before him on the water, and his lips were moving, as if in a running commentary upon it all the while. When Dangerfield put the little roll in his hand, Irons looked suspicious and frightened, and balanced it in his palm, as if he had thoughts of chucking it from him. as though it were literally a satanic dowser. But it is hard to part with money, and Irons, though he still looked cowed and unhappy, put the money into his breeches pocket, and he made a queer bow, and he said, "You know, sir, I never asked a farthing." "Aye, so he says," answered Dangerfield. And, with an imprecation, Irons added, "I never expected to be a shilling the better of him. He knows it. And now you have the reason why I mentioned Charles Archer, and having placed that gold in your hand, I've done with him, and we shan't have occasion, I hope, to name his name for a good while to come," said Dangerfield. Then came a long, refreshing silence, while Dangerfield whipped the stream with his flies. He was not successful, but he did not change his flies. It did not seem to trouble him. Indeed, mayhap he did not perceive it, and after fully 20 minutes thus unprofitably employed, he suddenly said, as if in continuation of his last sentence, "And respecting that money, you'll use caution. 100 guineas is not always so honestly come by. Your wife drinks. Suppose a relative in England had left you that gold by will, 'twould be best not to let her know, but give it to Dr. Walsingham secretly to keep for you, telling him the reason. He'll undertake the trust, and tell no one. That's your plan, mind ye." Then came another long silence, and Dangerfield applied himself in earnest to catch some trout, and when he had accomplished half a dozen, he tired altogether of the sport, and followed by Irons, he sauntered homewards, where astounding news awaited him. End of chapter 52. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 53 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 53. Relating after what fashion Dr. Stirk came home. As Dangerfield, having parted company with Irons at the corner of the bridge, was walking through the town with his rod over his shoulder and his basket of troutlings by his side, his attention was arrested by a little knot of persons in close and earnest talk at the barrack gate, nearly opposite Stirk's house. He distinguished at a glance the tall, grim figure of Oliver Lowe of Lucan, the sternest and shrewdest magistrate who held the commission for the county of Dublin in those days, mounted on his iron grey hunter, and holding the crupper with his right hand as he leaned toward a ragged, shaggy little urchin with naked shins, whom he was questioning, as it seemed, closely. Half a dozen gaping villagers stood round. There was an indescribable something about the group which indicated horror and excitement. Dangerfield quickened his pace and arrived just as the adjutant rode out. Saluting both as he advanced, Dangerfield asked, "Nothing amiss, I hope, gentlemen?" "The surgeon here's been found murdered in the park," answered Lowe. "Hey, Stirk?" said Dangerfield. "Yes," said the adjutant. "This boy here says he found him in the butcher's wood." "The butcher's wood? Why, what the plague brought him there?" exclaimed Dangerfield. "'Tis his straight road from Dublin across the park," observed the magistrate. "Oh, I thought 'twas the wood by Lord Mountjoy's," said Dangerfield. "And when did it happen?" "Pooh! Some time between yesterday afternoon and half an hour ago," answered Mr. Lowe. "Nothing known?" said Dangerfield. "'Twill be a sad hearing over the way," and he glared grimly, with a little side nod at the doctor's house. Then he fell, like the others, to questioning the boy. He could tell them but little, only the same story over and over. Coming out of town with tea and tobacco, a pair of shoes, and a bottle of whiskey for old Mrs. Tresham in the thick of the wood, among brambles, all at once he lighted on the body. He could not mistake Dr. Stirk. He wore his regimentals. There was blood about him. He did not touch him, nor go nearer than a musket's length to him, and being frightened at the sight in that lonely place, he ran away and right down to the barrack, where he made his report. Just then out came Sergeant Bligh with his men, 2 of them carrying a bier with a mattress and cloaks thereupon. They formed, and accompanied by the adjutant, at quick step marched through the town for the park. Mr. Lowe accompanied them, and in the park lane they picked up the ubiquitous Dr. Toole, who joined the party. Dangerfield walked a while beside the adjutant's horse, and said he, "I've had as much walking as I can well manage this morning, and you don't want for hands, so I'll turn back when I've said just a word in your ear. You know, sir, funerals are expensive, and I happen to know that poor Stirk was rather pressed for money. In fact, 'twas only the day before yesterday I myself lent him a trifle. So will you, through whatever channel you think best, let poor Mrs. Stirk know that she may draw upon me for £100, if she requires it." "Thank you, Mr. Dangerfield, I certainly shall." And so Dangerfield lifted his hat to the party and fell behind and came to a standstill, watching them till they disappeared over the brow of the hill. When he reached his little parlour in the brass castle, luncheon was upon the table, but he had not much of an appetite, and stood at the window, looking upon the river with his hands in his pockets, and a strange pallid smile over his face, mingling with the light of the silver spectacles. "When Irons hears of this," he said, "he'll come to my estimate of Charles Archer, and conclude he has had a finger in that pretty pie. 'Twill frighten him." And somehow Dangerfield looked a little bit queer himself, and he drank off 2 small glasses, such as folks then used in Ireland, of Nance, and setting down the glass, he mused, "A queer battle life is. Aha! Stirk laid low, the wretched fool. Widow? Yes. Children? Aye. Charles! Charles! If there be a reckoning after death, your score is an ugly one. I'm tired of playing my part in this weary game of defence. Irons and I remain with the secret between us. Glasscock had his fourth of it, and tasted death. Then we 3 had it, and Stirk goes next. And now I and Irons, Irons and I, which goes first?" And he fell to whistling slowly and dismally, with his hands in his breeches pockets, looking vacantly through his spectacles at the ever-running water, an emblem of the eternal change and monotony of life. In the meantime, the party, with Tim Bryan, the bare-shanked urchin, still in a pale perspiration, for guide, marched on, all looking ahead in suspense and talking little. On they marched, till they got into the bosky shadow of the close whitethorn and brambles, and there in a lonely nook, the small birds hopping on the twigs above, sure enough, on his back, in his regimentals, lay the clay-coloured image of Stirk, some blood nearly black now at the corners of his mouth, and under his stern brows a streak of white eyeball turned up to the sky. There was a pool of blood under his pomadumed, powdered, and curled head, more under his right arm, which was slightly extended, with the open hand thrown palm upwards, as if appealing to heaven. Toole examined him. "No pulse, by Jove! Quiet there, don't stir." Then he clapped his ear on Stirk's white Marseille vest. "Hush!" In a long pause. Then Toole rose erect, but still on his knees. "Will you be quiet there? I think there's some little action still. Only don't talk or shift your feet, and just do be quiet." Then Toole rose to his knees again, with a side glance fixed on the face of Stirk, with a puzzled and alarmed look. He evidently did not well know what to make of it. Then he slipped his hand under his vest, and between his shirt and his skin. "If he's dead, he's not long so. There's warmth here. And see, get me a pinch or two of that thistledown. Do you see?" And with the help of this improvised test, he proceeded to try whether he was still breathing. But there was a little air stirring, and they could not manage it. "Well," said Toole, standing, this time quite erect, I think there's life there still. And now, boys, do you see? Lift him very carefully, do you mind? Gently, very gently, for I tell you, if this hemorrhage begins again, he'll not last 20 seconds. So on a cloak they lifted him softly and deftly to the bier, and laid covering over him, and having received Toole's last injunctions, and especially a direction to Mrs. Stirk to place him in a well-warmed bed, and introduce a few spoonfuls of warm port wine negus into his mouth, and if he swallowed, to continue to administer it from time to time, Sergeant Bligh and his men commenced their funereal march toward Stirk's house. "And now, Mr. Adjutant," said Lowe, "had we not best examine the ground and make a search for anything that may lead to a conviction?" Well, a ticket was found trod into the bloody mud, scarcely legible, and Stirk's cocked hat, the leaf and crown cut through with a blow of some blunt instrument. His sword they had found by his side, not drawn. "See, here's a footprint, too," said Lowe. "Don't move." It was remarkable. They pinned together the backs of 2 letters, and Toole, with his surgical scissors, cut the pattern to fit exactly into the impression, and he and Lowe, with great care, penciled in the well-defined marks of the great hobnails, and a sort of seam or scar across the heel. 'Twas pretty much after this fashion. It was in a slight dip in the ground where the soil continued soft. They found it in 2 other places coming up to the fatal spot from the direction of the magazine, and it was traceable on for some 20 yards more faintly. Then again very distinctly, where, a sort of ditch interposing, a jump had been made, and here it turned down towards the park wall and the Chapelizod road, still, however, slanting in the Dublin direction. In the hollow by the park wall it appeared again distinctly, and here it was plain the transit of the wall had been made, for the traces of the mud were evident enough upon its surface, and the mortar on top was displaced, and a little tuft of grass in the mud, left by the clotted shoe sole. Here the fellow had got over. They followed, and despairing of finding it upon the road, they diverged into a narrow slip of ground by the river bank, and just within the park gate, in a slight hollow, the clay of which was still impressible, they found the track again. It led close up to the river bank, and there the villain seemed to have come to a standstill, for the sod, just for so much as a good-sized sheet of letter paper might cover, was trod and broken, as if at the water's edge he had stood for a while and turned about and shifted his feet, like a fellow that is uneasy while he is stationary. From this standpoint they failed to discover any receding footprint, but close by it came a little horse track, covered with shingle, by which in those days the troops used to ride their horses to water. He might have stepped upon this, and following it taken to the streets, or he might, and this was Lowe's theory, have swam the river at this point and got into some of those ruffian haunts in the rear of Watling and St. James streets. So Lowe, who with a thief or a murderer in the wind had the soul of a Nimrod, rode round to the opposite bank, first telling Toole, who did not care to press his services at Stirk's house uninvited, that he would send out the great Dr. Pell to examine the patient, or the body, as the case might turn out. By this time they were carrying Dr. Stirk, that gaudy and dismal image, up his own staircase, his pale wife sobbing and shivering on the landing, among whispered ejaculations from the maids, and the speechless wonder of the awe-stricken children, staring through the banisters, to lay him in the bed where at last he is to lie without dreaming. End of chapter 53. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 54, The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 54, in which Miss Magnolia McNamara and Dr. Toole, in different scenes, prove themselves good Samaritans, and the great Dr. Pell mounts the stairs of the house by the churchyard. So, pulse or no pulse, dead or alive, they got Stirk into his bed. Poor, cowed, quiet little Mrs. Stirk went quite wild at the bedside. "Oh, my Barney, my Barney, my noble Barney!" she kept crying. "He's gone. He'll never speak again. Do you think he hears? Oh, Barney, my darling, Barney, it's your own poor little Letty. Oh, Barney, darling, don't you hear? It's your own poor, foolish Letty." But it was the same stern face and ears of stone. There was no answer and no sign. And she sent a pitiful entreaty to Dr. Toole, who came very good-naturedly, and indeed he was prowling about the doorway of his domicile in expectation of the summons. And he shook her very cordially by the hand, and quite filled up at her woebegone appeal, and told her she must not despair yet. And this time he pronounced most positively that Stirk was still living. "Yes, my dear madam, so sure as you and I are, there's no mistaking." And as the warmth of the bed began to tell, the signs of life showed themselves more and more unequivocally. But Toole knew that his patient was in a state of coma, from which he had no hope of his emerging. So poor little Mrs. Stirk, as white as a plaster on the wall, who kept her imploring eyes fixed on the doctor's ruddy countenance during his moments of deliberation, burst out into a flood of tears and thanksgivings and benedictions. "He'll recover. Something tells me he'll recover. Oh, my Barney, darling, you will. You will. While there's life, you know, my dear Mom," said Toole, doing his best. "But then, you see, he's been very badly abused about the head, and the brain, you know, is the great center. But as I said, while there's life, there's hope. And he's so strong, he shakes off an illness so easily. He has such courage. So much the better, Mom. And I can't but think, as he did not die outright, and has shown such wonderful endurance. Oh, my darling, he'll get on. Well, well, Mom, there certainly have been wonderful recoveries. And he's so much better already, you see. And I know so well how he gets through an illness. 'Tis wonderful. And he certainly is mightily improved since we got him to bed. Why, I can see him breathe now. And you know it must be a good sign. And then there's a merciful God over us. And all the poor little children. What would become of us?" And then she wiped her eyes quickly. "The promise, you know, of length of days, it often comforted me before, to those that honor father and mother, and I believe there never was so good a son. Oh, my noble Barney, never. 'Tis my want of reliance and trust in the Almighty's goodness." And so, holding Toole by the cuff of his coat and looking piteously into his face as they stood together in the doorway, the poor little woman argued thus with inexorable death. Fools and blind, when amidst our agonies of supplication the blow descends, our faith in prayer is staggered, as if it reached not the ear of the All-Wise, and moved not his sublime compassion. Are we quite sure that we comprehend the awful and far-sighted game that is being played for us and others so well that we can sit by and safely dictate its moves? How will Messrs. Murphy or Staunton, on whose calculations I will suppose you have staked £100, brook your insane solicitations to spare this pawn or withdraw that knight from prize, on the board which is but the toy type of that dread field where all the powers of eternal intellect, the wisdom from above and the wisdom from beneath, the stupendous intelligence that made, and the stupendous sagacity that would undo us, are pitted one against the other in a death combat which admits of no reconciliation and no compromise. About poor Mrs. Nutter's illness and the causes of it, various stories were current in Chapelizod. Some had heard it was a blackamoor witch who had evoked the foul fiend in bodily shape from the parlour cupboard, and that he had with his cloven foot kicked her and Sally Nutter round the apartment until their screams brought in Charles Nutter, who was smoking in the garden, and that on entering he would have fared as badly as the rest had he not had the presence of mind to pounce at once upon the great family Bible that laid on the window-sill, with which he belaboured the infernal intruder to a purpose. Others reported 'twas the ghost of old Philip Nutter, who rose through the floor, and talked I know not what awful rhodomontade. These were the confabulations of the tap-room and the kitchen, but the speculations and rumours current over the card-table and claret-glasses were hardly more congruous or intelligible. In fact, nobody knew well what to make of it. Nutter certainly had disappeared, and there was an uneasy feeling about him. The sinister terms on which he and Stirk had stood were quite well known, and though nobody spoke out, every one knew pretty well what his neighbour was thinking of. Our blooming friend, the handsome and stalwart Magnolia, having got a confidential hint from agitated Mrs. Mac, trudged up to the mills in a fine frenzy, vowing vengeance on Mary Matchwell, for she liked poor Sally Nutter well, and when with all her roses in her cheeks, and her saucy black eyes flashing vain lightnings across the room in pursuit of the vanished woman in sable, the Amazon with black hair and slender waist comforted and pitied poor Sally, and anathematized her cowardly foe. It must be confessed she looked plaguy handsome, wicked, and good-natured. Mary Matchwell, indeed! I'll match her well. Wait a while. You'll see if I don't. I'll pay her off yet. Never mind, Sally, darling. Arrah! Don't be crying, child. Do you hear me? What's that? Charles? Why, then, is it about Charles you're crying? Charles Nutter? Psst! Woman dear, don't you think he's come to an age to take care of himself? I'll hold you a crown. He's in Dublin with the sheriff, going to cart that jade to Bridewell. And why in the world didn't you send for me when you wanted to discourse with Mary Matchwell? Where was the good of my poor dear mother? Why, she's as soft as butter. 'Twas a devil like me you wanted, you poor little darling. Do you think I'd a let her frighten you this way, the vixen? I'd a knocked her through the window as soon as look at her. She saw with half an eye she could frighten you both, you poor things. Oh! How I wish I was here. I'd a put her across my knee, and no, do you say? Pooh! You don't know me, you poor innocent little creature. And do you mind now? You must not be moping here. Sally Nutter all alone. You'll just come down to us and drink a cup of tea and play a round game and hear the news. And look up now and give me a kiss, for I like you, Sally, you kind old girl." And she gave her a hug and a shake and a half a dozen kisses on each cheek, and laughed merrily and scolded and kissed her again. Little more than an hour after, up comes a little billet from the good-natured Magnolia, just to help poor little Sally Nutter out of the vapors, and vowing that no excuse should stand good, and that come she must to tea and cards. And oh, what do you think? It went on. Such a bit of news. I'm going to tell you, so prepare for a shock. At this part poor Sally felt quite sick, but went on. Dr. Stirk, that drove into town yesterday as grand as you please, in Mrs. Strafford's coach, all smiles and politeness. Who'd have believed? Well, he just come back with 2 great fractions of his skull, riding on a bear, insensible, into town. There's for you. Only think of poor Mrs. Stirk, and the shock she's got on sight of him, and how thankful and pleasant you should be that Charles Nutter is not a corpses in the butcher's wood, and jigging home to you like Stirk did, but well in health, what I'm certain sure he is, taking the law of Mary Matchwell. Bless the mark, to get her imprisoned and publicly wiped by the common hangman. All which rhapsody conjured up a confused and dyspeptic dream, full of absurd and terrific images, which he could not well comprehend, except in so far as it seemed clear that some signal disaster had befallen Stirk. That night at 9 o'clock the great Dr. Pell arrived in his coach with steaming horses at Stirk's hall door, where the footman thundered a tattoo that might have roused the dead, for it was the family's business, if they did not want a noise, to muffle the knocker. And the doctor strode up, directed by the whispering, awestruck maid, to Stirk's bedchamber, with his hands in his muff, after the manner of doctors in his day, without asking questions or hesitating on lobbies, for the sands of his minutes ran out in gold dust. So, with a sort of awe and suppressed bustle, preceding and following him, he glided upstairs and straight to the patient's bedside, serene, saturnine, and rapid. In a twinkling the maid was running down the street for Toole, who had kept at home, in state costume, expecting the consultation with the great man, which he liked. And up came Toole, with his brows knit and his chin high, marching over the pavement in a mighty fuss, for he knew that the oracle's time and temper were not to be trifled with. In the club, Larry the Drawer, as he set a pint of mulled claret by old Arthur Slow's elbow, whispered something in his ear with a solemn wink. "Ho, by Jove, gentlemen, the doctor's come, Dr. Pell. His coach stands at Stirk's door, Larry says, and we'll soon hear how he fares." And up got Major O'Neill with a hey, ho, ho, and out he went, followed by old Slow with his little tankard in his fist, to the inn door, where the Major looked on the carriage, lighted up by the footman's flambeau, beneath the old village elm, up the street, smoking his pipe still to keep it burning, and communicating with Slow, 2 words at a time. And Slow stood gazing at the same object with his little faded blue eyes, his disengaged hand in his breeches pocket, and ever and anon wetting his lips with his hot cordial, and assenting agreeably to the Major's conclusions. "Seize Ace, curse it!" cried Clough, who, I'm happy to say, had taken no harm by his last night's wetting. "Another gammon! I'll lay you 50. Toole, I dare say, will look in and tell us how poor Stirk goes on," said Puttock, playing his throw. "Hang it, Puttock, mind your game. To be sure he will. Sink Ace! Well, curse it! The same throw over again. 'Tis too bad. I missed taking your last time, with that stupid blot you've covered. And now, by Jove, it ruins me. There's no playing when fellows are getting up every minute to gape after doctors' coaches and leaving the door open. Hang it, I've lost the game by it. Gammon twice already. 'Tis very pleasant. I only wish when gentlemen interrupt play, they'd be good enough to pay the bets." It was not much, about 5 shillings altogether, and little Puttick had not often a run of luck. "If you'd like to win it back, Captain Clough, I'll give you a chance," said O'Flaherty, who was tolerably sober. "I'll lay you an even guinea Stirk's dead before 9 tomorrow morning, and 2 to 1 he's dead before this time tomorrow night." "I thank you, no, sir. 2 doctors over him, and his head in 2 pieces. You're very obliging, Lieutenant, but I'll choose a likelier wager," said Clough. Dangerfield, who was overlooking the party, with his back to the fire, appeared displeased at their levity, shook his head, and was on the point of speaking one of those polite but cynical reproofs whose irony, cold and intangible, intimidated the less potent spirits of the club-room, but he dismissed it with a little shrug. And a minute after, Major O'Neill and Arthur Sloane became aware that Dangerfield had glided behind them, and was looking serenely like themselves at the Dublin doctor's carriage and smoking team. The light from Stirk's bedroom window and the red glare of the footman's torch made 2 little trembling reflections in the silver spectacles as he stood in the shade peering movelessly over their shoulders. "'Tis a sorry business, gentlemen," he said, in a stern, subdued tone. 7 children and a widow. He's not dead yet, though. Whatever Toole might do, the Dublin doctor would not stay with a dead man. Time's precious. I can't describe how I pity that poor soul, his wife. What's to become of her and her helpless brood, I know not." Sloe grunted a dismal assent, and the Major, with a dolorous gaze, blew a thin stream of tobacco smoke into the night air, which floated off like the ghost of a sigh towards the glimmering window of Stirk's bedroom. So they all grew silent. It seemed they had no more to say, and that in their minds the dark curtain had come down upon the drama of which the noble Barney, as poor Mrs. Stirk called him, was hero. End of chapter 54. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 55 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 55, in which Dr. Toole, in full costume, stands upon the hearthstone of the club and illuminates the company with his back to the fire. 2 or 3 minutes later, the hall door of Stirk's mansion opened wide, and the figure of the renowned doctor from Dublin, lighted up with a candle from behind and with a link from before, glided swiftly down the steps and disappeared into the coach with a sharp clang of the door. Up jumps the footman and gives his link a great whirl about his head. The maid stands on the step with her hand before the flaring candle. "The Turk's Head in Werburgh Street," shouts the footman, and smack goes the coachman's whip, and the clang and rattle begin. "That's Alderman Blunkett. He's dying," said the Major, by way of gloss on the footman's text. And away went the carriage with thundering wheels and trailing sparks behind it, as if the wild huntsman had furnished its fleet and shadowy team. "He has 10 guineas in his pocket for that. A guinea a minute, by Jove! Coining, no less," said the Major, whose pipe was out, and he thinking of going in to replenish it. "We'll have Toole here presently, depend upon it." He had hardly spoken when Toole, in a halo of candlelight, emerged from Stirk's hall door. With one foot on the steps, the doctor paused to give a parting direction about chicken broth and white wine whey. These last injunctions on the doorsteps had begun, perhaps in a willingness to let folks see and even hear that the visit was professional, and along with the lowering and awfully serious countenance with which they were delivered, had grown into a habit, so that as now he practiced them even in solitude and darkness. Then Toole was seen to approach the Phoenix in full blow, his cane under his arm, with his full-dressed wig on. He was always grand and Aesculapian, and reserved withal, and walked with a measured tread, and a sad and important countenance, which somehow made him look more chubby, and he was a good deal more formal with his friends at the inn door, and took snuff before he answered them. But this only lasted some 8 or 10 minutes after a consultation or momentous visit, and would melt away insensibly in the glow of the club parlor, sometimes reviving for a minute, when the little mirror that sloped forward from the wall showed him a passing portrait of his grand wig and toggery, and it was pleasant to observe how the Oddfellows unconsciously deferred to this temporary self-assertion, and would call him not Tom nor Toole, but Doctor, or Dr. Toole, when the fit was upon him. And Devereux in this day won 2 or 3 wagers by naming the doctor with whom Toole had been closeted, reading the secret in the countenance and byplay of their crony. When it had been with tall, cold, stately Dr. Pell, Toole was ceremonious and deliberate and oppressively polite. On the other hand, when he had been shut up with brusque, half-savage, energetic Dr. Rogerson, Tom was laconic, decisive, and insupportably ill-bred, till, as we have said, the mirage melted away, and he gradually acquiesced in his identity. Then, little by little, the irrepressible gossip, jocularity, and ballad minstrelry were heard again. His little eyes danced, and his waggish smiles glowed once more, ruddy as a setting sun, through the nectarian vapors of the punch-bowl. The ghosts of Pell and Rogerson fled to their cold, dismal shades, and little Tom Toole was his old self again for a month to come. "Your most obedient gentleman, your most obedient," said Toole, bowing and taking their hands graciously in the hall. "A darkish evening, gentlemen." "And how does your patient, Doctor?" inquired Major O'Neill. The doctor closed his eyes and shook his head slowly with a gentle shrug. "He's in a bad case, Major. There's little to be said, and that little, sir, not told in a moment," answered Toole, and took snuff. "How stirk, sir?" repeated the silver spectacles a little sternly. "Well, sir, he's not dead, but by your leave, had we not better go into the parlor, eh? 'Tis a little chill, and, as I said, 'tis not at all told in a moment. He's not dead, though. That's the sum of it. You first. Pray proceed, gentlemen." Dangerfield grimly took him at his word, but the polite major got up a little ceremonious tussle with Toole in the hall. However, it was no more than a matter of half a dozen bows and waves of the hand, and "After you, sir," and Toole entered, and after a general salutation in the style of Dr. Pell, he established himself upon the hearthstone, with his back to the fire, as a legitimate oracle. Toole was learned, as he loved to be among the laity on such occasions, and was in no undue haste to bring his narrative to a close. But the gist of the matter was this: Stirk was laboring under concussion of the brain and 2 terrific fractures of the skull, so long and lying so near together that he and Dr. Pell instantly saw 'twould be impracticable to apply the trepan. In fact, that 'twould be certain and instantaneous death. He was absolutely insensible, but his throat was not yet palsied, and he could swallow a spoonful of broth or sack whey from time to time. But he was a dead man to all intents and purposes. Inflammation might set in at any moment. At best he would soon begin to sink, and neither he nor Dr. Pell thought he had the smallest chance of awakening from his lethargy for one moment. He might last 2 or 3 days, or even a week. What did it signify? What was he, better than a corpse already? He could never hear, see, speak, or think again, and for any difference it could possibly make to poor Stirk, they might clap him in his grave and cover him up tonight. Then the talk turned upon Nutter. Every man had his theory or his conjecture but Dangerfield, who maintained a discreet reserve, much to the chagrin of the others, who thought, not without reason, that he knew more about the state of his affairs, and especially of his relations with Lord Castle-Mallard, than perhaps all the world beside. Possibly, poor fellow, he was not in a condition to have his accounts overhauled, and on changing an agency things sometimes come out that otherwise might have kept quiet. He was the sort of fellow who would go through with a thing, and if he thought the best way of going out of the agency was to go out of the world also, out he'd go. They were always a resolute family. Nutter's great-uncle, you know, drowned himself in that little lake, what do you call it, in the county of Cavan? And 'twas mighty coolly and resolutely done, too. But there was a haunting, undivulged suspicion in the minds of each. Every man knew what his neighbor was thinking of, though he did not care to ask about his ugly dreams, or to relate his own. They all knew what sort of terms Stirk and Nutter had been on. They tried to put the thought away, for though Nutter was not a joker, nor a songster, nor a storyteller, yet they liked him. Besides, Nutter might possibly turn up in a day or two, and in that case 'twould go best with those who had not risked an atrocious conjecture about him in public. So every man waited, and held his tongue upon that point, till his neighbor should begin. End of chapter 55. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 56 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 56. Dr. Walsingham and the Chapelizod Christians meet to the sound of the holy bell, and a vampire sits in the church. The next day, the Sabbath bell from the ivied tower of Chapelizod Church called all good folk round to their pews and seats. Stirk's place was empty. Already it knew him no more, and Mrs. Stirk was absent. But the little file of children, of whom the neighbors looked with an awful and tender curiosity, was there. Lord Townsend, too, was in the vice-regal seat, with gentlemen of his household behind, splendid in star and peruke, and eyed over their prayer-books by many inquisitive Christians. Nutter's little pew, under the gallery, was void like Stirk's. These sudden blanks were eloquent, and many, as from time to time the dismal gap opened silent before their eyes, felt their thoughts wander, and lead them away in a strange and dismal dance, among the nodding hawthorns in the butcher's wood, amidst the damps of night, where Stirk lay in his leggings and powder and blood, and a beetle droned by, unheeding, and no one saw him save the guilty eyes that gleamed back as the shadowy shape stole swiftly away among the trees. Dr. Walsingham's sermon had reference to the twofold tragedy of the week, Nutter's supposed death by drowning, and the murder of Stirk. In his discourses he sometimes came out with a queer bit of erudition, such as, while it edified one portion of his congregation, filled the other with unfeigned amazement. "We may pray for rain," said he on one occasion, when the collect had been read, "and for other elemental influence with humble confidence. For if it be true, as the Roman annalists relate, that their augurs could, by certain rites and imprecations, produce thunderstorms, if it be certain that thunder and lightning were successfully invoked by King Porcina, and as Lucius Piso, whom Pliny calls a very respectable author, avers that the same thing had frequently been done before his time by King Numa Pompilius. Surely it is not presumption in a Christian congregation, and so forth. On this occasion, he warned his parishioners against assuming that sudden death is a judgment. On the contrary, the ancients held it a blessing, and Pliny declares it to be the greatest happiness of life. How much more should we? Many of the Roman worthies, as you are aware, perished thus suddenly. Quintius Aemilius Lepidus, going out of his house, struck his great toe against the threshold, and expired. Gnaeus Babius Pampilius, a man of praetorian rank, died while asking a boy what o'clock it was. Aulus Manlius Torquatus, a gentleman of consular rank, died in the act of taking a cheesecake at dinner. Lucius Tucius Valla, the physician, deceased while taking a draught of mulsum. Appius Sophius, while swallowing an egg, and Cornelius Gallus, the praetor, and Titus Hetarius, a knight, each died while kissing the hand of his wife, and I might add many more names with which no doubt you are equally familiar. The gentlemen of the household opened their eyes. The officers of the Royal Irish Artillery, who understood their man, winked pleasantly behind their cocked hats at one another, and His Excellency coughed with his perfumed pocket-handkerchief to his nose a good deal, and Master Dicky Stirk, a grave boy who had a side view of His Excellency, told his nurse that the Lord Lieutenant laughed in church, and was rebuked for that scandalum magnatum with proper horror. Then the good doctor told them that the blood of the murdered man cried to heaven, that they might comfort themselves with the assurance that the man of blood would come to judgment. He reminded them of St. Augustine's awful words, God hath woolen feet, but iron hands. And he told them an edifying story of Mempricius, the son of Maidan, the fourth king of England, then called Bretagne, after Brute, who murdered his brother Manlius. And mark ye this, after 20 years he was devoured by wild beasts, and another of one Bessus, 'tis related by Plutarch, who having killed his father, was brought to punishment by means of swallows, which birds his guilty conscience persuaded him, in their chattering language, did say to one another, that Bessus had killed his father, whereupon he bewrayed his horrible crime, and was worthily put to death. The great Martin Luther, he continued, reports such another story of a certain Almain, who, when thieves were in the act of murdering him, espying a flight of crows, cried aloud, O crows, I take you for witnesses and revengers of my death. And so it fell out, some days afterwards, as these same thieves were drinking in an inn, a flight of crows came and lighted on the top of the house, whereupon the thieves, jesting, said to one another, See yonder are those who are to avenge the death of him we dispatched t'other day, which the tapster, overhearing, told forthwith to the magistrate, who arrested them presently, and thereupon they confessed and were put to death. And so he went on, sustaining his position with strange narratives, culled here and there from the wilderness of his reading. Among the congregation that heard this sermon, and the eccentricities of which I have hinted, but which had, beside, much that was striking, simply pathetic, and even awful in it, there glided, shall I say, a phantom, with the light of death, and the shadows of hell, and the taint of the grave upon him, and sat among these respectable persons of flesh and blood, impenetrable, secure, for he knew there were but two in the church for whom clever disguises were idle and transparent as the air: the blue-chinned sly clerk who read the responses and quavered the psalms so demurely, and the white-headed, silver-speckled upright man in my Lord Castle Mallard's pew, who turned over the leaves of his prayer book so diligently, saw him as he was, and knew him to be Charles Archer, and one of these at least, as this dreadful spirit walked, with his light burning in the noonday, dogged by inexorable shadows, through a desolate world, in search of peace, he knew to be the slave of his lamp. End of chapter 56. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 57 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 57, in which Dr. Toole and Mr. Lowe make a visit at the mills and recognize something remarkable while there. After church, Dr. Toole, walking up to the mills to pay an afternoon visit to poor little Mrs. Nutter, was overtaken by Mr. Lowe, the magistrate, who brought his tall, iron-gray hunter to a walk as he reached him. "Any tidings of Nutter?" asked he, after they had, in the old-world phrase, given one another the time of day. "Not a word," said the doctor. "I don't know what to make of it, but you know what's thought. The last place he was seen in was his own garden. The river was plaguey swollen Friday night, and just where he stood it's deep enough, I can tell you. Often I bathed there when I was a boy. He was consumedly in the dumps, poor fellow, and between ourselves, he was a resolute dog, an atrabilious, and just the fellow to make the jump into kingdom come if the maggot bit. And you know his hat was fished out of the river a long way down. They dragged next morning, but psh! 'Twas all nonsense and moonshine. Why, there was water enough to carry him to Ring's End in an hour. He was a good deal out of sorts, as I said latterly, a shabby design, sir, to thrust him out of my Lord Castle Mallard's agency. But that's past and gone, and besides, I have reason to know there was some kind of an excitement, a quarrel. It could not be. Poor Sally Nutter's too mild and quiet for that. But, a something, an agitation, or a bad news, or something, just before he went out. And so poor Nutter, you see, it looks very like as if he had done something rash." Talking thus, they reached the mills by the riverside, not far from Knockmaroon. On learning that Toole was about making a call there, Lowe gave his bridle to a little Chapelizod ragamuffin, and, dismounting, accompanied the doctor. Mrs. Nutter was in her bed. "Make my service to your mistress," said Toole, "and say I'll look in on her in 5 minutes, if she'll admit me." And Lowe and the doctor walked on to the garden, and so side by side down to the river's bank. "Hey, look at that," said Toole with a start, in a hard whisper, and he squeezed Lowe's arm very hard, and looked as if he saw a snake. It was the impression in the mud of the same peculiar footprint they had tracked so far in the park. There was a considerable pause, during which Lowe stooped down to examine the details of the footmark. "Hang it, you know, poor Mrs. Nutter, eh?" said Toole, and hesitated. "We must make a note of that. The thing's important," said Mr. Lowe, sternly fixing his gray eye upon Toole. "Certainly, sir," said the doctor, bridling. "I should not like to be the man to hit him, you know, but it is remarkable, and curse it, sir, if called on, I'll speak the truth as straight as you, sir, every bit, sir." And he added an oath, and looked very red and heated. The magistrate opened his pocket-book, took forth the patterned sole, carefully superimposed it, called Toole's attention, and said, "You see." Toole nodded hurriedly, and just then the maid came out to ask him to see her mistress. "I say, my good woman," said Lowe, Just look here. Whose footprint is that? Do you know it? Oh, why, to be sure I do. Isn't it the master's brogues? She replied, frightened. She knew not why, after the custom of her kind. You observe that, and he pointed specially to the transverse line across the heel. Do you know that? The woman assented. Who made or mended these shoes? Bill Heaney, the shoemaker, down in Martin's Row there. 'Twas he made them, and mended them too, sir. So he came to a perfect identification, and then an authentication of his paper pattern. Then she could say they were certainly the shoes he wore on Friday night. In fact, every other pair he had were then on the shoe stand on the lobby. So Lowe entered the house and got pen and ink and continued to question the maid and make little notes. And the other maid knocked at the parlor door with a message to Toole. Lowe urged his going, and somehow Toole thought the magistrate suspected him of making signs to his witness, and he departed ill at ease. And at the foot of the stairs he said to the woman, "You had better go in there. That stupid Lynn is doing her best to hang your master, by Jove." And the woman cried, "Oh, dear, bless us!" Toole was stunned and agitated, and so, with his hand on the clumsy banister, he strode up the dark staircase and round the little corner in the lobby to Mrs. Nutter's door. "Oh, madam, 'twill all come right, be sure," said Toole, uncomfortably responding to a vehement and rambling appeal of poor Mrs. Nutter's. "And do you really think it will? Oh, doctor, do you think it will? The last 2 or 3 nights and days, how many is it? Oh, my poor head, it seems like a month since he went away. And where do you think he is? Do you think it's business?" "Of course 'tis business, mum." And, oh, doctor, you really think he's safe?" "Of course, madam, he's safe. What's to ail him?" And Toole rummaged amongst the old medicine vials on the chimney-piece, turning their labels round and round, but neither seeing them nor thinking about them, and only muttering to himself with, I'm sorry to say, a curse here and there. "You see, my dear Mom, you must keep yourself as quiet as you can, or physic's thrown away upon you. You really must," said Toole. "But, doctor," pleaded the poor lady, "you don't know. I'm terrified. I'll never be the same again." And she burst into hysterical crying. "No, really, madam. Confound it. My dear good lady, you see, this will never do." He was uncorking and smelling at the bottles in search of the drops. And here they are. And isn't it better, Mom? You should be well and hearty. Here, drink this. When he comes back, don't you see, then, but, oh, I wish I could tell you, she said, oh, you don't know." "She? Who said what?" cried Toole, lending his ear, for he never refused a story. "Oh, doctor, he's gone. I'll never, I know I'll never see him again." "Tell me he's not gone. Tell me I'll see him again." "Hang it, can't she stick to one thing at a time? The poor woman's half out of her wits," said Toole, provoked. "I'll wager a dozen of claret there's more on her mind than she's told to anyone." Before he could bring her round to the subject again, the doctor was called down to Low. So he took his leave for the present, and after his talk with the magistrate, he did not care to go up again to poor little Mrs. Nutter, and Moggy was as white as ashes standing by. For Mr. Lowe had just made her swear to her little story about the shoes, and Toole walked home to the village with a heavy heart and a good deal out of humour. Toole knew that a warrant would be issued next day against Nutter. The case against him was black enough. Still, even supposing he had struck those trenchant blows over Stirk's head, it did not follow that it was without provocation or in cold blood. It looked, however, altogether so unpromising that he would have been almost relieved to hear that Nutter's body had been found drowned in the river. Still, there was a chance that he had made good his retreat. If he had not paid his fare in Sharon's packet-boat, he might at least have crossed the channel in the Trevor or Hillsborough to Holyhead. Then deuce was in it if he did not make a fair run for it and earth himself snugly somewhere. 'Twas lighter work then than now. The old saying at London among servants, writes that good-natured theatrical wag Tate Wilkinson, was, "I wish you were at York," which the wronged cook has now changed for, "I wish you were at Jamaica." Scotland was then imagined by the Cockney as a dreary place, distant almost as the West Indies. Now, reader, pray note the marvel. An agreeable party may, with the utmost ease, dine early in the week in Grosvenor Square, and without discomposure set down at table on Saturday or Sunday in the new town of Edinburgh, from which we learn that miracles of celerity were already accomplishing themselves, and that the existing generation contemplated their triumphs complacently. But even upon these we have improved, and nowadays our whole social organization is subservient to detection. Cut your telegraph wires, substitute sailboats for steam, and your old fair and easy 40 miles a day stage coaches for the train and the rail, disband your city police and detective organization, and make the transit of a letter between London and Dublin a matter of from 5 days to nearly as many weeks, and compute how much easier it was then than now for an adventurous highwayman, an absconding debtor, or a pair of fugitive lovers to make good their retreat. Slow, undoubtedly, was the flight. They did not run. They walked away. But so was pursuit, and altogether without authentic lights and official helps, a matter of post-chases and perplexity, crossroads and rumor, foundering in a wild waste of conjecture, or swallowed in the quag of some country inn yard, where nothing was to be heard, and out of which there would be no relay of posters to pull you until 9 o'clock next morning. As Toole debouched from Martin's Row, on his return into the comparative amplitude of the main street of Chapelizod, he glanced curiously up to Stirk's bedroom windows. There were none of the white signals of death there, so he ascended the doorstep and paid a visit, of curiosity, I must say, and looked on the snorting image of his old foe, and the bandaged head, spellbound and dreamless, that had machinated so much busy mischief against his own medical sovereignty and the rural administration of Nutter. As Toole touched his pulse and saw him swallow a spoonful of chicken broth, and parried poor Mrs. Stirk's eager, quivering pleadings for his life with kind, though cautious evasions, he rightly judged that the figure that lay there was more than half in the land of ghosts already, that the enchanter who met him in the butcher's wood, and whose wand had traced those parallel indentures in his skull, had not only exorcised forever the unquiet spirit of intrigue, but wound up the tale of his days. It was true that he was never more to step from that bed, and that his little children would, ere many days, be brought there by kindly, horror-loving maids, to look their last on the poor master, and kiss awfully his cold, stern mouth before the coffin lid was screwed down, and the white-robed image of their father hidden away forever from their sight. End of chapter 57. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 58 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 58, in which one of Little Bo Peep's sheep comes home again, and various theories are entertained respecting Charles Nutter and Lieutenant Puttock. And just on Monday morning, in the midst of this hurly-burly of conjecture, who should arrive, of all the people in the world, and re-establish himself in his old quarters but Dick Devereux? The gallant captain was more splendid and handsome than ever. But both his spirits and his habits had suffered. He had quarrelled with his aunt, and she was his bread and butter. Buttered on both sides. How lightly these young fellows quarrel with the foolish old worshippers who lay their gold, frankincense, and myrrh at the feet of the handsome, thankless idols. They think it all independence and high spirit, whereas we know it is nothing but a little egotistical tyranny that unconsciously calculates, even in the heyday of its indulgence, upon the punctual return of the penitent old worshipper with his or her votive offerings. Perhaps the gypsy had thought better of it and was already sorry he had not kept the peace. At all events, though his toilet and wardrobe were splendid, for fine fellows in this plight deny themselves nothing, yet morally he was seedy, and in temper soured. His duns had found him out, and pursued him in wrath and alarm to England, and pestered him very seriously indeed. He owed money beside to several of his brother officers, and it was not pleasant to face them without a guinea. An evil propensity, at which, as you remember, General Chatsworth hinted, had grown amid his distresses, and the sting of self-reproach exasperated him. Then there was his old love for Lilias Walsingham, and the pang of rejection, and the hope of a strong passion, sometimes leaping high and bright, and sometimes nickering into ghastly shadows and darkness. Indeed, he was by no means so companionable just now as in happier times, and was sometimes confoundedly morose and snappish. For, as you perceive, things had not gone well with him latterly. Still, he was now and then tolerably like his old self. Toole, passing by, saw him in the window. Devereux smiled and nodded, and the doctor stopped short at the railings, and grinned up in return, and threw out his arms to express surprise, and then snapped his fingers, and cut a little caper, as though he would say, "Now you're come back, we'll have fun and fiddling again." And forthwith he began to bawl his inquiries and salutations. But Devereux called him up peremptorily, for he wanted to hear the news, especially all about the Walsinghams. And up came Toole, and they had a great shaking of hands, and the doctor opened his budget and rattled away. Of Stirk's tragedy and Nutter's disappearance he had already heard, and he now heard some of the club gossip, and all about Dangerfield's proposal to Gertrude Chatsworth, and how the old people were favourable and the young lady averse, and how Dangerfield was content to leave the question in abeyance, and did not seem to care a jackstraw what the townspeople said or thought. And then he came to the Walsinghams, and Devereux for the first time really listened. The doctor was very well, just as usual, and wondering what had become of his old crony, Dan Loftus, from whom he had not heard for several months. And Miss Lily was not very well, a delicacy here, and he tapped his capacious chest like her old mother. Hell and I consulted about her and agreed she was to keep within doors. And then he went on, for he had a suspicion of the real state of relations between him and Lily, and narrated the occurrence rather with a view to collect evidence from his books and manner than from any simpler motive. And said he, "Only think, that confounded wench, Nan, you know, Nan Glenn," and he related her and her mother's visit to Miss Lily, and a subsequent call made upon the rector himself. All, it must be confessed, very much as it really happened. And Devereux first grew so pale as almost to frighten Toole, and then broke into a savage fury, and did not spare hard words, oaths, or maledictions. Then off went Toole, when things grew quieter, upon some other theme, giggling and pooning, spouting scandal, and all sorts of news. And Devereux was looking full at him with large stern eyes, not hearing a word more. His soul was cursing old Mrs. Glynn of Palmerstown, that mother of lies and what not, and remonstrating with old Dr. Walsingham, and protesting wildly against everything. General Chatsworth, who returned 2 or 3 weeks after, was not half pleased to see Devereux. He had heard a good deal about him and his doings over the water, and did not like them. He had always had a misgiving that if Devereux remained in the corps, sooner or later he would be obliged to come to a hard reckoning with him. And the handsome captain had not been 3 weeks in Chapelizod when more than the general suspected that he was in no wise improved. So General Chatsworth did not often see or talk with him, and when he did, was rather reserved and lofty with him. His appointment on the staff was in abeyance. In fact, the vacancy on which it was expectant had not definitely occurred, and all things were at 6s and 7s with poor Dick Devereux. That evening, strange to say, Stirk was still living, and Toole reported him exactly in the same condition. But what did that signify? 'Twas all one. The man was dead, as dead to all intents and purposes that moment as he would be that day 12 months, or that day 100 years. Dr. Walsingham, who had just been to see poor Mrs. Stirk, now grown into the habit of hoping and sustained by the intense quiet fuss of the sick room, stopped for a moment at the door of the Phoenix to answer the cronies there assembled, who had seen him emerge from the murdered man's house. "He is in a profound lethargy," said the worthy divine. "'Tis a subsistence, his life, sir, stealing away like the fluid from the clepsydra, less and less left every hour. A little time will measure all out." "What the plague's a clepsydra?" asked Clough of Toole, as they walked side by side into the club-room. "Oh, pooh! One of those fabulous tumours of the epidermis mentioned by Pliny. You know, exploded 10 centuries ago. Ha, ha, ha!" And he winked and laughed derisively and said, "Sure you know Dr. Walsingham." And the gentlemen began spouting their theories about the murder and Nutter in a desultory way, for they all knew the warrant was out against him. "My opinion," said Toole, knocking out the ashes of his pipe upon the hob, for he held his tongue while smoking, and very little at any other time, "and I'll lay a guinea 'twill turn out as I say. The poor fellow's drowned himself. Few knew Nutter. I doubt if any one knew him as I did. Why, he did not seem to feel anything, and you'd have swore nothing affected him more than that hob, sir. And all the time there wasn't a more thin-skinned, atrabilious poor dog in all Ireland. But honest, sir, thorough steel, sir. All I say is, if he had a finger in that ugly pie, you know, as some will insist, I'll stake my head to a China orange. 'Twas a fair front-to-front fight. By Jupiter, sir, there wasn't one drop of cursed blood in poor Nutter. No, poor fellow, neither sneak nor assassin there." They thought he drowned himself from his own garden, poor Nutter, said Major O'Neill. Well, that he did not, said Toole. That unlucky shoe, you know, tells a tale. But for all that, I'm clear of the opinion that drowned he is. We trapped the step, Low and I, to the bank near the horse track in Barrack Street, just where the water deepens. There's usually 5 feet of water there, and that night there was little short of 10. Now take it that Nutter and Stirk had a tussle, and the thing happened, you know, and Stirk got the worst of it, and was in fact dispatched. Why, you know the kind of panic, and the panic, you know, a poor dog finding himself so situated would be in, with a bitter old quarrel between them, you see. And this at the back of his vapors and blue devils, for he was dumpish enough before, and would send a man like Nutter into a resolution of making away with himself. And that's how it happened, you may safely swear. And what do you think, Mr. Dangerfield? Asked the Major. Upon my life, said Dangerfield, briskly lowering his newspaper to his knee, with a sharp rustle, these are questions I don't like to meddle in. Certainly he had considerable provocation, as I happen to know, and there was no love lost. That I know, too. But I quite agree with Dr. Toole. If he was the man, I venture to say 'twas a fair fight. Suppose first an altercation, then a hasty blow. Stirk had his cane, and a deuced heavy one. He wasn't a fellow to go down without knowing the reason why. And if they find Nutter dead or alive, I venture to say he'll show some marks of it about him. Clough wished the whole company, except himself, at the bottom of the Red Sea, for he was taking his revenge of Puttock, and had already lost a gammon and 2 hits. Little Puttock won by the force of the dice. He was not much of a player, and the sight of Dangerfield, that repulsive, impenetrable, moneyed man, who had overcome him like a summer cloud, when the sky of his fortunes looked clearest and sunniest, always led him to Belmont and the side of his lady love. If Clough's mind wandered in that direction, his reveries were rather comfortable. He had his own opinion about his progress with Aunt Rebecca, who had come to like his conversation and talked with him a great deal about Puttock, and always with acerbity. Clough, who was a sort of patron of Puttock's, always, to do him justice, defended him respectfully. And Aunt Rebecca would listen very attentively, and then shake her head and say, "You're a great deal too good-natured, Captain, and he'll never thank you for your pains. Never, I can tell you." Well, Clough knew that the higher powers favored Dangerfield, and that, beside his absurd sentiment, not to say passion, which could not be but provoking, Puttock's complicity in the abortive hostilities of poor Nutter and the gallant O'Flaherty rankled in Aunt Becky's heart. She was indeed usually appeasable and forgiving enough, but in this case her dislike seemed inveterate and vindictive, and she would say, "Well, let's talk no more of him. 'Tis easy finding a more agreeable subject, but you can't deny, Captain, that 'twas an unworthy hypocrisy, his pretending to sentiments against duelling to me, and then engaging as second in one of the very first opportunity that presented." Then Clough would argue his case and plead his excuses, and fumbled over it a good while. Not that he'd have cried a great deal if Puttock had been hanged, but I am afraid chiefly because, being a fellow of more gaiety and accomplishment than quickness of invention, it was rather convenient than otherwise to have a topic, no matter what, supplied to him, and one that put him in an amiable point of view, and in a kind of graceful intercessorial relation to the object of his highly prudent passion. and Clough thought how patiently she heard him. Though he was conscious, 'twas rather tedious, and one time very like another. But then 'twasn't the talk, but the talker, and he was glad, at all risks, to help poor Puttick out of his disgrace, like a generous soul as he was. End of chapter 58. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 59 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 59. Telling how a coach drew up at the Elms, and two fine ladies dressed for the ball stepped in. It was now more than a fortnight since Stirk's mishap in the Butcher's Wood, and he was still alive, but still under the spell of coma. He was sinking, but very slowly, yet it was enough to indicate the finality of that life in death. Dangerfield once or twice attacked Toole rather tartly about Stirk's case. Can nothing be done to make him speak? 5 minutes' consciousness would unravel the mystery. Then Toole would shrug and say, "Pooh, pooh, my dear sir, you know nothing. Why, there's life." The mechanical features of life, but the brain's overpowered," replied Toole, with a wise frown. "Well, relieve it." "By Jupiter, sir, you make me laugh," cried Toole with a grin, throwing up his eyebrows. "I take it you think we doctors can work miracles." "Quite the reverse, sir," retorted Dangerfield with a cold scoff. "But you say he may possibly live 6 weeks more, and all that time the wick is smouldering, though the candle's short. Can't you blow it in and give us even 1 minute's light?" A smouldering wick and a candle, if you please. But enclosed in a glass bottle, how the deuce are you to blow it?" "Pish!" said the silver spectacles with an icy flash from his glasses. "Why, sir, you'll excuse me, but you don't understand," said Toole, a little loftily. "There are 2 contused wounds along the scalp as long as that pencil, the whole line of each partially depressed, the depression all along being deep enough to lay your finger in. You can ask Irons, who dresses them when I'm out of the way." "I'd rather ask you, sir," replied Dangerfield, in turn a little high. "Well, you can't apply the trepan. The surface is too extended, and all unsound, and won't bear it. 'Twould be simply killing him on the spot, don't you see? And there's no way else to relieve him." General Chatsworth had not yet returned. On his way home he had wandered aside and visited the fashionable wells of Buxton, intending a 3-day sojourn to complete his bracing up for the winter. But the pool of Siloam did not work pleasantly in the case of the robust general, who was attacked after his second dip with a smart fit of the gout in his left great toe, where it went on charmingly without any flickering upward, quite stationary and natural for 3 weeks. About the end of which time the period of the annual ball given by the officers of the Royal Irish Artillery arrived. It was a great event in the town. To poor Mrs. Stirk, watching by her noble Barney, it seemed, of course, a marvelous insensibility and an outrage. But the world must follow its instinct and vocation, and attend to its business and amuse itself, too, though noble Barneys lie a-dying here and there. Aunt Becky and Gertrude drew up at the Elms, the rector's house, with everything very handsome about them, and 2 laced footmen with flambeaux, and went in to see little Lily on their way to the ball, and to show their dresses, which were very fine indeed. and to promise to come next day and tell her all the news. For Lily, as I mentioned, was an invalid, and balls and flick-flacks were not for her. Little Lily smiled her bright girlish smile, and threw both her arms round grand Aunt Becky's neck. "You good dear Aunt Becky, 'twas so kind and like you to come, you and Gertie. And oh, Gemini, what a pair of ladies!" And she made a little rustic curtsy, like Nell in the farce. "And I never saw this before, a near peep at Gertrude's necklace. And Aunt Becky, what beautiful lace! And does not she look handsome, Gertie? I never saw her look so handsome. She'll be the finest figure there. There's no such delicate waist anywhere." And she set her two slender forefingers and thumbs together as if spanning it. "You've no chance beside her, Gertie. She'll set all the young fellows a-sighing and simpering." "You wicked little rogue! I'll beat you black and blue for making fun of old Aunt Becky," cried Miss Rebecca, and ran a little race at her, about 2 inches to a step, her fan raised in her finger and thumb, and a jolly smile twinkling in her face, for she knew it was true about her waist, and she liked to be quizzed by the daring little girl. Her diamonds were on, too, and her last look in her mirror had given her a satisfactory assurance, and she always played with little Lily. When they met, everyone grew gay and girlish with her. So they stayed a full quarter of an hour, and the footman, coughing laboriously outside the window, reminded Aunt Rebecca at last how time flew, and Lily was for sitting down and playing a minuet in a country dance, and making them rehearse their steps, and calling in old Sally to witness the spectacle before they went. And so she and Aunt Becky had another little sportive battle. They never met and seldom parted without one. How was it that when gay little Lily provoked these little mimic skirmishes, Aunt Becky would look for a second or two an inexpressibly soft and loving look upon her, and become quite girlish and tender? I think there is a way to every heart, and some few have the gift to reach it unconsciously and always. So away rustled the great ladies, leaving Lily excited, and she stood at the window with flushed cheek and her fingers on the sash, looking after them, and she came back with a little smile and tears in her eyes. She sat down with a bright color in her cheeks, and did play a country dance, and then a merry old Irish air, full of frolic and spirit, on the harpsichord, and gentle old Sally's face peeped in with a wistful smile at the unwonted sounds. "Come, sober old Sally, my sweetheart, I've taken a whim in my head, and you shall dress me, for to the ball I'll go." "Tut, tut, Miss Lily, darling," said old Sally, with a smile and a shake of the head. "What would the doctors say?" "What they please, my darling." And up stood little Lily, with her bright color and lustrous eyes. "Angel bright," said the old woman, looking in that beloved and lovely young face, and quite filling up, as the saying is. "There is not your peer on earth, no, not one among them all, to compare with our Miss Lilias." And she paused, smiling, and then she said, "But, my darling, sure you know you weren't outside the door this 5 weeks. And is that not long enough, and too long, to shut me up? You cruel old woman! Come, come, Sally girl, I'm resolved, and to the ball I'll go. Don't be frightened. I'll cover my head and send in for Aunt Becky, and only just peep in, muffled up, for 10 minutes, and I'll go and come in the chair, and what harm can I take by it? Was it spirit? Did she want to show the folk that she did not shrink from meeting somebody, or that, though really ill, she ventured to peep in, through sheer liking for the scrape of the fiddle and the fun, to show them that at least she was not heartsick? Or was it the mysterious attraction, the wish to see him once more, just through her hood, far away, with an unseen side glance, and to build endless speculations, and weave the filmy web of hope, for who knows how long, out of these airy tints, a strange sad smile, or deep wild glance, just seen and fixed forever in memory. She had given him up in words, but her heart had not given him up. Poor little Lily! She hoped all that was so bad in him would one day mend. He was a hero still, and oh, she hoped, would be true to her. So Lily's love, she scarce knew how, lived on this hope, the wildest of all wild hopes, waiting on the reformation of a rake. But, darling Miss Lily, don't you know the poor master would break his heart if he thought you could do such a wild thing as to go out again the doctor's orders at this time o' night, and into that hot place, and out again among the cold draughts? Little Lily paused. "'Tis only a step, Sally. Do you honestly think it would vex him?" "Vex him, darling? No. But break his heart? Why, he's never done asking about you, and— Oh, it's only joking you are, my darling, that's all." "No, Sally, dear love, I meant it," said little Lily sadly. "But I suppose it was a wild thought, and I'm better at home." And she played a march that had somehow a dash of the pathetic in it, in a sort of reverie, and she said, "Sally, do you know that?" And Sally's gentle face grew reflective, and she said, "Sure, Miss Lily, that's the tune, isn't it? The artillery plays when they march out to the park." Lily nodded and smiled, and the tune moved on, conjuring up its pictured reverie. Those review days were grand things when little Lily was a child. Magnanimous expenditure of hair and gunpowder was there. There sat General Chatsworth behind his guns, which were now blazing away like fun, wearing his full uniform, point cravat, and ruffles, and that dignified and somewhat stern aspect which he put on with the rest of his review day costume, bestriding his cream-colored charger, Bombardier, and his plume and powdered ailes de pigeon hardly distinguishable from the smoke which enveloped him, as a cloud does a demigod in an allegorical picture. Chord after chord brought up all this moving pageant, unseen by Sally's dim old eyes before the saddened gaze of little Lily, whose life was growing to a retrospect. She stood in the sunny street, again a little child, holding old Sally by the hand, on a soft summer day. The sentries presented arms, and the corps marched out resplendent. Old General Chatsworth, as proud as Lucifer on Bombardier, who nods and chomps, prancing and curvetting, to the admiration of the women, but at heart the mildest of quadrupeds, though passing, like an impostor as he was, for a devil incarnate. The band thundering melodiously that dashing, plaintive march, and exhilarating and firing the souls of all Chapelizod. Up went the windows all along the street. The rebel rout of boys yelled and huzzayed like mad. The maids popped their mop caps out of the attics and giggled and hung out at the risk of their necks. The serving men ran out of the hall door steps. The village roues emerged in haste from their public houses. The whole scene round and along from top to bottom was grinning and agape. Nature seemed to brighten up at sight of them, and the sun himself came out all in his best, with an unparalleled effulgence. Yes, the town was proud of its corps, and well it might, as gun after gun, with its complement of men and its lieutenant fireworkers, with a right wheel, rolled out of the gate upon the broad street. Not a soul could look upon the lengthening pageant of blue and scarlet, with its symmetrical diagonals of snowy belt and long-flapped white cartouche boxes, moving together with measured swing, its laced cocked hats, leggings, and courtly white shorts and vests, and ruffles, and all its buttons and brasses flashing up to the sun without allowing it was a fine, spirited sight. And Lily, beholding the Phantom Regiment with mournful eyes, played their grand, sad march proudly as they passed. They looked so dashing and so grand. They were the tallest, shapeliest fellows. Faith, I can tell you, it was no such trifle pulling along all those 6 and 4-pounders, and they needed to be athletic lads. And the officers were, with hardly an exception, martial, high-bred gentlemen, with aristocratic bearing, and some of them, without question, confoundedly handsome. And always there was one light, tall shape, one dark, handsome face, with darker, stranger eyes, and a nameless grace and interest, moving with the march of the gay pageant before her mind's eye, to this harmonious and regretful music, which, as she played on, and her reverie deepened, grew slower and more sad, till old Sally's voice awoke the dreamer. The chords ceased, the vision melted, and poor little Lily smiled sadly and kindly on old Sally, and took her candle and went up with her to her bed. End of chapter 59. Recording by John Brandon.